For 7 years, my beloved wife Zhou Jie had been cheating on me with other men without telling me. That day, I heard her flirt with her lover and even brought him to our home. Faced with the evidence, she not only denied it, but also accused me of invading her privacy and turning the tables. After that night of surprise and betrayal, the pain in my heart had destroyed me. In the following days, I tossed and turned, suffered from insomnia and anxiety, until she called and said she wanted to have a good talk. When I hurried to the downstairs of her parents' house, several strange men suddenly appeared and subdued me in an instant. After a heavy blow, I lost consciousness. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Being Framed by My Wife. My husband is working overtime tonight. Honey, please come to my house and take good care of me. I miss you so much. When I heard my wife Zhou Jie say this, my internal organs felt like they were going to explode. As a science and engineering man engaged in software development, if someone had not sent me a photo of Zhou Jie hugging a man, I would not have suspected that the woman I had loved for 7 years would betray me. I didn't have any solid evidence at the time, but later I used technical means to get the recording of Zhou Jie's phone call. The other party laughed and said, "You little slut, wait and see how I deal with you tonight. Then come quickly. He's been gone for more than half an hour." I felt like I was going crazy. When I waited for Zhou Jie downstairs of her company and confronted her with the recording, Zhou Jie refused to admit it and said that I had forged the recording and it was not her voice at all. I refused to give in, and Zhou Jie suddenly got angry and shouted in frustration, "You actually tried to investigate me and invade my privacy. Are you still a man?" I was stunned. It was you who betrayed me and brought a man home. Does that mean I am still to blame? In all these years, I never touched Zhou Jie. I was born in the countryside. Zhou Jie is a native of Haicheng and is very beautiful. I am usually busy with work and don't have much time to spend with her, but at that moment, I broke down. When I rushed towards Zhou Jie, she screamed, quickly closed the car door, and drove away. I was furious and got in my car to chase her. When I got home, I found that she was not at home. I didn't know where Zhou Jie had gone. When I went to her parents' house, her parents' attitude towards me changed drastically. They said that Zhou Jie had not returned and that I actually suspected their daughter and scolded me. Next, I acted like a madman and looked for Zhou Jie everywhere. I thought Zhou Jie's betrayal was a huge disaster, but I didn't expect that an even bigger disaster was waiting for me. During those days, my spirit was in a state of collapse. I hardly slept and smoked nonstop. My neurasthenia reached the extreme. A few days later, one night, Zhou Jie called me and said she wanted to have a good talk with me and asked me to go to her parents' house. After hearing this, I immediately ran downstairs and went to her parents' house. Just when I arrived downstairs of her parents' house and was about to go upstairs, suddenly several people rushed up from behind and held me down. He had no time to resist and was hit hard on the head and instantly lost consciousness. If he died like this, perhaps no one would know what had happened to this man. God seemed to feel that this was too cruel. After they knocked me unconscious, they threw me off the cliff by the sea, and I was blocked by a big tree when I fell. Perhaps God could not bear to let me disappear like this. When I woke up, I found myself trapped on a big tree under the cliff by the sea. My life was in danger. The next day, an old couple who were fishing rescued me and took me to their fishing island and took good care of me. A whole month passed before I slowly regained consciousness. During this time, I repeatedly recalled Zhou Jie's ruthlessness, her cruel betrayal, and the details that traumatized me. She had mercilessly designed this accident for me, but I was completely defenseless and let her push me into a desperate situation. When I finally stood firm, I thanked the old man with tears in my eyes. "I owe you my life. When I return, I will definitely repay you." The old man looked kind and concerned. "Child, what happened?" I said nothing, only saying that I accidentally fell off the cliff. Their kindness made me even more heartbroken. I knew that when I returned to Haicheng, I would have to face Zhou Jie. I also understood that no matter what, I would make her pay the price for this ruthless betrayal. Chapter 2. A Makeover. After returning to Haicheng, I was surprised to find that my company, Zhongma Times, had been sold privately by Zhou Jie to the powerful Zhenghua Group in Haicheng. Zhenghua Group had tried many times to acquire the software developed by our company because it has extremely high commercial value in the fields of aviation, high-speed rail, logistics, etc., but I had always refused to sell it. Now Zhou Jie, as an employee of Zhenghua Group, was involved in it. and the conspiracy of interests involved gradually surfaced. At this moment, I remembered that Zhou Jie urged us to buy high-value life insurance for each other a year ago, and the beneficiary she proposed was me. I thought it was a deep love between husband and wife, but I didn't expect it was a long-planned plan. She has transferred all the property under my name, but fortunately, there is a card under my father's name that survived, leaving 1 million. I was born in poverty, and after 12 years of hard study, I was admitted to a prestigious university, and I worked hard to have the company I have today. Zhou Jia often complained that I didn't earn enough and complained that my family background was not as good as others. She had repeatedly encouraged me to start a business. Now it seems that all this is just paving the way for her in the future. If I confronted them now, I would lack substantial evidence. All the recordings of my calls were taken away by those people when I was in trouble. Even if there were recordings, the court might not accept them. At this time, I thought that if I didn't take advantage of the false pretense of my death to seek revenge, I would ultimately be powerless to compete with the power of the Zhenghua Group. After many days of careful consideration, I decided to launch a bold plan to reshape my identity and find solid evidence of their illegal activities. In Korea, I had 6 or 7 plastic surgeries with severe facial injuries, which completely changed my appearance. The person in the mirror had become a completely different man. The me, who had given everything to my wife without regrets, no longer existed. In order to completely transform myself, I also received a lot of physical training, imitating the words and deeds of Koreans, and doing my best to create a new self. Half a year later, I was finally ready. With the anger and determination that I had endured for a long time, I returned to Haicheng and began my carefully planned road of revenge. Chapter 3: Zhou Jie and Her Mistress. Sitting on the plane back to China, I tightly grasped the name Lu Feng on the boarding pass, feeling both unfamiliar and full of expectations. The person I once was, Gu Bei, has disappeared with that nightmare. Now I am Lu Feng, who has a high degree and returned from overseas, and my goal is the company that once belonged to me, Zhoma Times. On the day of the interview, the company's HR manager gave me a look of approval, especially when I showed my enthusiasm of having just returned to China and willing to serve my country. Her smile became even brighter. Soon, I joined the company smoothly and stood in the familiar office again, facing those old colleagues who had fought side by side with me, with mixed feelings in my heart. However, they did not know that the Lu Feng in front of them was their boss Gu Bei, who had once broken their hearts. A few days later, I saw that my former subordinate Xiao Ma was still in a low mood. I learned that he often felt sad for the missing boss, and my eyes could not help but moisten. My desire for revenge was ignited, and I felt relieved at the same time. At least, someone felt sorry for me. However, the new manager, Fatty Dong, became even worse, showing off his power. There were even rumors that he was harassing Duo, a female employee in the company. Fatty Dong was Zhou Jie's distant cousin. I reluctantly arranged him into the company because of her. Now that he has climbed to a high position, he has forgotten his flattering appearance. A few days later, I finally saw Zhou Jie. She was accompanied by Wu Ming, the young master of Zhenghua Group. At this moment, everything was clear. It was this adulterous couple who had ruined my life. Seeing her wearing luxurious clothes, holding Wu Ming's arm, and chatting and laughing, I could hardly control my anger. However, she didn't recognize me at all. Instead, she looked at me a few more times because of my new face. This ironic scene made me more determined to take revenge. A few days later, the most heartbreaking scene occurred. My parents came to the company and lingered at the door for a long time, waiting for me to show up. My mother was in tears and begged the security guard to let her into the company to see her missing son. But Zhou Jie sent them away indifferently. Hurry up and kick them out. How can you work like this? This company has nothing to do with your son. What are you doing? After Wu Ming spoke, the security guard pushed my parents out. At that moment, I felt like I was suffocating and I wanted to rush forward, but I had to endure it and not let them see any suspicion. Seeing my elderly parents crying so sadly, my heart is bleeding. Chapter 4: The human heart is unpredictable. Zhou Jie walked away with Wu Ming, acting like a spoiled child, and their intimate behavior was frightening. Looking at the backs of this couple, I couldn't help but feel angry. However, Duo beside me began to sob. The boss is so pitiful. Her tears made me feel distressed, and I almost blurted out my true identity, but I had to endure it, and even comforting her could only be superficial. Duo was about to go out to see my elderly parents when Sister Yang from the marketing department came over and shouted in dissatisfaction. "What are you looking at? Aren't you working hard?" Sister Yang was a close aide to Fatty Dong and climbed up to the position of deputy director by flattering him. Duo said angrily, "Sister Yang, the boss treats you well. His parents are here. Shouldn't you go and see them?" But Sister Yang only mocked her. "How young and beautiful do you think you are? Don't rely on your good looks to make decisions." I secretly felt chilled that my former close colleague was now indifferent to the boss's relatives. Back then, she claimed that her family was in financial difficulty and she made frequent mistakes at work. I felt sorry for her and not only kept her in the company, but also spent money to send her to training. Now, the situation has changed, and Sister Yang's face has made me have a deeper understanding of the fickleness of the world. Duo walked out reluctantly, gave food and water to my parents, and arranged for them to take a bus back to the countryside. After returning, the atmosphere in the office was extremely low. Xiaoma looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, this company was founded by the boss himself. We can't just leave like this." But Duo firmly believed that the boss would come back and insisted on waiting until the end. Everyone looked at each other, determined to wait for a glimmer of hope. I walked over and tried to comfort them. "Don't be sad, everything will be fine." But Duo glanced at me coldly and deliberately straightened her chest when she left, passing by my shoulder and disappearing at the end of the corridor. Seeing them so sad and staying for me until now, my heart is full of complicated emotions. Duo used to be defenseless against me. Her trust made me often sneak a peek at her, but I always restrained my heartbeat and pretended to be a gentleman. Now, it has been ruthlessly shattered by reality, leaving only anger and helplessness. The next weekend, I decided to go back to my hometown to find my parents and let them know that I was still alive. But my face had completely changed, and I didn't know if they could still recognize me and believe that I was their son. Chapter 5, Good Brother is Like This. Back in the old house in the countryside, everything there was familiar, yet strange, as if time had frozen. After my parents came back from Haicheng, they burst into tears. I stood at the door and called Mom and Dad with a choked voice. My mother looked at me in confusion, and my father held the hatchet defensively. "Who are you?" I hurriedly explained, trying to regain their trust with memories from my childhood. I told them the details of my mother giving birth to me and the past when my third uncle secretly gave me supplements. My mother burst into tears and recognized me, but my father still shook his head and choked and said he didn't believe it until I explained my experience and the plastic surgery one by one. "Son, it's really you." My father finally believed it and held my hand tightly, while my mother hugged me and cried bitterly. However, in order not to reveal my identity, I could only ask them to tell others that I was Gu Bei's classmate and come back after I had dealt with the matter. When I left the next day, I felt heartbroken when I saw their reluctant eyes. Back in Haicheng, the friends and places I once knew became memories. Driving past the neighborhood where Zhou Jie and I once lived, I was so angry that I slammed the car window. In the days that followed, I began to secretly follow Zhou Jie, who was still working at Zhenghua Group. One night, I found her red Mercedes driving to Ding Xiaogua's high-end apartment. Ding Xiaogua, the elder who once regarded me as a brother, was now having a secret meeting with Zhou Jie. Looking out the window, Zhou Jie was nestled in Ding Xiaogua's arms. Ding Xiaogua, who was in his 50s, usually paid attention to fitness, had a strong body, wore a fashionable suit, behaved elegantly, and liked to share his philosophy of life with me. In the past, when we had dinner, he always called Zhou Jie goddaughter and acted like a loving father. But the scene in front of me hurt me. Ding Xiaogua patted Zhou Jie intimately, with skillful and ambiguous movements, while Zhou Jie leaned against him shyly, as if she had forgotten everything. Inside the car window, I clenched my fists, feeling the coldness and betrayal of the world. The smiling figures in front of me mercilessly tore apart my past and future. Chapter 6, The Other Side of Zhou Jie. I was furious and secretly suspected that Zhou Jie, Ding Xiaogua, and Wu Ming had already teamed up to set a trap to harm me. Everything seemed to be a trap they had carefully woven, but I was ignorantly immersed in the illusion. Watching Zhou Jie's back as she left, I decided not to let go and expose her disguise and make her pay for what she had done. I followed Zhou Jie's car to a high-end shopping mall and watched her shopping spree, picking out all kinds of expensive cosmetics and luxury clothes. The woman who used to pretend to be calm and self-sustaining was now showing off, and I felt sick. Just beside the cosmetics counter, I deliberately approached her. After she noticed me, she took the initiative to talk to me and asked in a friendly manner, "Don't you remember me?" I smiled and nodded, and a hint of coquettishness flashed in her eyes, and she was obviously quite satisfied with my handsomeness. She enthusiastically invited me to the bar, and this woman who once claimed to hate places of entertainment easily blended in and was wantonly charming. I pretended to be casual and began to cater to her words, subtly showing some bad man style. In the past, in order to let her live a good life, I worked hard and sacrificed my own entertainment time. But now, Zhou Jie is in the environment of feasting and drinking, intoxicated by these material enjoyments that once made me work hard. In the bar, she relaxed against me, and the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous when the glasses touched. But my heart was full of hatred. Thinking of her betrayal and even her ambiguity with other men, I suppressed my anger. I was eager to understand how she approached other men and wanted to see her every move and hypocritical smile. Chapter 7: You Can Let Go and Have Fun. I picked up the glass, and she held it up. After a glass of wine, Zhojia looked at me with seductive eyes and said, "You are so handsome." The attitude towards handsome men immediately changed. She praised a man so directly, but she also deliberately showed some appearance of a good woman. However, the light in her eyes was hard to conceal. It was eager, and it was a direct desire. "Do you like it?" I said, and she smiled and took off her coat gracefully and looked around. I held her in my arms. When I was held in my arms, Zhou Jie quickly turned around and hugged me. This bitch really needed it. If I still have any emotion, it must be full of anger. Suddenly, I thought of what they did to me. I was extremely rude, but I didn't expect that Zhou Jie liked it so much. I suddenly felt very sick and left her. She combed her hair and whispered in my ear, "Have you ever had a foreign girlfriend?" "Yes, what's wrong?" I held the wine glass and looked at her slightly. "Are they all great?" "I think I still prefer the ones from China, who are as charming as you. Being with you will definitely drive women crazy." Zhou Jie doesn't even require you to pick. She is very direct. This is her true side, which makes me feel extremely strange, as if she has become a different person. All these years, I have been with Zhou Jie, but I am probably just a foil. In her eyes, the man at home must be a loser who only works every day and has no romance at all. "I feel like you've been with a lot of men, right?" I smiled. In this atmosphere, it seemed like saying these things had become her capital. "So what kind of women do you like?" She turned and said in my ear, "I like real women. I like women who are authentic and genuine in their inner needs. I especially like women like that. I hate those who are hypocritical. The more real, the better. Men won't love women unless they are bad. A beautiful woman like you must have had many outstanding men, right?" "About 3, she said, and I said, "I don't believe it. There must be more than that. You are so beautiful. I think you can have more than 3. It's normal. It's very normal in foreign countries. Maybe even more." She smiled. I said, "Do you often do this behind your husband's back?" "These are very normal for women nowadays. That's what makes it interesting," Zhou Jie said, which made me hate her and go crazy. This feeling is so strange. When I faced the real her, I felt pain and an indescribable feeling. Do men have this kind of complex? Damn it. Even if it's the case, you shouldn't kill me. You despicable woman, just wait and see how I deal with you. I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Yeah, what's the point of my husband? He's still having fun outside. I lit a cigarette. Zhou Jie came close to me and bit my ear and said, "You're such a bad guy. You speak so directly. Be careful, I'll eat you. I like men like you so much." After Zhou Jie said that, she put her arm around me and said, "Handsome brother is so bad." Zhou Jie, you are really amazing. Do you think a good man would like someone like you? Of course, you don't need to. You have always been a good and virtuous woman, but you are so depressed. Now you finally have the opportunity to let yourself go. Do you like it? I looked back at her. She came closer to me. I blew a puff of smoke on her face. She took my hand and said, "Let's dance together." When she got to the dance floor, she started twisting her body. Zhou Jie had learned yoga and dancing before, and now it finally came in handy. It seemed that Zhou Jie had been longing for this kind of elegant and graceful life all her life. She was strictly controlled by her parents since she was a child. Her parents were both educated and had strict family education. She used to be very well-behaved. In her parents' eyes, she was the most honest and well-behaved daughter in the world. As she was dancing, a man next to her hugged her. She was held in his arms and turned around to dance close to the man. That guy wasn't very handsome, but very trendy. After all, he was very young, about 25 or 26 years old. He danced more and more vigorously. I really wasn't as good at having fun as this guy. A woman of Zhou Jie's age would be unable to walk when she sees a handsome young man, especially one who is good at having fun, which is so far away from her usual working environment. Naturally, she has infinite yearning for him. Although I work out every day and have a good figure and look handsome, she still needs too much. In situations like this, she greedily demands a lot of things that she has never gotten before. I understand that she wants someone young, handsome, rich, and someone who will take care of her like a father, like Ding Xiaohua. Thinking about this, my whole body began to tremble again. This was really a lot to ask for. When women become greedy, they are more terrifying than men because they are usually suppressed, so they're more eager, but they still have to pretend to be virtuous on the surface. Of course, when a woman reaches Zhou Jie's point, she lets go step by step. The guy actually hugged her and started kissing her passionately in the crowd. Several men nearby also gathered around her, as if they were waiting in line. The men probably saw that she was so wild, so how could they miss such a good opportunity? There is a high possibility that Zhou Jie will be captured by these guys. This was the moment when her gap was opened, and she could let go and play. Thinking of those images, I gasped. Zhou Jie disappeared in the dancing crowd. If a woman wants to find a man, once she lets herself go, there are too many opportunities. I was searching among the crowd. She wouldn't be taken back by those men, right? I searched eagerly. Chapter 8, Zhou Jie's Beautiful Boss. When Zhou Jie came out of the bar, her car was gone. She must have been taken back by several men. What would happen if I took them back together? Unfortunately, my imagination has always been very rich. I seemed to be able to see those scenes and couldn't help but tremble all over. I wanted to find another opportunity to get close to Zhou Jie. I had to see what she was like in front of other men at that time. I was eager to see that scene. Lying in bed at night, thinking about these things and the scene when Zhou Jie and I got married, I became more and more crazy. I wanted to grab Zhou Jie and whip her hard with a whip. I even thought that I wanted to feel the touch of this fickle bitch. These thoughts made me feel a little twisted inside. When I got to work on Monday, I felt indifferent about everything and became a little cynical. After getting off work at noon, I just walked out of the company, and when I looked up, I bumped into a beautiful woman and fell directly into her arms. I was almost bounced back. It can be seen how fierce she was. She frowned, opened her mouth, uttered an "oh," and then snorted coquettishly. "You little rascal. You don't even look up when you walk." The tone is so coquettish and flavorful. I looked up and was stunned. It was so beautiful. She has a great figure, is 1.7 meters tall, has fair skin, a plump figure, and an elegant temperament. She is elegant yet sexy and extremely charming. Of course, her elegant temperament dilutes this charm, which makes her more attractive. Suddenly I thought, a woman like this, who is so beautiful and dresses so virtuously and elegantly, must be just on the surface. Look at her pair of black, intoxicating phoenix eyes, and her coquettish voice. Maybe there are a lot of men outside. After being betrayed by Zhou Jie, every time I see a beautiful woman, I would think that they would be that kind of woman. I smiled politely and said sorry. She stared at me and seemed to see that I was too handsome, so she narrowed her sexy eyes, smiled slightly, and said, "Next time you walk, you should raise your head. Your hair, which was so handsomely combed, has been messed up." I quickly fixed my hair. She smiled and walked away very charmingly. Looking at her waist, the graceful curve going down, it's amazing. I twisted my body slightly as I walked, and I felt a warm current rush over me, and I shivered. I think it's unfair that I've only been with one woman, Zhou Jie. I should get to know other women and see what they're like and whether they're all the same as Zhou Jie. So I quickly followed her into the elevator. After getting on the elevator, she straightened her back, looked back at me, and said, "Are you following me?" I said directly, "You are beautiful." This is the first time I decided to speak to another woman like this. If it were before, I would definitely not have the courage, but now it doesn't matter. She said, "Oh," then looked ahead, smiled, and said, "Do you think I'm a rich woman?" I laughed and said, "No, I don't do that kind of thing." She seemed to see that I was a little silly, so she blinked her eyes and said, "Thank you, I'm older than you, and I'm not as pretty as a little girl." Of course not. Zhou Jie was just a little girl when she was with me. So, when I think of her, I feel resentful. I mustered up the courage to say, "I just returned home, and when I saw you, I felt something I've never felt before. Do you believe in love at first sight?" She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands, looked at me with a smile and said, "It's so old-fashioned. I feel it's old-fashioned too." "You don't look old." "What are you talking about?" I feel a little embarrassed. Indeed, I'm not very good at it. "But it doesn't matter." I said directly, "I fell in love with you at first sight. Can I ask for your contact information?" I gave her a very sincere look. I wanted to appear more sincere. She looked at me and said, "No." After answering me, she walked out of the elevator with a smile on her face. I felt very disappointed. What I didn't expect was that she came from the group headquarters. A few days later, we went to the group headquarters for a meeting, which was chaired by her. Her name is Shu Yu, and she is the vice president of the group. At first, I didn't know her other identity information. I also met Zhou Jie. She sat next to Shu Yu, who was her leader. This made me even more interested. I can definitely get more information about Zhou Jie through her. If something happens with Zhou Jie's female boss, I think it will be very interesting since Zhou Jie treats me like this, and her female boss falls in love with me. Of course it's difficult, but I decided to give it a try. I was eager to know what other women were like in private with men. I don't want to be an honest man anymore. I want to be like Zhou Jie. I also want to sink. It seems that only in this way can I make myself feel more comfortable. Watching them sitting together down below, I even had a lot of worse thoughts. I swallowed hard and shook his hand. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. It would be best if Zhou Jie could watch how I conquer her female boss. That would be really embarrassing. If this woman is the same as her, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Chapter 9, Maybe He's Bad in Private. Zhou Jie is now very successful thanks to Wu Ming's relationship and has even been promoted. The Wu family is a major shareholder in Zhenghua Group, which has many shareholders. After the meeting that day, I knew Shu Yu's identity, so in the next few days, I took advantage of the opportunity to follow Zhou Jie and occasionally followed Shu Yu as well. She actually went to perform at the Haiqing troupe at night, and she could also sing Huangmei opera. This immediately made me curious. After watching her performance, I really admire her. She is very professional. It must be amazing to be able to perform on stage. However, most of the people watching the performance were elderly, including many old men, who shouted Shu Yu's name and clapped their hands. I knew every time she went to a performance, and I sent her flowers 5 or 6 times in a row. One day, she finally called me as I was walking out of the theater. When she saw me, she suddenly asked, "Have you been following me?" The first time was when I saw you performing here, and then, I like Huangmei opera very much. Although I have just returned to China, I like our traditional culture very much. I hope you can understand. Later I realized that it is very important for a man to be courageous and not be afraid of losing face. Only if you have courage can you have a chance. Otherwise, there will be no chance at all. She held the flowers in her hands, looked at them, then looked at me and said, "Don't send me flowers in the future. It's enough to show your appreciation." "Thank you." Seeing her say that, I smiled helplessly and said, "You're welcome. I'm bored anyway. I'm alone here and don't have many friends. It's nice to come and watch your performance occasionally." She exhaled, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm not a professional. I come here occasionally. My singing is not as good as before. Do you really like it?" I nodded and said, "Yes, I really like your singing of the female prince consort. It's so beautiful and intoxicating. I don't know how to express it. Anyway, I'll let you hear something better if I can. I don't sing that well." She lowered her eyebrows slightly, and I said in a friendly way, "Thank you." She thought for a moment, looked up at me, smiled, and said, "To thank you for the flowers, please buy me a cup of coffee." Hearing her say this, I quickly said, "Okay." It is near the theater, which is a scenic spot with many tourists and many atmospheric cafes. I don't think Zhou Jie would ever have dreamed that I came back and had an affair with her female boss. We were all a little embarrassed. "How old are you?" 28. "How about you?" I said, and she said, "A little older than you." She didn't tell me her exact age. After coming in, I felt that she was a little shy. I used my knowledge of Huangmei opera to talk to her, and she gradually relaxed. Of course, she didn't relax in that aspect, but in communication. I didn't expect that you've been abroad for so long and still like our traditional culture so much. And when I chat with you, I don't feel that you are younger than me. Shu Yu looked at me charmingly and said, I knew what this meant. She had a good impression of me, or at least she didn't hate me. This meant there was a chance. We cannot lose our traditional culture. There are many valuable treasures in traditional culture. Of course, there are also some things that restrict women. But even if men and women are equal, everyone should have a bottom line. A woman like Pan Jinlian cannot be the object of praise, right? But now the world seems to have changed. That's certainly too much. No matter what, it wouldn't go as far as to kill your husband. That would be too bad, she said calmly. Yes, such a woman will never have a good ending no matter what era she lives in. Of course, Teacher Shu looks like a standard good woman, I said and looked into her eyes. She smiled and said, compared to Pangelian, she is definitely better. Teacher Shu and Big Brother must be very loving, right? I took a sip of coffee. It's okay. She smiled. This it's okay means it's not good or very bad. It turns out that she has a family, but she is still out with other men. I don't know why, but when I heard that she had a family, I felt hot all over and became more interested in her. I can clearly feel that she is like this on the surface, and she must be completely different in private. Thinking of this, I became extremely excited. Seeing how virtuous you look, I will want to see what your other side is like. Will you be the same as Zhou Jie? After being betrayed by Zhou Jie, I think all beautiful women like her would cheat. It just depends on whether you are her type, whether you suit her appetite, and whether you can open her heart. I was eager to take her down. But after all, I have no experience and don't know how to open that gap. How to make her take off her disguise step by step. Chapter 10. I'm cold. Can you warm me up? Teacher Shu looks so healthy. They must be very much in love. After I said this, I wondered if I was moving too fast and would it scare her? Unexpectedly, she was an experienced person after all. She smoothed her hair by her ears and said, "You don't talk like a man of your age." Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Shu. Teacher Shu, you'd better hold back your thoughts. I then asked, what if you can't help it? Then just bear with it. Sometimes you know it's not possible, so why force it? She is so loyal to her husband. This is so damn unfair. Why haven't I met a good woman? Now I understand. There is no point in saying anything further. I lowered my head there, thinking that it seemed difficult to face such a chaste woman. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she surprised me by saying, aren't young girls good? Sometimes it's not about good or bad. Some things can't be compared. After you fall in love with someone, you can't feel age. I thought maybe there was still a chance. She seemed to be vaguely telling me that she was afraid that I would give up. What do you like about me? She asked me, and I thought there might be some hope. I don't know either. If you don't feel good, then I'm sorry. I controlled it carefully. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Sometimes that fiery and devilish feeling can make people not think about those things. Even a moment of embrace can resist the waste of a lifetime. After hearing this, she turned her face away, as if she was touched. She said in a very mature tone, "Smooth talk, speak nicely." I looked at her uneasily. Indeed, this was not the real me. I didn't know why she had that kind of magic in front of me that made me take off my disguise. From the heart, I stared at her. If possible, we can be friends. I have quite a few fans, and we are all good friends. Who wants to be your friend? Can I find a friend? I smiled and nodded. She seemed to think I was sad and looked at me with distressed eyes and said, "It's really a sin. That's why they say life is like a play, and life is more exciting than a play. How many things in this world are difficult for us to predict?" I had no desire to hear what she said next, but she continued on as if she was giving me a lesson. The more I looked at her loyal face, the more uncomfortable I felt. "It's getting late, let's go," she said, and I nodded. When I walked out, she was next to me. She seemed to see that I was in a very low mood, and she actually said to me, "Are you cold wearing so little? If I'm cold, can you warm me up?" I thought I might as well be direct. Why go through all the trouble? I'm not looking for her to date. What if you get possessed? This woman is really charming. This sentence made my heart beat fast. I looked at her slightly, and when I looked into her eyes, she also looked at me straight. "Then I'll keep it for you." I looked at her straight. She quickly turned her face away, her chest heaving. After all, a woman can't resist such words. I felt as if I was helped by God at that time. Such words suddenly came out of my mouth. "But aren't you afraid that I can't give you what you want?" she said, turning her head away. "I only want the part that I can get. Even if it's just to look at you quietly like this, I'll be satisfied. Bad guy, you little bad guy." She was about to lose control, but soon she whispered, "I am very greedy. If I fall under your spell, I will always be craving for it." This made me very excited. I never thought that when you have no desires, good things will come naturally. I gathered my courage, put my arms around her waist, and said to her, "I love you. Only for the present moment, not the future," she said, and I nodded. "Come back with me," I said, and she whispered, "Not today. I'm having sex." This sentence really attracted me. It was really unexpected that I hooked up with Shiyu like this. Thinking about it, it was really a sin. In fact, A woman facing such pursuit from a man sometimes finds it difficult to resist. I say this sincerely. I knew that soon I would be able to see her private side. I get extremely excited just thinking about it. Chapter 11, it turns out to be such happiness. She said she would tell me in a few days. When she said that, she seemed a little shy and her face turned slightly red. We parted reluctantly. When we broke up, we hugged and kissed each other. She felt ridiculous and asked, "Why did you come into my life? Did you come prepared?" I shook my head and said, "No, I just happened to come to see the play and saw you." She was about to cry. She smiled and said, "I hope you were sincere. There are many people who sent flowers. I don't know what happened. The way you looked at me was so strange. You were so mean." I hugged her and kissed her forehead and said in her ear, "I like you. I have liked you for a long time." She looked up at me and said, "Don't talk so piously. I understand, man. It's just fun." Me too. I hugged her tightly and kissed her nonstop, and then we hugged and kissed again. I didn't think of her as a good woman at first. I thought we were just having fun. You are right. At night, the lights are bright, and Haiching City is so damn beautiful, but my life is not beautiful enough. I once wanted to have a very wonderful life, but now everything is broken and my faith has collapsed. It seems that I can no longer find any trace of beauty in my heart. It seems that the only thing I want is to fight against this broken life by falling into depravity. The next morning, she sent me a message that said, "I've been hurt by you. I couldn't sleep at night because I kept missing you, you little rascal. Then let's meet at noon?" After I sent it, she replied, "I'm a little busy at noon. Let's meet around 8 p.m. Please book a hotel room and wait for me." I immediately replied and said yes. At night, I checked into her room and waited anxiously for Shuyu. She came wearing a very nice pastoral-style dress, very artistic, and with makeup on, looking noble and elegant. He blinked his eyes and said, "I almost walked into the wrong room just now." I was smoking a cigarette, and she put her bag on the table. I didn't get anxious, but said, "Don't you come to the hotel often?" She pursed her lips and looked at herself in the mirror and said with a faint smile, "Do you mean it happens often?" I walked behind her, hugged her tightly, kissed her face and said, "Those are not important. I miss you." She frowned and said in a coquettish voice, "What are you doing?" "I didn't come here to say what I wanted to do with you. I'm not over it yet." "It's okay. Let's just hug." I hugged her tightly, and she turned around, hugged me, and kissed me passionately. Shiyu lied to me. She was already able to do that. As soon as she got there, she couldn't wait to see me. What a charming woman. She really opened my eyes and made me blush. She is such an old woman, but she was so shy that her face turned red. I have to say she is really beautiful with a kind of classical and elegant beauty. She has very long hair. She likes this kind of small posture. And I have to say, she is very romantic. Although she doesn't say a word, the look in her eyes is enough. At that time, it was really great. I looked at her beautiful white back, her tall figure, and her hair scattered on one side. She didn't say anything and just let me do what I wanted. Suddenly, she said, "Save me. I can't take it anymore, husband." After hearing this, I was so excited that I trembled and said, "Call me husband, right? Do you like your husband? Am I your husband?" "Yes, you are my husband, my dear husband, my dear." That sound almost drove me crazy, as if I had discovered a treasure. It turned out that this moment was so interesting. I had never felt this way before when I was with Zhou Jie. When I heard her say that, I thought about how Zhou Jie would do the same thing with other men. How could I bear it? I almost screamed out. Heart-piercing happiness. This is what it means to be a man. This is how beautiful it is. It was as if it was the first time for me to experience such happiness. Afterwards, I leaned there smoking a cigarette. Shiyu lay obediently in my arms, and I felt very satisfied. The vice president of Jinhua Group, Zhou Jie's boss, is with me. Shiyu is very gentle and speaks softly. Because of singing opera, her breasts are a little high, but they are very stretchable, elastic, and soft. The key is that women of this age understand men very well. They seem to be a piece of extremely warm white jade that is played with and feels soft and cool when held in the hand. The energy that a woman can bring can sometimes be terrifying. I kept feeling like I had to show her some love. I have to say, even though she has a family, she is still a good woman. Time passed quickly, and she had to go back. She cared a lot about her family, and I told her that we had a pure relationship, but she didn't care. When she left, I put on my clothes and hugged her. She straightened my clothes and said, "You should smoke less." I kissed her, and she hugged me tightly, somewhat reluctant to leave. After that day, we didn't contact each other for a few days. Coincidentally, a few days later, she brought people to inspect the company, and I saw her just after I came out of the office. She was wearing a short professional skirt and a white shirt, and she looked about to burst. I shuddered when I saw it. The only times I met her were either at night or in a dim hotel room. Seeing her in public places makes me shudder. Thinking about how good the feeling she gave me was, which Zhou Jie and I had never experienced before, I suddenly felt anxious. After we parted that day, I couldn't help but want to touch her again. Seeing her now, I really want to be with her again right away. She is so beautiful, tall, with a graceful figure, especially her phoenix eyes, which make you feel it immediately when she looks at you. I never thought that I would feel so good with a woman other than Zhou Jie. It turns out that Zhou Jie doesn't even let me touch her. But when she saw me, she seemed to be electrocuted. She seemed very nervous and uneasy. She was stunned for a moment, and her face seemed to turn red. Yes, as a beautiful boss, she actually secretly went to a hotel with an employee in the company and did that kind of thing. You can imagine how shameful this thing is. Maybe stealing is exciting and intoxicating to her, but she is also afraid of being discovered. Do they all like this? This made me even more curious. I was eager to be with her again, to get to know her more deeply, to understand her heart, and to ask her if she really liked this. I pretended not to know her. When she passed by me, her blushing became even deeper. Looking at her buttocks, I felt a warm feeling coming over me. After that day, I sent her a message which said, "Do you miss me?" In the end, she didn't reply. I called her, but her phone was turned off. He must be scared. I decided to look for another opportunity. I thought it would be extremely interesting and exciting to meet again. Because of my outstanding work, I was soon elected as a project leader. The group sent a new leader, who was a good person and appreciated me very much. The next day, Ding Xiaowa came to the company to discuss project cooperation with us. I got acquainted with Ding Xiaowa again. This also makes me look forward to it. Through him, I can know more secrets about him and Zhou Jie. When did he get Zhou Jie? I really want to know. Chapter 12. Use Zhou Jie to attract me. Ding Xiaowa looked pretentious, stared at me, and said, "Brother, you are young and promising. I admire talented young people the most, especially those of you who are engaged in technological innovation. You are really amazing. However, you lack social experience. Let's talk more about this in the future." Almost the same words he said when I first met him. "Okay, I hope Boston will give me more advice in the future." He suddenly said, "Why do you look familiar?" I was stunned for a moment, but quickly said, "I think you look familiar too, brother. We really hit it off right away." Huh? I remember now. He looks like a male star in a TV series. Yes, he looks a bit like me. People always say I look like. Because I know Ding Xiaobo well, I know that he is very good at pretending that everything is for your benefit. In fact, I have come to understand that he is very selfish. If there is any threat to his interests, he will find ways to make you change your decision in a roundabout way, in the best way for you. I was very satisfied with the conversation. Ding Xiaobo was very polite to me and tried to win me over. He was so friendly. Afterwards, he said that he must make friends with me, his younger brother. The pattern was almost exactly the same. This is why the company values me. In order to maintain confidentiality, the company previously had projects completed independently by engineers. The overall concept of this project was known only to me, and all confidential documents were kept secret by me. Zhou Jie thought that as long as she got the company, it would be enough. Zhenghua Group also believed this, and they thought that as long as they could take over my company, they would be able to obtain a lot of confidential documents. However, after acquiring the company, they found that the project could not be advanced at all. Engineers are only responsible for doing the work and have no idea how to build the overall structure. He thought that by harming me, he could take over the company, but later he found out that it was not possible. So they studied and held meetings every day, and after I revealed a little bit of my ideas, they were able to find some direction. They really never imagined that even if they framed me and took over my company, they would be powerless to do anything about it. It was like they were just spending money to buy an empty shell. Knowing all this, I felt comforted and thought this was my chance. I could use this opportunity to quickly get close to them and find out a lot of things that made me extremely curious. Therefore, when Ding Xiaowa found out, he wanted to win me over very much. He had another little idea and wanted to get me to work with him on my own so that he could make another big buck. A few days later, I met Ding Xiaowa. He invited me to dinner and said there were many beautiful women there. It would broaden my horizons and show me the world. On the way to dinner, He hugged me and said, "Little brother, recently a few women have been asking me to sing with them, and they asked me to bring a handsome guy, someone young and in good health, and I thought of you, a man." I smiled and said, "Thank you, brother." I showed great interest and revealed a very excited expression. Seeing me like this, he knew that I was this kind of person, so he joked with me, trying to use women to attract me, win me over, make me curious, and make me addicted. We went to dinner first in the evening, and I did see Zhou Jie in the private room. I don't know the other people, but they are all rich guys, and the women they brought with them were very beautiful. There were 7 or 8 of them. When Zhou Jie saw me, she was stunned. Ding Xiaoguo whispered in my ear, "Your sister Zhou, you should know her. By the way, I'm taking you out to play. Don't say anything. Society is quite open now. I'll show you what Zhou Jie is like in private. I guarantee you'll find it interesting. If you like her later, I'll let you see her." After hearing Ding Xiaoguo say this, I was actually looking forward to it. I wanted to see that scene. As I thought about it, my heart started beating fast. "Don't worry, I know. It looks like just an ordinary meal." Ding Xiaoguo told me this because he thinks that in this circle, one will see some relationships that are not normal. Indeed, society has become like this, and it is nothing new. When I got there, I realized that there was a very powerful woman there. And I also saw in private that Zhou Jie and Ding Xiaoguo were so open with each other. Seeing that scene, I actually felt heartbroken. Chapter 13, there will be unexpected results. Ding Xiaoguo and Zhou Jie wanted to curry favor with this relationship. At this time, I roughly understood the context of the matter. It should be Ding Xiaoguo who gave Zhou Jie a plan to curry favor with Wu Ming, the son of the Zhenhua Group family, and then work together to harm me. Behind the scenes, Ding Xiaoguo and Zhou Jie are also having an affair. After selling my company to Zhenhua Group, Ding Xiaoguo wanted to recruit me to start a new business and develop new projects. People are treacherous. If I hadn't come back safely like this, no one would know the truth. No one. After knowing all this, I became suspicious of almost everyone, especially between men and women. Never get emotional. You just have to find a way to get everything you want. The relationship between men and women is one of mutual possession. There can be no talk of feelings. No. The man who suffered a tragic death in this world has become disappointed in the relationship between men and women. The protagonist of that day was the beautiful woman. Her name is Lin Li, and she is a young lady from a very wealthy family. Ding Zhao was said beside me, "Little brother, if you can take her down, you will be very successful in the future. I brought you here today just to give you an opportunity. If you succeed, you must thank me in the future. I think you are a very loyal person, so you brought me here to seduce her?" Ding Zhao will not let go of any resources. I think if that happens, when I become more powerful one day, I will be the first one to destroy you. Next drink. Zhou Jie started sitting on the other side of Ding Zhao, looking at me and smiling, and later said she wanted to sit between Ding Zhao and me. After sitting down, she said in a coquettish voice, "We meet again. Come on, handsome. Let's have a drink." Zhou Jie, is this kind of life really good? Of course, you have a lot of money to spend now. Before, the company had to keep turning over funds, so naturally it couldn't afford you to live such a carefree life. Now you finally have the opportunity, and you can wear branded clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I never cared about Zhou Jie's spending before, but after all, we started our own business, not inherited our wealth, so we have to save money whenever possible. Zhou Jie sometimes complains that other people wear clothes that cost 50,000 or 60,000 yuan each. I said that although we have this company, we are not rich in Haicheng. If we spend less today, we can earn more in the future. I clinked glasses with her and took a sip. I can't think about the past. If I do, I feel like I can't hold on for even a second. Just don't think about anything. It's good to be numb. After drinking a lot of wine, I looked back and saw Ding Zhao while hugging Zhou Jie, his hands constantly touching her waist. Seeing this scene, he felt very bad and his mentality was immediately broken. He turned to look at Lin Li, wondering if something could happen between him and her. Maybe this will make me feel better. He stood up and toasted Lin Li, and she also stood up, showing her respect. After drinking, she looked at me and smiled, and I looked at her and smiled too. Looking at the mobile phone number on her business card and thinking about the past, I realized that I have experienced such things. What else do I have to be afraid of or care about? I picked up my phone and sent her a message. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." She picked up her phone, looked at it, frowned, and then slowly raised her head. I looked at her straight, and her face suddenly turned red. She hadn't drunk much at the time, so she quickly avoided my gaze. And I still looked at her like that, and she turned around again. I don't care. This shouldn't make you angry, right? Is it a sin to praise a woman's beauty? Women, even if they appear shy or angry on the surface, should like it in their hearts. I now know a thing or two about women. When she saw me again, her chest heaved, and she suddenly looked at me with a blank expression. I just smiled. After my heart was hurt, I always seem to be indifferent towards women. She is indeed so beautiful. What's wrong with you? You are so loyal. Maybe what your man does outside is beyond your imagination. She lowered her head and sent a message there. Soon I received a message saying, I don't like being looked at like this. Please don't do this. I replied, this is my truest thought. I like you. Don't underestimate this seemingly childish text message. You have to know that it will have an unexpected effect. When people are hypocritically following the routine, this kind of true and seemingly excessive words may be more profound. It's better to be real between men and women. She came back and said, you are really annoying. Looking at her text message, I just smiled. This is good. I wish you all hated me. My life makes me extremely disgusted. I hate this environment and everything about it. Of course, I can be like them. The woman said this. Maybe she really liked it? I really want to know what rich girls are like in private. At that time, I seemed to be sinking completely and indulging myself cynically. Perhaps I could get some comfort from this. Since this fucked up life treated me like this, why should I take it so seriously? Sometimes life all depends on your attitude towards it. Once your attitude changes, you will be able to see many other sides that you have never seen before. Chapter 14, The Kind Little Beauty. I raised my head and looked at Ding Xiaohua and Zhou Jie again. They were talking and laughing. Ding Xiaohua was hugging Zhou Jie, and they were kissing her. Smoking a cigarette, watching quietly, numbing myself with alcohol. Even though my heart still ached, I couldn't help but want to look at everything in front of me. I kept telling myself that Zhou Jie was no longer worth my heartache over the relationship between her and me. She was her, and I was me. Nothing but hatred. After the show ended, I was drunk and couldn't drive the car. Everyone else went back. I looked at the night sky outside, my mind full of thoughts. After the accident, I found that I had opened a window of thinking about human nature, and many profound truths emerged. When a man faces a woman, he should never pin too many things on her. A man should be mature and strong, like a wolf or a wild beast. Of course, I don't know if there is a woman who can change my mind and pull me out of this despair. Maybe there will be, maybe not. I know I will become someone I won't even recognize myself. When you come out of the storm, you will never be the same again. There was a knock on the window outside. I opened the window and saw a little girl. She looked at me, frowned, and said, "Are you okay?" I was drunk, so I looked at her and smiled and said, "How much for the night?" "Ah, you rascal." She frowned. I snorted and said, "I don't know you. Why do you come up to greet me? You are a naughty boy, aren't you? You are so young. Are you mistaken? Our boss asked me to come over and ask you. We just had dinner together. Don't you recognize me?" I opened the car door and got out. After getting out, I approached her and she dodged me. I seemed to have some impression of her. Her name was Schwer. "What's the matter?" I swayed, took out a cigarette from my pocket, lit it, and then exhaled a puff of smoke. As a result, I almost fell and leaned against the car. She hurried over to support me, but I felt dizzy and passed out immediately. The doctor told me that I can't drink so much alcohol because of a head injury. But if I don't drink, how can I resist the cruelty of life? When I woke up, I was in the hospital with a girl named Schwer beside me. I felt weak all over and was still on glucose. After opening her eyes, she hurriedly said, "Do you know that I was the one who brought you to the hospital?" "So what? How much does it cost?" I asked. She snorted and said, "You only care about money. Don't people have any feelings for each other? You have it with your parents, but it may not be true with your boyfriend." After I said that, she was so angry that she trembled and said, "Oh my God, you are still a philosopher. I tell you, I don't have a boyfriend." "Yeah, why would a little kid find a boyfriend?" I propped myself up and sat up, feeling dizzy and aching in the head. "The doctor said that you have a head injury and you can't drink." When she said that, I thought of the previous meal when she sat next to Lin Lee and should be Lin Lee's secretary. "Thank you. How much is the medical bill?" I asked, and she showed me a small notebook with neat handwriting. She also gave me the medical bill. I took out my phone and said to her, "Here, I'll give it to you." After the transfer, she muttered, "Isn't there any money to take care of you? By the way, I don't want to owe anyone anything." So I said, "Don't worry. How much do you want? Is 500 enough? How about this? You can treat me to a meal later. I don't want your money. Besides, I'm not after the money. My boss asked me to take care of you. Now that she's gone, I'm leaving too. Bye. Thank you, I said, and she made a face and walked away. I took out my cell phone and saw a message from Lin Lee. I sent you to the hospital just to be a good person. I hope you won't be so disrespectful to women. Not every woman is like the one you know. Maybe you are in a bad mood or have suffered some kind of blow. I don't know. I just want to tell you this. I didn't reply to her. Miss Lin and Ding Xiaohua came with a few engineers to meet me. They wanted to see if I was really capable. I met Lin Lee again in a high-end restaurant. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at me. I think you don't have to look at me like that. The fact that you asked your secretary to take me to the hospital that day shows that you don't have a very bad impression of me. Looking at me like this now seems a bit hypocritical. Several engineers looked at me like spies. In terms of their abilities, they were far inferior to me. A war of words. They were testing me and told me a lot of design methods for software development, which is my specialty. Not only did I answer them, I also asked some questions that they couldn't answer. Brother, you are so awesome. This is amazing. He's an engineer from Huafeng. Ding Xiaoguo applauded repeatedly. Lin Li looked at me with a sweet smile and admiring eyes. Brother, can you guarantee that the products you make can be used in aviation and high-speed rail? Can you guarantee that they meet the standards? There won't be any problems? Ding Xiaoguo said impatiently. Of course, this can't be accomplished by one person alone. It requires a team. As long as there is funding in a team, it's not a problem, I said, taking a puff of cigarette. Lin Li said confidently, Don't worry, this is not a problem. What I need is talent, top talent. By the way, I heard that Joma Times has this kind of technology, and I heard that their boss is very capable. Why did their boss disappear? Ding Xiaoguo was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said, It's what he deserves. He really deserves it. He was originally a very outstanding talent, and I admired him very much. But he disappointed me so much. He actually indulged in drinking, whoring, and gambling. He was also addicted to gambling and stole someone else's wife. In the end, he got into trouble. It's possible that he was harmed by the man. He really deserves it. Damn it. You have the worst side of human nature and human heart. After the meal, the beautiful Lin said to Ding Xiaoguo, Brother Ding, I want to talk to Lu Feng alone about something. Ding Xiaoguo hurriedly said, Okay, you guys chat. You young people have a good chat. When it was just me and her, I smoked and looked away. I want to ask you, what did you mean by sending me that text message that day? It seems that the text message left a mark on her heart. Chapter 15, Are there any good women? Oh, it's like this. I drank too much that day. Sorry, I didn't go to see her. Have you been through something? For example, in terms of love life, have you developed resentment towards women? She asked with concern and curiosity. At this time, she didn't seem as mature as when she was working and seemed quite simple. He is really good at predicting things. Yes, to be honest, it is true. It seems that although you kept smiling on the surface, you were actually very unhappy inside. You drank a lot that day. I think you are a talented person, and you shouldn't drink like this. I didn't say anything. She continued, And you smoke so much. You know, we really need talent. Talent is the foundation of a strong country. Rather than just making money, I want to do something that can change society and the future with technology. It seemed like he was giving me a lesson, so I smiled and said, Yeah, you're right. So today I saw that you are so outstanding. There are many things I don't understand, but those engineers I found are very excellent. They said that you are a very rare talent. So, do you understand what I mean? Looking back at her, she was looking straight ahead, seriously, blinking her eyes. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Lin. How do you know Mr. Ding? I asked. She said, He is a friend of my father. Are you good friends? Oh, we just met not long ago. He is very enthusiastic and wants to get me to do things together. I'm not very familiar with him, but my father is quite familiar with him. He was my father's former subordinate. The Lin family is very powerful in Haicheng, and her father owns many companies. It is an honor to be able to talk to Miss Lin alone. I felt like I had nothing to say to her. She lit up the cigarette again, took a puff, and said coquettishly, Why are you smoking again? I was stunned. Do we know each other well? Why is your tone so coquettish? Oh, sorry. I was about to put out my cigarette, and she said hurriedly, Finish it. My dad smokes all the time, too. Looking at her charming face, I thought she might be interested in me. It's just that I have given up hope on love. Yeah, I said again. It's not that I don't want to say anything, but I don't have anything to say to women. I feel like you need to be saved. After she said that, I was stunned. Do I need to be saved because I think you are very unhappy? What did I do wrong? Do I need to be redeemed? Those bastards need to atone for their sins. Maybe, but Mr. Lin, do you have any good way to redeem me? And is the crime I committed serious? Well, it's not too heavy. You need sunshine and rain to nourish your heart, so that you can be full of hope for life, love life, and yearn for beauty. It's easy to talk without any pain in your waist. If you were me, you were a man, and your wife had such a situation, would you still yearn for a better life and show me? Don't advise others to do good without experiencing their suffering. I feel that she is a woman who is detached from the world after all. Maybe she has a happy family. Maybe her husband really loves her, and maybe she loves her husband too. But now I am me. You are you. You are in happiness you will not understand. I just smiled faintly there and didn't say anything. You're laughing because you feel I'm joking? She really wanted to chat with me. Does Ms. Lin have a family? I asked her. Not yet, she said unconfidently. She looked quite old, about the same age as me. I looked at her and said, such a big beauty must have a lot of admirers, right? She looked at me blankly and said, oh, you haven't met the right person yet. Aren't you also not married? I was betrayed by a woman. Deeply, deeply betrayed. I don't believe in love anymore. I'm different from you. Do you think it's right to stop believing in love all your life because of a woman? She said lightly. I don't know either. How about you be my girlfriend? I looked at her and smiled. After hearing this, she blinked her eyes and her face turned slightly red. If Zhou Jie had not betrayed me so cruelly, I would not have had such courage, but now my courage is too strong. You are such a bastard. You're making fun of me again, you. She seemed to hate me, but I knew she didn't hate me that much. I laughed and said, you're just kidding. Aren't you afraid that I won't invest? After she said that, I said, it was Lao Ding who asked me to come here. Mr. Lin, it's not necessary. I'm just kidding. We are both around 30 years old. It's okay, I said with a frown. She sighed and felt that I was being unreasonable and said, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm leaving you, bad guy. She even raised her hand as if she was going to hit me. Looks so charming. She was carrying her bag, as if she was running away. She walked a few steps and then hurried back. I was there smoking with my head down. She snorted and said, don't think that just because you are talented, I will be friendly to you. I slowly raised my head and looked at her and said with a sad face, do you think there are still good women in this world? She seemed to feel sorry for me. She looked at me for a moment and said, how come there isn't one? That's me. I looked at her quietly, and she looked at me quietly. At that moment, I wished she was a good woman, and then she would be my wife. We had another life, not the life of Zhou Jie and I. When I thought of Zhou Jie, I felt extremely heartbroken. Because I had drunk a lot of wine, I felt a little uncomfortable. I sighed and lowered my head and said, even if she is a good woman, she will belong to someone else in the future. Sometimes we really don't know that when you are very courageous, have suffered trauma, have no desires, and no one wants to pursue you, opportunities will come. This life is really incredible. What does that have to do with you? You say you are so talented, but you drink so much because of a woman. Really? I looked up at her and said, then be my girlfriend, okay? I like you. I won't talk to you anymore. Her face turned red again, and then she twisted her body and left. At the door, she looked back at me and said, if you bully me again, I will be rude to you. She looked so cute. I think this woman is quite interesting. I'd like to see how you can be rude to me. The next day when I got off work, I saw a duo sitting in front of her desk in a daze with a sad look on her face. I wondered if I needed to tell her that during those days, Duo was absent-minded all day and cried at the slightest provocation. Seeing her like this, I felt extremely distressed. I was really worried that she would have mental problems from then on, and that would be harmful to others. So I walked over slowly. Being cared for and concerned by such an innocent woman made me feel both happy and distressed. Chapter 16, Duo's Request. When I walked to Duo, I found that she had lost weight recently, which made me feel very sad. Assistant phone, are you in a daze? I sat down next to her. Duo slowly turned around, looked at me, and said, is there anything wrong? If you do this, the group will let you go. Be happy and work hard. It's not like they won't pay you, right? I won't leave. My labor contract is for 5 years. Even if the company is acquired, it will still be valid. This is all written in the contract. I will not affect my work. Still no news about your boss? I asked. Duo sighed and said, well, it's too pitiful. Good people don't get good rewards. Duo shook her head and tears fell. At this point, I thought I had to tell her. Firstly, Duoduo's behavior was enough to prove her loyalty to me. If she continued like this, I was afraid she would have mental problems. I approached Duo and whispered affectionately, "Don't be sad. Can I invite you to dinner tonight?" "I won't go. I told you, don't think that just because you are handsome, I will go out to dinner with you. I won't look for another man. I miss our boss." As she said that, Duo started packing her things. "What if I have news about your boss?" After I said that, Duo was stunned for a moment, then looked at me and said, "If you can find the boss, I will follow you." What Duo said made me feel heartbroken, but of course happy. "You are not doing this well. You are with another man just for your boss. If your boss likes you, he will be so sad. Never mind all that. As long as the boss is alive, anything is fine." Duo looked at me with a sad and eager look. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she thought I was just teasing her and walked away with her bag. I followed her, and after we got into the elevator, she looked back at me and said, "But you look a bit like the boss. The boss is also this tall, and his eyes aren't as fierce as yours, but a bit similar. The boss is very honest, a bit dull, doesn't joke with women, and is very serious. I have trained all of these, including the voice of speech and the eye contact." After we got out of the elevator, Duo was about to get into her car. I hurriedly followed her and whispered, Duo, it's me." After I said that, she turned around, looked at me standing there in a daze, and said, "Who are you?" "I'm your boss. I'm telling you what happened." After I said that, she shook her head and said, "No, you're not. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" "Yes, listen to me. Phone Duo." I pulled her into the car, and after we got in, I told her what had happened. Duo was completely stunned and looked at me stupidly. I touched her hair and said, "I'm sorry, Duo. I made you worry about me. I didn't want to tell you, but I see you like this every day, and I'm worried. I don't want you to be like this. But you don't look like a boss anymore. You are not." Duo started crying. I said, "I am more handsome than before. Isn't that good?" "No, I only remember the boss. The boss was not like this. I want the old boss." Duo shook her chest and pouted. I hurriedly hugged her, and Duo pushed me away and said, "You lied to me. You just wanted to take advantage of me. You lied to me on purpose. You're not that kind of person." Duo, I really am. I can remember a lot of things we said together, the last time I saw you, the clothes you wore, the situation at your home, everything. I can tell you that I am your boss. Duo asked me many questions, and I answered them all. It's not that she didn't believe me, but she didn't want me to change. But suddenly she hugged me and said, "Boss, I'm in so much pain. I can only talk to you with my eyes closed. I really don't like handsome guys. I just like bosses. What should I do?" I hugged her. She said in my arms, "I can accept you." He left Duo, looked at her and said, Duo, I'm sorry. I can't be with you. I want revenge. Can I treat you as my sister? It's rare that you're so good to me, but I'm different from the past. I'm going to be unpredictable in the future. I don't want to be a good man anymore. I treat you as my sister. Be obedient. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you obediently. Duo is very obedient. I can't let go of this hatred. It's a knot in my heart. If I don't resolve this problem, I will live in unrest for the rest of my life. That day, I took Duo out for dinner, and we ate her favorite Japanese food at a very high-end Japanese restaurant. She loves sashimi, so I ordered a lot of it. She was embarrassed to eat it first, so I gave it to her and said, "Eat more. The boss will treat you well in the future." And Xiaoma, I can't let him know now, but in the future, if I become rich again, I will let him enjoy everything I can enjoy. And you, phone Duo, except for my love, everything else is fine with me. Then can I sleep with you? She said that, and I was stunned. Duo looked at me quietly, biting her lips lightly with her teeth. I slowly lowered my head, took out a cigarette, and my hands began to tremble. Chapter 17, Such a Good Girl? I Can't Bear to Touch. The cigarette was almost finished, and he looked up at Duo. She still looked at me with the same expression. Did Duo no longer suppress her love for me after I disappeared? This was something I had never thought of. "That will ruin you," I said. Duo rolled her eyes at me, then lowered her head and muttered, "Are you poisonous?" "That's not what I meant. It's because I can't give you happiness. I can't love anyone anymore. I've started to doubt women and the world. It's hard for me to get better now. I have psychological problems. Duo, don't be like this. I think Xiaoma is good. He has a girlfriend. Besides, we are just friends. We have never been attracted to each other, but Fatty Dong likes me very much. He wants to play with me. And that old ding, he does the same. I went to him because of your matter, and he almost gave me. I frowned, gritted my teeth, and cursed. Damn you, old man. I will make you fall into eternal damnation. Don't be angry, they didn't succeed. I'm good at protecting myself, and won't let them get it. Duo said obediently. Well, Duo, don't do these things for me in the future. I'll be worried. Duo, hurry up and eat. This is your favorite food. I will often take you to eat it in the future. You can pretend to be my woman. My current position is a man who likes to play. Louding knows it. Now I know what they are like, and I can do it too. Okay, boss, but you might have a bad heart, but it's just suppressed. Whether a man is good or not doesn't really have much to do with these things. It's all about behavior. Maybe you didn't dare to do that before because of that woman. Don't be sad for her anymore. She's a bad woman, okay? Duo was trying to make me happy, and it seemed like she still had her own little thoughts, letting me relax a little maybe. Okay, let's not talk about this. I picked up a piece of sashimi and put it to Duo's mouth. She looked at me, opened her mouth and ate it, then chewed it in big mouthfuls. After dinner, Duo didn't want to go back. She said she wanted me to take her to sing. So I took her to sing. At this time, when I am with Duo, I still feel not lonely and not so desperate. Duo kept making me happy and pulled me to sing with her. While we were singing, Duo put her arm around me. Later, she kept drinking, but she had a very good alcohol tolerance. Her grandfather was a heavy drinker. I have been to her house, and I have seen that her grandfather drank 3 times a day, and her father could drink too. They were both ordinary workers, and her parents were nice people. Duo frowned there and said cutely, I'm drunk. I could see that he wasn't drunk. He was clearly lying to me. I said I would send you back. Duo shook her head and said, Take me back, okay? She just wanted to feel it, but so what? Let me tell you, Duo, I've been with a lot of women. I'm not that good now. I'm a bad man. The more you talk, the more I want to know. As she said that, Duo snuggled into my arms. If I had known this would happen, I would rather not tell her. I really can't resist Duo. She makes my reason and emotion experience a painful struggle. She has a pure face, slightly plump and fashionable. I once said that she would bring good luck to her husband, and Duo said that it was because her big but made her fertile. She was very direct in her words, and I felt a little embarrassed. In my arms, Duo jumped around like a little python. Because of Jie's betrayal, I was filled with ferocious, torn resentment. I felt like I might lose control at any moment and swallow Duo like a little lamb. Duo came to the company 3 years ago. She was timid at first because she had just graduated from college and seemed not to have completed her development. Over the past 3 years, I have witnessed her grow up day by day, especially in one area. She said that her grandparents had been ordering milk for her since she was a child, and even though she didn't want to drink it now, her grandmother still forced her to drink it. I can smell the milk on her. In the end, I controlled myself, which required tremendous determination. Duo lay on my legs, looked up at me, and suddenly started scratching me with her hands, and then started whimpering. You are so heartless. Do you know that I care about you and worry about you every day? But you can't even show some love to me? I have some confusion about girls born in the 1990s. I carried her out on my back, got her in the car, and took her to my place. Chapter 18, Jie's Flattery. That night, I cherished Duo so much. I took off her shoes, wiped her face, and took off her coat. Just as I was about to cover her with a blanket, she suddenly hugged my hands and held them against her chest. I shivered immediately, and a warm feeling came over me. Soft, full, and voluptuous. A youthful and charming face, short hair that reaches the ears, and a touch of fashion. The lips are pink and plump. Close your eyes and call me obediently. Boss. It was very hard to bear the thought of how good she was to me, but I endured it. Such a beautiful, simple, and kind girl is truly a wonderful gift from God to the world. They hurt me so much, and I was so pitiful before. Now I have such a good sister who loves me, and I am extremely touched. It's sweet and full of attraction, though. But I can't do that unless I can give her a lifetime of love and responsibility. He shook his head, held back, slowly pulled his hand back, and covered Duo with the quilt. The next day, I went to the company very early. I was about to go through the resignation procedures, and Ding Xiaohua and Linley asked me to set up a technology company together. I need money. I've almost spent all my 1 million. I felt a lot of pressure. If it was just an ordinary life, then of course not, but I need revenge, and I absolutely cannot do it without money. The company was established, and I became the general manager. Life is so incredible. I want to infiltrate their inner circle and find out how Zhou Jie teamed up with them to harm me. I would first identify all the goals. Ding Xiaoguo was anxious to develop a software system. He had connections with Lin Li's father and had won projects in Haiching Aviation, subway, and high-speed rail. That's definitely a piece of fat. Their relationship is not so strong that someone can make the final decision directly. I think it should be one of the upper echelons. Because this type of project is so lucrative, companies with such technology will not resell their patents. This is probably why they want to harm me. I am in charge of this project now, and it all depends on me if they want to achieve their goals. Technically, they don't understand it at all. Just one day before we were about to sign the agreement, Zhenhua Group was also going to join. Wu Ming brought Zhou Jie to see us to discuss cooperation and sharing patents in the future. I don't want to give up my shares anymore. Zhou Jie actually used her beauty trap on me. I wanted to play along, although I didn't want to touch her again. In order to achieve my goal, I would just treat it as spending money to find someone. Mr. Liu, we are all friends. Is there any problem with one more person joining? As she said this, Zhou Jie leaned over and looked at me with a charming smile. Zhou Jie rarely smiled like this before. She always acted like a good wife to me. She never wore anything so revealing. She must have been doing beauty treatments recently. Her appearance has changed a lot. This vicious woman is not afraid at all and will not repent. You can't imagine. You can't understand. If I could understand it, I wouldn't be so painful. I want to guarantee my shares. We originally agreed that there would be 3 of us, but now there's one more person coming in and asking me to give up 10% of my shares. The 2 funds are enough to complete this project, so I'm losing it for nothing. Even if I give it to you, you won't be willing, right? Looking at Zhou Jie, I might lose control at any time, just like when I was facing Ding Xiaohua. The feeling is indescribable. The resentment is at its extreme, but you have to endure it. I have endured so much pain and been reborn. What is there that I cannot endure? By the way, Mr. Liu, you have a really nice voice, especially magnetic. After all, you have lived abroad, so you have that kind of foreign style. And your manners are very gentlemanly. Just be more generous. With more money coming in, your shares will also appreciate. That's true, but the little money I made in the early stages can't compare to the value that will be brought by the success of the project. Besides, I can't cash out in the early stages. I took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and looked at Zhou Jie calmly. Of course, I understand Zhou Jie. She's a little clever, and she used to be that way. But I didn't think it was a big deal at the time. You know, when you love someone, you can tolerate all these things. I admit that I truly love Zhou Jie. Having said that, Zhou Jie further demonstrated her skills. Chapter 19, Honey Trap Me. Mr. Liu, Lao Ding said that you love to play. You have lived abroad and are very open-minded. Do you want me to take you out to play? Or, she said in a low voice and very directly, I will play with you. How do we play? I sat up straight and suddenly went crazy. Zhou Jie was almost sticking to him. Looking at her in front of me, I thought of Ding Xiaohua, Wu Ming, and other men. I can't think too much, as this will easily lead me to extremes. Zhou Jie pulled my hand, and I shivered. Touching her hand again, the feeling was indescribable. So strange, so evil and vicious. Damn it, I really want to reach out and strangle you to death. I closed my eyes and didn't look at her. Oh dear, do you like it? Zhou Jie's voice also changed. It was not the same voice she used when she was with me. This should be the voice she used when she was with other men. A woman behaves differently in front of her husband and in front of other men. Of course, a woman's attitude towards different people should be different. There is only one right state, that is loving your husband, being intimate with him. They love each other, but having the same attitude towards other men. That's perfect, isn't it? This is love, isn't it? Yes, this is love. It is the most beautiful love in the world. But unfortunately, I don't have the happiness and luck to have it. I don't. Not only that, he was also brutally murdered. Whenever I think of this, I feel like my life will never get better. Unless you lose your memory, you always feel that your life has been torn apart and the trauma in your heart is difficult to heal. I met Zhou Jie at noon in the summer of my senior year at a class reunion. I saw a very quiet girl who didn't talk much, but had something in her eyes. I like girls with ideas, and I feel that she is quite cultured. After talking to her, I found that she is indeed quite thoughtful. For a science guy, she knows things that I don't. She likes petty bourgeois culture, likes listening to folk songs, and likes going to Li Jiang in Tibet. She said she could find a spiritual home there, and she particularly liked the romantic and beautiful feeling. We were all young then, and I thought it was a high-level state of life. Later, I realized that it was just pretending. Zhou Jie's family was relatively well off, a working-class family. Her parents used to work in a fairly famous candy and food factory. Compared to me, she has never suffered. She has everything she needs to eat and drink. But because I was born in Haicheng, a prosperous metropolis with too many rich people, I always felt that I was inferior to others since I was in elementary school. After getting to know her, I thought that although her family conditions were much better than mine, and maybe she was considered poor in Haicheng and wanted to live a good life, it was understandable. But later, when she had a little money, which allowed her to live better than many people, she was still not satisfied and always felt that she was not as good as others. Some people's desires are endless. After the accident, when I tried to recall the past, it became clearer bit by bit. This is not a reason for you to hurt me. I told myself not to think about it because it would cause me great pain. When I saw Zhou Jie, she was like this in the office. I quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Maybe some other time." She yelled, "No," and then she came hard. I can't ruin my plan. I can't slap them or kick them. She grabbed my hand and moved closer to me, making it impossible for me to resist. If I resisted, I would offend her and even make her suspicious. Since I met Lao Ding as a playboy, Lao Ding would definitely tell her what kind of person I was. I didn't have any initiative. When she saw me like this, she said, "You are now the future daughter-in-law of the Zhenghua Group family. She can be as shameless as she wants." I smiled and said, "And Lao Ding's love." She sat in my arms coquettishly and said, "You are a bad guy. I know you know it, but don't say anything. Be careful, or your brother will kill you." This sentence made me shiver all over. I was suddenly extremely angry and grabbed her hand tightly. Her words, saying she wanted to kill me, made me lose control. All the strength in his body gathered together and was about to go towards Zhou Jie. Chapter 20, it's really scary. Thinking about those heart-wrenching and darkest moments in life. All the plans and endurance are for the ultimate desired result. I slowly put away all my anger, smiled, and said, "It's also possible that I killed him. It's hard to say." "That's fine. Then we'll see who's stronger. Since I'm like this, I'm considered your woman. You three men can compete together. I like strong people. Don't let the blood splash all over you and scare you to death." I smiled coldly. Zhou Jie was frightened. She looked at me in shock for a moment, then frowned and said, "What you said is so scary. We are all honest people." "Honesty? Don't taint this word." I nodded and smiled, then said with a scumbag look on my face, "You can play like this, so you're still afraid of joking? Don't worry, with you like this, there will be hundreds of millions of men in the country who will love you." Zhou Jie was confused and stunned for a moment, then quickly said with a smile, "I knew that you men can't live without this. You all like this, as long as I want. There is a chance for me to get close to you. There is no man I can't handle. What the hell is this capital? It is too easy for women to think so. In this sense, good women are even more rare." I can no longer imagine what Zhou Jie was like in the past. She has become a completely different person, but I also know that she has not changed. This is her. She smiled and said coquettishly, "Don't be afraid of me. What else can I do to you? I just think you are really interesting. I know you are on guard. If you miss me next time, call me." I didn't say anything. I thought about it for a while, and after careful consideration, I decided to agree to her. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get along with them. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Jie quickly tidied herself up, opened the door, picked up her bag, and walked out proudly. I saw it was Lin Li, and she turned around and looked at Zhou Jie. Seeing Lin Li, I smiled slightly. She turned and looked at me again, with a puzzled look on her face. "I'm not your husband. Why do you look at me like you're catching a thief?" "What a woman," Lin Li said. Apparently she had a bad impression of Zhou Jie. "What's wrong?" I asked, and Lin Li said, "She came here to use the honey trap, right?" Sitting on the sofa, I lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "I don't know." "Do you understand her? Her husband disappeared half a year ago, but she acts like nothing happened and dresses up all day long. It's incomprehensible." Lin Li sat down and looked at me. "I don't know." I looked at Lin Li and smiled. She frowned and said, "Really? If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't want to work with Lao Ding and the others. He insisted on letting Wu Ming in as well. Although our two families have a good relationship, he's just a playboy. What can he do? My dad insisted that we all get rich together or something like that. How annoying." Lin Li is a woman who is neither careless nor delicate, but she speaks in a comfortable way and her values seem to be positive. Then what should I do? I'm in charge of technology, and I don't want it either. I just want to get what belongs to me. The key is that I just returned to Haicheng. I have no connections or background, right, Mr. Lin? I'm helpless too. So I came to you, and you said you didn't want to give up your shares. It was precisely because you mastered the core technology that I could compromise. I couldn't beat my dad. She told me whatever she wanted. I smiled and said, Boss Lin, there is one thing I'm curious about. When you first met me, you seemed to treat me as one of your own. You recognized me very much. Do you treat me like this? Or do you treat many people like this? I think we shouldn't be too emotional in business. I won't tell you, but I'm telling you, I don't need to be on guard against anyone. Everything I do is above board. In Haicheng, do you think I need to be on guard against anyone? I'm not doing this business to make money. I chose to come here because I feel that it is very important to build a strong country in science and technology. Yeah, I understand. I walked over and poured her a cup of coffee and put it in front of her. She looked up at me, took the coffee, and said, Your English should be good, right? Yes, I am good at English, even when I was in college. It's okay, what's wrong? I have something I want you to translate for me. Can you take a look at it for me? She seemed to be investigating me, as if she didn't quite trust me. As she said that, she came over and sat next to me, very close to me. I turned my head slightly to look at her. She was dressed quite sexy. Was she trying to get close to me on purpose? Did she miss me? I want to know why she came to see me. I smiled frivolously, and she looked at me and seemed to notice that I was staring at her chest, and her face turned red. Chapter 21: The Woman with a Fiance. Seeing me like this, Lindley gave me the file, then stood up and sat opposite me. It seemed like she was afraid that I would do something to her. Seeing her like this, I thought it was really funny. What was she pretending for? If you act too deliberate, you will just be incriminating yourself. You were just shocked by my directness. It's okay. I won't laugh at you, it's normal. People live under moral public opinion, but some thoughts are human nature. It's normal to like me. Am I not worthy of being liked? Am I destined to only be hurt by women? Looking at the documents she gave me, I read them, translated them for her, and read some of them to her. She listened intently. There are many people who are good at English. Your spoken English is very good and professional. You must have studied abroad. After all, she is a woman. I said with a smile, Mr. Lin is still worried about me. I have no real skills, but I took this job. I'm afraid I can't escape in Haicheng or abroad, right? You're worrying too much. I really don't understand it. I don't mean anything else. By the way, please don't smoke so much. She cared about me very much. She has a good figure and flowing hair. She has lived in a wealthy family since she was a child. She exudes a different temperament. Even if she is not very good looking, she will look good, not to mention that she has a good foundation. The wrapping is quite tight, and it looks fashionable and pure. Well, pretty good. Thank you, Ms. Lin. Your dress looks great today. I said as I put the documents together and gave them to her, looking at her. She frowned when she heard that, as if I was thinking about something bad again. I gave her the file. She didn't say anything, but just looked at me, as if she believed that I needed redemption. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? I smiled. Lin Li's graceful figure and cold face really attracted me. She took the document, turned around slowly, smiled coldly, and said, What do you want to do? Can I treat you to a meal? I said seriously, looking at her, I smell a woman's scent on you. She squinted her eyes and looked at me and said, Is it from Zhou? How is that possible? I sniffed it and said, It must be the smell of my own perfume. The one you're wearing is from Crocodile, and there's another layer of Versace, which is from Zhou, and it has a faint smell of tobacco. She's really amazing. Zhou is indeed using Versace. Her perfume is so strong, so of course I can smell it, it's normal. I continued, I can smell your perfume too, but I don't know what brand it is. I use a very niche brand. You look very nervous. I don't think I would date that kind of playboy. Her dark and bright eyes looked at me and smiled. I was stunned for a moment and just smiled faintly. When we got to the door, she looked back at me and said, I already have a fiancé, sorry. So that's how it is. I smiled and said, Congratulations. Thank you. She smiled and turned away. I was just saying it casually, but it seems like I want to pursue you. You have a fiancé, but you still want to be close to me. I'm looking forward to meeting you and getting to know you to see if you are really faithful. It would be best if you're a good woman. It would be comfortable to just look at you and admire you. A few days later, the decision was finally made and Wu Ming and Zhou Jie also invested. Ding Xiao treats me like his own father, because they had harmed me before and failed to take over Zhoumaera, so he now knows what to do. I threw myself into the work. We need to build the basic framework of the company first. As for the construction period, I think everything depends on me. Ding Xiaogua and I have become closer and closer because of our cooperation, but damn, he is so close to me, but I treat him like a pig and a dog. He talked to me about almost everything, including what happened with Zhou Jie. I really want to know when his relationship with Zhou Jie started. Ding Xiao would drink a lot that day and was accompanied by several girls. He hugged a girl and touched and kissed her. Brother, you know what? Even though I'm old, you may not be as good as me. There are so many women who like me over the years. Let me tell you, isn't Zhou Jie pretty? Wu Ming's girlfriend. Even though Wu Ming is so arrogant in front of me, I have to look at his face now. His woman is also obedient with me. She does whatever I want and calls me godfather. She is so coquettish and wild. Ding Xiao sighed and continued. I have never seen such a wild woman. She could do anything. She is so wild. Brother, she said she wanted to find you that day. Did you see it? Huh, why are you pretending? You don't look like someone who came back from abroad. Hey, are you pretending to be someone who came back from abroad? People abroad are much more open than in China. When did you two meet? I squeezed the cup hard. Chapter 22. It starts before getting married. I have known Zhou Jie earlier than all of you. You should all call me Big Brother, but I came first. She followed me before she got married. When she was a little girl, she was so tender, but now it feels different. Among all the women I have had, Zhou Jie understands me the best. I got her pregnant when she was in her 20s and she wanted to marry me, but I did not agree, so she married a loser. Later you said it was even more interesting. Her husband often worked overtime and was busy in the company. I often went to her house at night and looked at their wedding photos at her house. Oh, this life is so wonderful. So, brother, you have to make more money. With money and a body, there are countless women waiting for you. As he said this, he picked up the glass of wine and put it to the girl's lips. When the girl was about to drink, he poured it directly on her. Although I've been trying to let it go, I still go crazy when I hear this. I lowered my head and trembled, my heart full of resentment. My life was ruined by Zhou Jie, this bitch. She cheated on me and ruined everything for me. When I think about how much I once loved her, how much I loved her, what a beautiful sight I saw. On the wedding day, I was so happy that I put the diamond ring I bought for Zhou Jie on her finger. Being able to afford a diamond ring at the age of 23, I thought that not only was I successful in my career, but I was also about to marry a beautiful wife and usher in the most important happiness in life. It's really good, I said, suppressing the pain in my heart. Then why did you follow Wu Ming again? You kid. You won't be possessed by a demon after having sex with Zhou Jie once, right? Ha! Zhou Jie said that she is very good at dealing with you. Wu Ming likes this, but don't tell Wu Ming about our relationship with Zhou Jie. That kid is much worse than me. Ha! Zhou Jie can satisfy his huge taste. No wonder Ding Xiaohua acted like he didn't need a woman at all after he met me. While getting to know me, he couldn't show his romantic side because of his affair with Zhou Jie. You can imagine what he was thinking inside when he looked at me, seemingly a gentleman on the surface. This is the greatest pain in the world, and the sorrow that comes from it. I clenched my fist tightly. In order to see his true side and get him to tell me about him and Zhou Jie, I had to act playful in front of him. This is just as I expected. After hearing Ding Xiaohua say this, I couldn't calm down. Many times, I relied on sedatives to calm myself down. After I went back that day, I couldn't calm down for a long time. In the long, dark night of loneliness, the scenes of the past were like daggers stabbing me. Just when the wounds were about to heal, they were torn apart again, like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. By hacking into information technology, I was able to steal a lot of Zhou Jie's WeChat chat records. That day, I excitedly opened the chat records on my computer, hoping to get valuable information from them. The chat history only contains the last 3 months. The earlier ones have been deleted by her. I'm still trying to figure out how to get rid of it. The records of these 3 months are too far away from the time of my accident. However, from the chat records of these 3 months, I can also discover the real Zhou Jie. She recently started chatting with a foreigner. This foreigner is called Louis, and he works as a regional manager for a major automobile brand of a multinational company in China. Zhou Jie talked to him in English. English was naturally no problem for me. Zhou Jie's English was also good. She often had to read some English materials about trade in Zhenghua Group. Zhou Jie first met Louis at a friend's party. Now that she has become a socialite in the upper class, she naturally often attends various parties. This party is called Fashion Bala. The first time they chatted was after they returned from the party. I saw it in the chat history. Lewis. Oh dear. You are such a sweetheart. So adorable. Zhojia. Really? Thank you for the compliment, he. At a shy smile. Lewis. Can I babysit you, baby? Zhojia. How are you going to take care of it? Lewis. The girls here all like us foreigners. The men here don't know how to be romantic. I want to take my little baby to see the most beautiful scenery in the world. I was looking at it with great irritation, yet eagerly looking at the contents below. Chapter 23, very fun. Of course, this is my translation. I really don't know how to express the feeling of Lewis and these bastards who are full of superiority, appear to be gentlemen on the surface, but are actually extremely dirty and sanctimonious in their hearts. Zhojia. Will you take me around the world in your Bugatti Veyron or your Martin? Lewis. All the girls here like luxury cars. Is it the same for you, baby? Zhojia. Of course women like it, but I'm not one of those green tea bitches. My boyfriend is very rich. I like you to be tall and strong. Lewis. That's what all the girls here say, that their husbands are not as good as ours. Fuck you. Zhojia. Then I want to see how powerful you are. However, they have never experienced any high-quality man. The female celebrities who came to participate in Harper's Bazaar today are actually green tea bitches in private. Lewis. Oh dear, my sweetheart. Can I have a date with you tomorrow? Zhojia. It depends on your sincerity. We made an appointment the next day. They made an appointment to go to the Sheraton Hotel and booked the presidential suite. In the evening, Zhojia was chatting with one of her girlfriends. I knew this woman, Chun Rue, who was an editor at Harper's Bar. She seemed very honest when she saw me before and always called me Brother Gu. Chun Rue, how do you feel? Zhojia, wow. It's amazing. I can't put it into words. It's really good. Chun Rue, I'm telling you, it's right for me to introduce you to him, right? Zhojia, you really know how to have fun. Are all your foreign friends so good? Chun Rue, of course, you have never seen what they can do. Zhojia, you bastard. Have you ever played with Lewis? Chun Rue, no. Can you take me with you? Zhojia, okay, it will definitely be fun to be with you then. Kinrui, okay. Damn, these so-called fashionable ladies and socialites are all like this. As expected, they went together and communicated with each other after coming back. I was shocked to see it. I felt crazy. Why do I still feel so much pain? This hateful life, damn it. Why do I feel so much pain? Deception. Total deception from beginning to end. I looked up Lewis information and found out that he was working at a luxury car sales company not far from our company. I also found out his family information. I want to set up this technology company and use various technical means. I will use Ding Xiaogua and Lin Li to help me achieve this. Find the evidence of how they harmed me, and then send them all to prison to face the law. No matter what, if you want to take my life, I will destroy you all. I went on a business trip with Lin Li the next day. Lin Li wants to take me to visit her uncle in the north, which will be helpful for the development of our company. Because I saw Zhou Jie's chat records the day before yesterday, I felt very depressed and my mood was instinctively bad. We went there by plane. On the way, Lin Li wore sunglasses and was dressed very sexy. I didn't want to look at her. She was nothing but arrogant in front of me. I thought if she treats me like this again during the business trip, don't blame me for being rude. Of course her fiancé has not offended me, and I don't want to hurt the innocent. Sitting together on the plane, Lin Li didn't seem to bother me and didn't know how to talk to me. You're so annoying. You're pressing on me while you're sleeping. She pushed me, and I slowly raised my head to look at her, blurrily seeing that she had a fierce look on her face. I think you asked for it. If you do this again, I will let you experience the consequences of bullying me. But I always feel that she did it on purpose and just wants me to deal with her. Chapter 24, is the water in your room hot? I looked at her and said word by word, don't bully me. It's very dangerous. Lin Li seemed a little scared, but still said proudly, then don't sleep on my shoulder. You are surrounded by women. You have their cells in your body. What she said was very petty. I leaned to the other side helplessly. She might have known something about me and seemed angry. This makes me feel pretty good. It seems that they care about me a lot. I feel less lonely when someone cares about me. After arriving in the north, Lin Li took me to meet her uncle Sheng, who was a very influential man. He took me to visit a software company, which was a leader in the industry. When we had dinner together in the evening, Sheng Huainan was very dignified and cheerful. He appreciated me very much and said that I was very polite and that I had an extraordinary bearing despite being young. Lin Li smiled with disdain. I think something will happen to this woman sooner or later. It's just playing with fire. After dinner, I returned to the hotel, took a shower in the room, and lay on the bed watching TV. Lindley rang the doorbell. I opened the door and said coldly, "What's the matter?" "The water in my room is so cold." "Is the water here hot?" She walked towards the bathroom. "I guess summer isn't over yet. Why do we need such hot water?" I don't want to care about her or pay attention to her. At that time, I really hadn't thought about getting her and then getting connected with her family so that I could become successful and achieve revenge earlier. Because every time Lindley saw me, she looked disgusted with me and often talked about her fiancé and so on. Moreover, her family has a very good relationship with the Wu family. I didn't think he could help me, but she always irritates me, and I really want to punish Lindley. After experiencing betrayal, frame up, and the most desperate blow by women, I have long been disappointed with life. I don't want to think about women and feelings anymore. Lindley came over with clothes, bags, and other things, and also carried a suitcase. She opened the clothes and took them to the bathroom. I turned around to look at her. She was standing at the door, looking back and pouting, saying, "I'm not afraid of you," lying on the bed watching TV in a depressed mood. I accidentally saw a TV series on a channel where a couple was very loving. I just felt unwell all over. The water was running in the bathroom. This woman takes so long to shower that I'm afraid she will use up all the hot water in the hotel. I had almost finished watching an economic interview program when she came out. After I came out, I went to get a cigarette, and she snorted and said, "Smoking again? What a shame." The breath is extremely bad. I immediately got angry, and the pain from the past surged up again. Every time I tried my best to suppress it, to excuse myself, and think more positively, otherwise there would be no way to get revenge. But this time I felt like I couldn't hold it back. She was always mean to me, and I was already irritated. I wanted to feel the beauty of a good woman. I'm not saying that I want to do anything to you, just be nice to you, and it's fine for me to be friends with you. I looked at her coldly and said, "Why do you care about me?" Lindley was still very magical. She walked up and said, "What do you think? You are either an alcoholic or a smoker. You are also with that Lao Ding, and you go around looking for women to fool around." She said this to me, but I used to be so innocent and honest. When I was in school, I would blush whenever I saw girls, and as a result, I got the price like that. Why is she saying this to me now? I couldn't control myself any longer. I walked up to her, looking scary. She didn't care. Yes, her family is so powerful. Who in Haiching dares to bully her? "You, what are you going to do?" "Don't think." She raised her face and pouted. "Don't think I'm afraid of you." I looked at her in her pajamas with nothing on underneath, and her white neck so delicate and smooth, and I gasped. "What are you doing? What are you looking at?" Her chest heaving. Like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, relying on the noble bloodline of its ancestors, it doesn't care at all about a groom like me, and even despises me. That's why I won't let you ride me. How can you deserve it? I couldn't hold it back any longer, so I hugged Lindley. Lindley didn't scream. She thought she was not afraid at all. She grabbed me tightly and struggled with me. Of course, she seemed very strong and made faces. I thought I was crazy. At that moment, I thought of her as Zhou Jie. Chapter 25, Forgive My Sins. Lindley looked at me with a look of panic on her face. She didn't expect that I would really do it. But maybe that's what she wanted from me. Because she is hypocritical and pretends to be high profile. She will not give up her rich lady posture easily. All of this is possible. I have to say, she is really beautiful, flawless like a jade, and exudes a faint fragrance. This kind of beauty is artistic. Of course, it does not necessarily mean that this kind of beauty represents the only beauty of women. Women have different bodies, and different looks bring different feelings. I didn't have time to appreciate it carefully. I gritted my teeth, lowered my head, and did that thing to Lindley. Throughout the whole process, Lindley glared at me fiercely. She was not willing to give in, but she was very fierce. However, she finally surrendered. I felt her hands grasping my back tightly, and she closed her eyes tightly. I slowly came to my senses. Lindley looked at me and said, trembling, "I'm going to call the police. I'm going to have you arrested." I was scared and stood there in a daze. I wondered whether I should tell her that I loved her. If she really called the police, I would be doomed. I gave in. At that moment, I looked at her lovingly and said, "You know what? I'm not what you see. You don't know what I have been through. I long for love and warmth. When I saw you, my heart was moved. I drank too much, and Pa!" A slap came over, but it wasn't very hard. I looked at her quietly. She pouted and cried. You are a scoundrel. You are a shameless person, you. Seeing her like this, it seemed like she wasn't really going to call the police. I approached her and tried to hug her, but she shook my hand off, looked at me with grievance, and said, You are so disgusting. You are really the most disgusting man in the world. I have never seen a man as disgusting as you. How could you do this? We are friends. You are such a good student. You have received higher education, but you actually treated me like a gangster in society. I will not let you go. I think if she really did that, then I deserved it. I'm sorry I was wrong. Please forgive me. Forgive me, you know? I was betrayed by my ex-wife, and I've experienced the darkest moment of my life. Can I love again and have my happiness again? I know you are of noble birth, and I am not worthy of you. I'm sorry. Lindley suddenly grabbed the quilt and covered her head, then lay there sobbing. Then she seemed to fall asleep. I slowly lay down and moved slightly closer to her. She did not reject me. Later, she turned over in her sleep, and I hugged her. That night, I was really afraid that she would make a scene and go out. I got up very early in the morning and went out first. After dinner, I waited for her downstairs, and we flew back together. When she saw me, she gave me a blank look without saying a word. She didn't say a word to me until we returned to Haicheng. Fortunately, she did not call the police and did not make a big deal out of it. In this way, I won't dare to provoke her again, so as not to make her angry, otherwise I will get into trouble. So I was careful, like a grandson. The company gradually got back on track. Xiaoma quit his original company, and Duo asked him to come to our company. At first he was reluctant and planned to go to another company. I needed this good brother, so I went to find him myself and had a talk with him. Xiaoma is very capable and can be said to be a rare talent in the professional field. I think when the time comes, I will tell Xiaoma. Duo said that he had been secretly looking for clues, and I asked Duo to tell him not to look for it anymore. I don't want my little brother to do this for me. After all, I'm fine and I'm still worried about his safety. One day, I met Shuyu by chance. She was eating lamb skewers near the city god temple with her car parked nearby. Later I found out why she liked to eat lamb skewers. It was because she lived in the Northwest when she was a child. She felt uneasy when she saw me and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. He felt a little embarrassed, as if he was thinking about what happened to me before. As a female boss, she actually treated the employees of the branch like this. I guess he feels shy. When I saw her, I was immediately excited. Chapter 26, looking forward to hugging Shuyu again. I walked over with a smile, looked at her and said, Eating mutton skewers? She wiped her mouth hurriedly. People who sing operas and perform on stage have a special light in their eyes. Even when they look at people, they are energetic and have a strong sense of stage. She is very charming, just standing there. Shuyu's charm is rare, especially when standing there in a dress. She looked at me with seductive eyes and said, What a coincidence. Then she took the paper and wiped the corner of her mouth again. She was so feminine. Yes, you look beautiful again recently. You look healthy and in a good mood. I didn't look at her. I looked at the kebab man and said, Give me 10. I'll treat you, she said hurriedly. I hurriedly paid, standing there smoking, watching people coming and going in the city god temple. This city is really unique. It is a place with a classical atmosphere, but also with a fashionable feel. There are luxury cars everywhere, many fashionable men and women walking around, and there are many super brand name stores nearby. The temple is very popular and magnificent. There are many tourists from other places and people are everywhere. How have you been lately? Are you okay? She asked me softly. It's okay. You look so happy. Have you found a new boyfriend recently? No, she said quickly. I still didn't go to see her and watch the kebab chef busy himself. Don't make the ones that are fatter and too cooked. They won't taste good if they are too cooked, she hurriedly said to the man who was grilling mutton skewers. It seemed that she was very knowledgeable about mutton skewers. My heart felt warm, as if I could feel her love. Even though we were just talking about lamb skewers, I could clearly feel the sweetness from her heart. While smoking a cigarette, I looked back at her. Shuyu seemed very excited, but she suppressed herself. She was very happy to see me. Do you miss me? I said softly and affectionately. After hearing this, she immediately felt something and turned her face away. After that, she kept avoiding my gaze. I don't know if she was shy or scared. I don't want to, she said after a while, which was particularly affectionate. After all, we had been together, and I had felt her deeply. I didn't reply to her. Holding the lamb skewers, I gave her some. She looked at me, her dark eyes as charming as autumn waves, and then she took it and ate it in big mouthfuls. I was standing in the crowd in a suit and eating lamb skewers. The weather was warm, neither cold nor hot, and it was a refreshing autumn day. Have you been alone lately? I asked her. I am no longer the goo bae I used to be. I don't seem to remember him at all. I feel that is not myself. I am Lu Feng now. I want to live a free and easy life. I want to find my happiness. I want to immerse myself in this beautiful nature and time. I won't tell you, but are you eager to know? She turned her face away and ate. Do you want to go to the temple? I'm going to visit a senior monk in the temple. Do you want to go? He was my master's wife's old lover, and later he became a monk. Your master's wife is really good. It's not easy. Don't talk nonsense. That happened when the monk was young and still in the world of mortals. Afterwards, they were just friends. Shuyu looked at me, her heart full of joy. Okay, let's go visit. I followed her and was very open about it. It would be normal even if someone saw us. When I arrived at the temple, looking at the golden Buddha statue, I wanted to ask, what is the purpose of life? Why do I have to suffer the most tragic thing in the world? Why? Can I have an answer? I have prayed to God more than once to tell me why I had mental problems during the lonely nights, but I could never find the answer. When Shuyu went to visit the monk, I finally did not choose to go in. I think I would consider visiting him one day, but not now. I am afraid that I would be changed by certain words and give up my wolf nature and my desire for revenge. I don't want to let go. I don't want to forgive. I don't want to transcend. I want to let things take their course. Maybe this will make me feel more at ease. Otherwise, the pain will be too much for me to bear. I can't just fall down like this. Shuyu came out and walked behind me. I was outside watching the traffic. I drew a fortune for you. It's a very good one, saying you will have a bright future. After she said that, I try not to be captured by her words. I just smiled, but I was clearly moved by her. She seemed to understand romance very well and could catch you off guard. And this kind of romance can capture a man even more. The two of them stayed there in silence. After a while, Shuyu whispered beside me, "Do you want it?" After hearing her say this, I almost collapsed. This? How could anyone endure this? How could she control a man's soul so well? I felt like every cell in my body was jumping. I was wondering what kind of great monk he was worshiping as he came out and asked me if I wanted one. Well, okay, I said softly. So he quickly booked a hotel nearby and waited for her eagerly. Chapter 27 really gives men a surprise. She brought her performance box up with her. That day, she happened to be passing by the city god temple after the performance. She said she wanted to sing a play for me. After coming up, she became much bolder. She leaned against the door and looked at me, saying seductively, "Tell me, did you come prepared? How could it be such a coincidence? Tell me the truth." At this time, I naturally cannot tell the truth. I walked up to her, and she quickly put her hand away to stop me from touching her. There are too many coincidences in the world. I didn't know you would be the leader of the group. Besides, I'm no longer in Zhenghua group. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come up with you. She raised her face slightly and looked at me with extremely charming eyes. Later, I missed her, but I felt that it was impossible to be with her, so I didn't take it to heart. I also told myself not to love any woman again, not to be emotional, and to just go with the flow. If you treat me well, and I treat you well, then everything is fine as long as we are good to each other. You are lying to me. Look into my eyes and say it. Shuyu looked at me with her bright black eyes, which made me feel uneasy. It's so beautiful. I'm so anxious. When I looked at her quietly, she suddenly couldn't stand it anymore, uttered "oh," then turned her face to the side and said with her chest heaving, "Did you have plastic surgery?" I was stunned when she said that. Is she that handsome? I continued looking at her quietly. You bastard. You are definitely not a good man. You are definitely here for my money. I know you want to be with a rich woman. I'm a top talent in the industry. Do I need me? You underestimate yourself too much. Do you know how beautiful you are? I said affectionately, and she suddenly hugged me, and we hugged each other. She was so wild. It must be because she hadn't had a man for a long time. After they left each other, she smiled and said, "Wait a minute, I'll sing a song for you." I said yes, and she was as happy as a little girl, saying she was going to the bathroom to change clothes. I thought she could just change in front of me. Could it be that after all these days, she has become unfamiliar with me? I have seen everything. After she came out, I saw what she was wearing, and I knew what she was going to sing. It was the female prime minister. She was wearing the crown of a prince consort. Her face looked very delicate, and she had on some theatrical makeup with red lips, drawn eyebrows, and a light rouge at the corners of her eyes. Her eyes are full of brilliance, and the neutral, Ancient men's clothing she wears makes her look particularly sexy and charming. She turned on her phone and played the accompaniment. As the music started, she stomped her feet slowly and immediately got into the mood. The singing style of Hwangmae opera, with a slightly rustling sound, is light, bright, with a cheerful and unrestrained rhythm. The body is sometimes soft and sometimes strong. Leaning there and enjoying it quietly, I am very busy at work, and it is nice to be able to relax and listen to some opera. I used to dislike listening to opera, thinking it was only for old people. But after listening to it a few times in order to get closer to Shuyu, I found it quite good. Classical opera has the ability to calm me down a little and take me back to the past. I want to go back to ancient times. I think that was a time when it was good for women to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. People might have been very conservative. Although it is no longer possible for me, I still yearn for it in my heart. As Shuyu sang, her bright black eyes smiled at me from time to time. She was performing for everyone on the stage, but at this moment, she was performing for a man she loved, a man who made her happy, and there was something wrong with her eyes. She is really sexy, full of ancient charm and modern beauty. She is different from many fashionable women today. Of course, this is only when she is performing. On weekdays, she wears modern clothes. It gave me an extremely strong feeling of spirit and desire. When it was over, she asked me, "Did you like it?" I said I liked it and walked over, already impatient. When I hugged her, I was suddenly stunned. She looked back at me charmingly. I lifted up her costume, and oh my God, she really knows how to seduce men. What do you think it was like then? She wore an ancient men's crown and turned her head slightly. She was a woman in men's clothes with her eyes raised. Her costume was made of silk, smooth, soft, and cool. When I looked down, she was white, slender, and beautiful like jade. He was only wearing a costume. No matter how much a man's mind controls or how much resistance he has at this moment, when I let myself go, throw myself into this world, and come into contact with everything I have never come into contact with before, my heart is still stirred. Am I beautiful? Shuyu raised her face in a daze and looked at me with longing eyes. I said beautiful excitedly, and then I couldn't control myself. Chapter 28, Can't Bear to Leave Me. Bad guy, you're going to ruin my costume. Shuyu certainly didn't care about the costume, begging for mercy, holding me gently with her hands. After not seeing her for many days, this woman has become more and more like a little woman, and more coquettish. In the room of Jinjun Hotel near Chungwang Temple, I was so arrogant and acted like a king. Try your best to conquer Shuyu. After all, humans are emotional animals. When I saw Shuyu was conquered by me, I felt deeply happy. Shuyu leaned in my arms, smiling beautifully, extremely happy, and kept looking at me here and there. My hands fell comfortably on her body, which was fair, plump, and graceful. This big python makes me feel very free, and the depression in my life is constantly driven away by it. Do you like lamb kebabs? I asked her while smoking. Well, I grew up in the Northwest when I was a child, and my mother is from there. After Shuyu said this, I thought, no wonder she is so charming and mature. When did you start learning Hwangmae opera? I began to want to know about her past. I thought this was very abnormal, but I couldn't control myself. I was 17 years old and learned from a grandmother who was a good friend of my grandmother. My grandmother sang Peking opera, and my mother danced folk dance. She supported her face with her hands and looked at me sideways. I guess she came from an artistic family, but I didn't know anything about her family at that time. She was full of mystery to me at that time. Shuyu kissed me obediently, and I touched her hair. What a lovely and beautiful woman. I went to see her, and she looked at me with blinking eyes and said, "Are you unhappy?" I quickly said, "Happy, but I always feel that you are not happy. Can you tell me what's on your mind?" She looked at me with a distressed look. I thought that I couldn't tell her, because I didn't know how things would develop in the future. There is nothing unhappy. I'm very happy. Looking at Shuyu, I pressed her under me again. You little rascal, you little rascal, you are such a little hooligan." Shuyu tickled me and begged for mercy in a coquettish voice. Have you missed me recently? I didn't want to get emotional, but this woman brought me such a great magic that I couldn't resist. She kept nodding, looking at me with a face full of grievance, and said, "Well, yes, I've been holding back. I wanted to contact you several times, but I felt that you knew my identity before and set a trap for me. I was scared, and I'm still worried now. No, it was just a coincidence. Once a woman is conquered, her IQ drops. But I know that you are attracted by beautiful women. All men are like this. How can I put it? It's easy to see beautiful women, But there are no such people as charming and graceful as you. This kind of magic is extremely attractive to me. When I saw you, I lost my soul. Yes, she does have this kind of magic. Before, I have never been with a woman like this. Not to mention this kind, I have never been with anyone except Zhou Jie. After being with Lin Li, I compared her with Xu Yu. She was a little wild horse. Maybe I only had one chance to conquer her in my life, but Xu Yu was different. She was also asking for things and was mature enough. Unlike Lin Li, who was always full of energy. Xu Yu is beautiful, elegant, smart, considerate, gentle, and charming. I don't know how to describe her. Her magnetic field is so strong that even though I try to restrain myself, I cannot escape her magic. Looking at her snow-white skin and slender figure, I kissed her shoulder. She was very affectionate and particularly devoted to me, always calling my name, which was something I had never experienced before. Let me wash away your sins. Xu Yu is sometimes quite funny. When I asked her how to wash away her sins, she would say naughtily, pretend. Then she would throw me down, lie in my arms, look at me and say, what should I do if I miss you? Contact me and let me love you. Do you have other women? And you? You go first. No, I said, and she said, me neither. I don't believe it. Then I don't believe it either. Do you love me? I reject love, but I also long for love, long for true love. Love needs time to prove, so don't tell it now. Very good, it is true. I touched her hair very gently, and suddenly I hugged her tightly, kissed her hard, and said, if you don't love me, never say it. I also want you to say it. If you don't love me, never say it. Love is for a lifetime. She hugged me tightly and whispered in my ear, little rascal. We were happily watching TV in the room. It was the happiest time I had seen in a long time, and I temporarily forgot about everything else. She leaned in my arms, kissed my arm, and watched a variety show with me. It was a skit, and she laughed all the time. I didn't ask about her affairs, and she didn't ask about mine. Later, when she was about to leave, we got dressed together and went out. When we went out, we walked around the busy city god temple. The autumn wind blew my hair, and the sun was very warm. I felt like a person who had lost his soul. Emotionally, I felt that it was difficult for me to devote myself to it. I think even if it is an episode in life, it would be fine if it is beautiful. In autumn, Haiqing has more the old Shanghai style. There were elementary school students in school uniforms passing by, and they looked so small. Shuyu saw that the child was very happy and even greeted him. At that moment, she looked beautiful. When we broke up, she saw that there were many people around, so she reached out and held my hand tightly. I didn't want to show my feelings. She told me, I will go to the Northwest in a few days. The lamb kebabs there are authentic. I just smiled and said nothing. Maybe I can't devote myself to the relationship with her. Romance between young people is always beautiful at the beginning, but it will lead to mistakes. I am afraid that it will end in a bad mood, and I have no revenge, so I am extremely painful in this life. When she got on the bus, she looked back at me. I still just smiled. She waved, and I waved back. Seeing that I seemed a little lost, she turned around and looked at me sadly, then slowly turned away. I think she must be sad, but I don't want any love. It will always be like this. Zhou Jie and I once had a good past, otherwise, I wouldn't be so painful. Because I did something I shouldn't have done to Lin Li, I got into trouble. Her fiancé heard the rumors in the company that I was having an affair with Lin Li, so he came to the company and wanted to kill me. Chapter 29. What a touching care. When Chi Rue and his men broke into my office, I didn't know his identity. Looking at them, I stood up, snorted, and said, what are you doing? Young and dangerous? Fuck you. Are you having an affair with my fiancé? He was very thin, wore glasses, and had a mean look on his face. Who is your fiancé? After saying that, he didn't answer me. Instead, he walked up to me and punched me. I punched him again, and two people rushed over. I don't know how the security guard let them in. Then he came up and started punching and kicking me. At that moment, I was speechless. After all, it was Xiaoma who rushed in and protected me. Xiaoma is really loyal to his friends. They went off cursing. I was taken to the hospital. Shuyu actually knew about this. When she appeared at the door at around 10 o'clock in the evening, she saw me lying there and walked over distressed and asked, is it serious? I didn't expect her to come. It's okay. Everything is fine. I was quite touched when I saw her coming, even though I had been pretending to be cold and heartless. She sat down, stared at my head, and said distressedly, it's broken. Fortunately, there's no damage inside, she said to me, looking at me with concern. I reached out and touched her face. It was cool and springy. Don't be afraid, his father. I and he all know him. She wanted to plead for me, and I told her to forget it, but she insisted on making the call. It's not surprising that she has this ability, because I didn't know her family background at that time. Chi Rue? Why did you hit Lu's phone? She called Chi Rue. I couldn't hear what the other party said clearly. She continued. He was a former employee of my company. It's inevitable that we had contact at work. How could you doubt Lin? What a good girl, isn't she? Finally, she said, well, it's okay. Don't misunderstand me again. After hanging up the phone, she looked at me and said gently, it's okay. I suddenly said, what is your relationship with his father? After hearing this, she curled her lips and smiled and said, what are you thinking about? It can't be that kind of... I just said. She leaned over, slapped my face and said, asshole, stop talking nonsense. At this time, I changed my mind. If she became my girlfriend, I would be willing. I thought there would not be another woman who would harm me like Zhou Jie did. No. Did you miss me? I touched her face, and she leaned over and kissed me. Yeah, I thought about it. Shu Yu immediately had a feeling. That night, Shu Yu accompanied me to the hospital and said she would take care of me. The hospital bed was too small, and I couldn't do anything. I was impatient, and so was she. She kept frowning and told me to take good care of myself and not to act like a hooligan. I said I felt uncomfortable with you swaying in front of me like this, so she lay close to me and asked me to put my hand over and feel it. She blushed, and I felt even more so. The next day, I was discharged from the hospital, and she picked me up and took me to her place. When I got there, I saw that the most luxurious high-rise mansion next to the TV station was not far from our company. They're so rich. The house is over 500 square meters, with luxurious European-style decoration. This mansion is located in this area and belongs to the richest people in Haicheng. They are either celebrities or wealthy people. When I came up, Shuyu told me which celebrity or wealthy person lives here. After I got home, I tried not to act like an inexperienced person. I used to be a small business owner with tens of millions of dollars, but I was far from being able to stand in front of her. I asked her, you don't know how to? Inheriting the family assets. What are you thinking about? She took my hand and showed me around, and I felt so happy. On the soft and elastic Simmons bed, we tore each other in the dark. Everything was so clean. The autumn sun shone through the glass window. Will Shuyu and I have a future? There is too big a gap between us, and I think she has a family. We didn't ask each other about our affairs. At midnight, I woke up from my dream. I had that terrible dream almost every other day, and I kept waving my hands. Chapter 30? Is she my woman? Lu Feng, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Shuyu grabbed my arm, hugged me, and said, it was a dream. It was a dream. It's not real. I was so scared that I broke out in a sweat. I looked at her and said, are you going to kill me? What are you talking about? Silly boy, we. She bit my ear and said, we are together. How is it possible? She coaxed me like a child. I have never received such care. From the time the accident happened until now, I have experienced so much pain, always bearing it alone, feeling helpless, desperate, and depressed. In the pain, I always longed for someone to give me warm care. Maybe it was because of the anticipation day and night that God blessed me. For the first time, I felt a woman caring for me so much. Seeing my horrified eyes, she touched my hair, kissed my face, and said, it's just a nightmare. Don't be afraid, dear. She held me in her arms, and my heart melted. I received the love and warmth that a woman gave me. Maybe that heart was no longer under my control and slowly became dependent on her. Suddenly, I grabbed her and said, you are mine. You are mine. Don't leave me. Well, I promise you, I won't leave you. Shuyu looked at me and smiled gently. Are you my woman? I asked her. Shuyu is tall, fair-skinned, and big-boned. Her mother is from the Northwest, and her father is from Haicheng. Her personality is a fusion of the North and South. Lu Feng, you bastard. How could you be so bad? She grabbed me and looked at me with horror. I looked at her, and suddenly I was afraid of losing her, so I said passionately, is she my woman? Yes, she's your woman. She belongs to Lu Feng. I felt at ease and kissed her sweetly and said, I love you, baby. I loved her, and she hummed obediently. Hate it. You had a purpose from the beginning. That's right, you approached me because you knew I was the vice president of Zhenghua Group. Zhou Jie is your subordinate? I asked, and she said, yes, she is with Wu Ming. They are competing with you and us. Do you want to know some secrets? It was normal for Shuyu to ask this, but her eyes were full of pity, as if she was thinking that even if I was like that, maybe I had my own reasons. No, believe me, there is no way I would steal any technical secrets from you. It's impossible. Aren't you familiar with Zhou Jie and the others? After she asked me, I said, not very familiar. I originally came to Zhoma Times to look for a job, and later, because I was able to master the project they were researching, they pulled me out to start a company. I only returned to China in June this year. Don't worry, I can't hurt you because of them. We are all like this. Seeing how gentle I was, she touched my hair and said, little rascal, I like you so much. You have hooked my soul. You are so gentle. I wanted her to tell me more, so I was more gentle. And then she pulled me and said, oh, baby, don't do this. I said excitedly, you are great, the most wonderful woman I have ever met. She hugged me suddenly, held me in her arms, kissed me, and said, I will cherish you. I believe you. You are not here for my money. You are not here for any purpose. Well, although we are not familiar with each other, it is like this after all. At any time, I will never hurt a woman who is good to me. I believe you. By the way, I'm telling you, don't get too close to Zhojie. She's very scary. I heard that she had a husband before. It turned out that Zhoma Times was her husband's. Later, her husband disappeared. I want to get more information from her, such as everything she knows about the Wu family, about Ding Xiaogua, about Lin Li's family. This is very important to me. Chapter 31, It Hurts Me. Shuyu paused and continued. Lu Feng, I said this because I hope you will be careful and don't get too close to them. Zhenhua Group had been trying to acquire Zhoma Times, and Wu Ming was in charge of the acquisition. Ding Xiaogua had a good relationship with Wu Ming, so Wu Ming asked Ding Xiaogua to contact the boss of Zhoma Times, Zhou Jie's husband. The boss did not agree to sell it at the time. Zhou Jie was Wu Ming's. Wu Ming is a typical dandy, a playboy, with no skills. He used to hang around in society, fighting and killing. Do you think Zhou Jie's husband's accident is related to them? Many people spread this privately, so don't get too close to them, okay? Well, I won't get too close to them. Don't worry, I know you're doing this for my own good. By the way, I looked at her and said carefully, I respect you very much. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. But there is one thing I'm curious about. How did you get to Zhenhua Group? Shi didn't hesitate and said quickly, my family has shares in Zhenhua Group. Several uncles have a good relationship with my father and asked me to come out to do things. I used to own a school and a farm in the Northwest. I managed the farm very well, but later it was acquired by a very famous dairy group. I wanted to come back to work, so I came here. After I came back, I just worked normally. I didn't offend anyone and didn't get close to them. So, I hope you don't get close to them. After all, you're a student, your parents are in the United States, and you are here alone. The situation here is very complicated. If you want to keep it simple, just keep it simple and do what you should do. Well, how did you get to know the Lin family? I was very curious and wanted to ask her, but I couldn't help it. Lin Li's father also knows my father. I went to his house when I was a child. Lin Li, I also know him. By the way, did you really do that to his fiancée? After Shu Yu said this, I was stunned. She smiled and scratched me and said, really? No, she has a lady's temper, which is not my style. After I said that, Shu Yu said, but they're quite a good match. It would be great if she came back earlier. Maybe she would be the consort of the Lin family now. I smiled and said nothing. Although Shu Yu and I love each other, we all know that there is unlikely to be any future between us, and everyone seems to know this. It was winter, and it was very cold outside. It was already past 3 in the morning when we got up to take a shower. The steam was rising, and we stood together, looking at Shu Yu's beautiful body. She came over and looked at me, and we hugged each other. Sometimes the relationship between men and women is beyond your control. When we got to the company during the day, we instinctively thought of each other. I restrained myself from falling in love with her, but there was no way. I was too lonely, and I also longed for warmth, which was something Zhou Jie had never given me before. I actually thought that the relationship between men and women was like a machine. She messaged me saying she would cook for me in the evening. I knew she was thinking about me, but she was too embarrassed to say it. We were both trying to restrain ourselves. When I went to her house in the evening, she was still cooking and wearing an apron. When I saw her waist, I hugged her excitedly. She frowned and said, "What's wrong?" I said I wanted it, and she couldn't stand it after hearing that. We quarreled without eating. Those days went on like this endlessly, and I felt like I was melted a lot by her. She cooks northern food, which I like very much. The new year is coming soon. You shouldn't go back to the United States, right? They celebrate Christmas there? Oh, not going back, I said after a moment of surprise. I'm going to the Northwest to celebrate the new year. Come with me. I thought about it and said, okay, I want to go and see. Well, I'll take you out for some fun and show you authentic lamb skewers. She smiled beautifully. I thought, oh no, I really like her. To be more precise, maybe I'm addicted to her. How can there be such a woman in this world? On the surface, she seemed virtuous and gentle, but she was so crazy at that time, and it was very natural and real, not like Zhou Jie's pretentious behavior. At night, when she saw that I was having nightmares all the time, she would hug me to sleep, holding me in her arms, and I would lie on her chest. I think fate is really unfortunate. If we were both young and together, it would be great. Then I wouldn't have suffered so much pain later. But it's hard to say what will happen in the end. I'm going on a business trip out of town, not with Lin. Lin hasn't come to the company since that incident. I was very busy during the business trip and didn't contact her. One day she couldn't help but call me and asked, "Are you busy?" When I said I wasn't busy, she started to cry and said, "I miss you so much. I control myself not to contact you, but I miss you so much. I miss you too. I will love you when I get back." There was no way Shuyu and I still had feelings for each other. After that, we were together every day. Sometimes when we went shopping, Shuyu always held my hand. She liked to hold my hand while walking, as if she had to take care of me because I was younger than her. I was not too happy to be with Shuyu. She didn't let me spend money, and I didn't have any money at the time. I earned more than 20,000 yuan a month, and I had to wait until the Chinese New Year to cash out some money. In the city of Haicheng, the consumption was so high that life was very tight. She bought me a lot of clothes and also gave me a new Mercedes-Benz SUV, which she bought to drive back to the Northwest. She treated me like a baby and loved me. Sometimes I don't understand. What kind of handsome guy can a woman like her find? Why does she like me? Later I thought that it might be because I was too sincere when I started pursuing her, and she needed this too much. One day, I met Ding Xiaohua, and I even suspected that this bastard was following me. This makes me feel a little uneasy. Chapter 32, What Zhou Jie Said. Shuyu and I were buying fruit at a fruit shop near Qinghuang Temple. Ding Xiaohua suddenly appeared. "What are you doing?" The way he pretends to be so pretentious is really disgusting. Shuyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this boss Ding?" Because I was beaten, Ding Xiaohua blamed me, and we haven't been in touch recently. He also didn't go to the company. "You two are together?" Ding Xiaohua said, and Shuyu quickly asked, "Isn't that Zhou Jie?" Zhou Jie came out with Ding Xiaohua. Ding Xiaohua smiled and said, "Oh, take my goddaughter out for a stroll, my goddaughter." "Goddaughter," Shuyu said with a big smile. "Then Wu Ming is going to call you godfather?" Ding Xiaohua laughed and said, "Boss Shu, please stop laughing at me. I just need to go out for a midnight snack. Come on, let's go together." It looked like Ding Xiaohua had just taken a shower and should have just come out of the hotel. Zhou Jie walked over, looked at Shu Yu and said, "Boss Shu, what a coincidence. Yeah, let's go have a midnight snack." Shu Yu wanted to go with them, as if she wanted to make something clear. I didn't say a word there. Zhou Jie looked at me and smiled strangely. "Brother, why don't you say anything?" Ding Xiaohua hugged him and said, "Are you still angry? You said that you were indeed in the office with Lin Lao at that time. Her fiancé, right? Qi Rui's father is in an important position and is in charge of us. How could we offend him? You're overthinking it. I'm fine now." Shu Yu and Zhou Jie were walking and talking together, and Ding Xiaohua was hugging me. "You've dealt with Mr. Shu? Damn, you're young and capable after all. Isn't this woman so wild?" After Ding Xiaohua said this, I smiled without saying anything. Ding Xiaohua added, "I just finished with Zhou Jie. This little girl has learned some new moves recently. I can't handle it anymore. When can she come with me?" After hearing this, I felt fucking sick and wanted to vomit. I suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable all over. I only had hatred toward Zhou Jie, but because I had been married to Zhou Jie, when I heard this, I instinctively got angry. It was an indescribable feeling. We went to eat hairy crabs and various snacks. While eating, Zhou Jie said in a coquettish voice, "Godfather, I want to eat this." Ding Xiaohua quickly said with a smile, "My dear girl, come here, Godfather will pick it for you." Zhou Jie said with a smile, "Boss Shu, Godfather loves me very much." It was at this moment that I realized that women like Zhou Jie are really rare. She used to speak in a coquettish tone, but I got used to it and didn't feel anything. She was in charge of all the money at home. I didn't want to manage the money, so I spent very little and didn't even smoke at that time. Well, it can be seen that Boss Ding is very caring. After Shiyu said this, I felt unhappy. But then, Shiyu peeled a hairy crab, scooped the roe into my mouth, and said, "Let me learn how to love a man." As a result, Ding Xiaogua and Zhou Jie were both stunned. I feel so embarrassed. I wonder what you were doing. From childhood to adulthood. I have always. But I ate it anyway. Mr. Shu. So that's what's going on? Ding Xiaogua said with a chuckle. Shu also laughed and said, "Boss Ding. So that's what's going on?" Then everyone laughed. By the way, Zhou Jie, is there any news about your husband recently? Shu asked this on her own initiative. I was stunned at the time. I wondered why she asked this. Maybe she just wanted to ask out of concern. Mr. Shu, I won't hide it from you. You asked me several times before, but I didn't tell you. Then you must have heard some rumors later. There is no love between him and me. He is not good in that aspect. I've been a widow for many years, but I still endured it. But because of this incident, his mentality was extremely distorted. He always beat and scolded me. Have you seen the movie Don't Talk to Strangers? I've had enough. Of course, his disappearance has nothing to do with me. He has mental problems. The police have also investigated. He has been taking psychiatric drugs at home. Now they are suspecting me. Even if I am beautiful and there are men who like me, it is normal for me to get close to men, right? Vicious, so vicious. Oh, is that so? I'm just asking out of concern. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shuyu picked up the wine glass and said, "Come on, let's toast to you and your daughter." Ding Xiaogua felt a little unnatural when facing Shuyu. He didn't expect Shuyu to have such a strong aura. She was always very gentle before she came into contact with me, and sometimes even a little feminine. Boss Shu, you can't believe the rumors out there, right? If I say Lu Feng is living a life of luxury and has many women, would you believe it? Of course not. You have to see it with your own eyes. You can't believe what others say, right? After hearing this, Shuyu said hurriedly, "I believe this. If a man doesn't spend his time drinking and having sex, and doesn't look for women, can he still be called a man?" When facing Zhou Jie, I will return to the past situation. Unable to control. I tried my best to restrain myself, but after all, there had been so much in the past that I still couldn't figure out why Zhou Jie was like this. I didn't understand, I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't want to fucking understand it. I didn't expect Mr. Shu to be so open-minded. Ding Xiaogua relaxed after drinking a few glasses of wine. What if it's not open? Times are like this. I can't just go and adopt a godson, right? He's not that old yet. Shuyu couldn't help laughing as she spoke, and they were all a little confused by her laughter. Ding Xiaogua also laughed, looked at me, and said, "What's wrong? Are you shy? I'm too lazy to pay attention to them. Looking at them, I just want to kill them." Shuyu actually hugged me, looked at me, and said, "Are you in a bad mood? Cheer up." I quickly said, "No, you guys chat." Zhouja looked at me and said, "Lu Feng, we are friends. We have known each other for a long time. How about a drink?" I stood there in a daze. To avoid their suspicion, I picked up the wine glass, stood up, smiled, and said, "Come on." After sitting down, I exhaled and looked back at Shuyu. Shuyu held my hand from below and rubbed it gently. At that moment, my wounded heart was healed. Later they talked about the company's development, and I occasionally interjected a few words. Finally, after finishing the meal, Shuyu and I walked on the midnight street. She held my hand the whole time. After walking for a while, she turned around and hugged me. She was very tall. She raised her foot, touched my forehead, and said, "Don't think about the past." When she said that, I was surprised and asked, "What about the past? I know you've been hurt, and you're still thinking about your previous woman, right?" She pinched my nose. I put my arm around her waist and looked at her, shaking my head and saying, "No." She looked at me quietly, and suddenly she lay in my arms and whispered in my ear, "You will only love me for the rest of your life. You will definitely only love me. I am very confident. Maybe. I don't know, who knows about the future. It seems that after Zhou Jie appeared, there was something wrong with your eyes." After she said that, I suddenly froze there. Chapter 33, Hold My Arm. No, I get a headache when I see her. I'm annoyed by her. After I said that, Shuyu whispered in my ear, "My best. I'll love you well in the future." Thinking about how Zhou Jie hurt me, I was naturally moved by Shuyu's words. Shuyu drank a little too much. On the way back, she kept holding my hand and yelling, "You are not allowed to think about others. You are not allowed to." She acted like a girl and acted like a spoiled child to me. I don't know why a mature woman acting like a spoiled child is so cute. It's mainly because she has a good temperament, and she is sincere and real. I said I didn't, and she hummed, I want to be with you forever. I want you to love me, only me. She's funny and cute when she's drunk. I said, okay, just baby you. When I got home, I still brought out my former tenderness. I undressed her and gave her a bath. While bathing, I forgot the past, put soap on her, and said with a smile, be obedient. Come here, don't move. Zhou Jie and I have never had children. After I turned 30, fatherly love emerged. When I was with Shuyu, sometimes I felt that she spoiled me like a child, and sometimes I felt very mature and spoiled her. Shuyu closed her eyes, smiled, and touched my face with her hands, then put her to bed. At midnight, I woke up and saw that she was not asleep. She was supporting her face and body with her hands, looking at me quietly, her black eyes bright and clear. Are you awake? I asked her dazedly. She shook me slightly and said, you love me so much. What should I do if I can't leave you? I don't know what to say. She closed her eyes gently, rubbed my chest and said, no matter who you are, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you were in the past. What matters is who you will be in the future. I feel that she is so magical. She has a strong perception, and she seems to see what's in my heart. Since my accident, I have had anxiety attacks, and the symptoms have been getting worse. When I was with Shuyu, the situation became very serious. I often had backaches, nausea, and general discomfort. At first, I didn't know what was going on and thought there was something wrong with my body. Sometimes I would suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall asleep again, so Shuyu would hold me in her arms. Sometimes she would feel so distressed when she saw me in pain, and when she went for a checkup and couldn't find anything, Shuyu would coax me and say, dear, it's okay. I'm here. Hold my arm. Sometimes my back hurts so much, Shuyu would give me a massage, and she would tease me while massaging, saying, little guy, how did I meet you? Just like the horse moo that I raised in the Northwest. Look at your back. It's so much like a horse. Then she would kiss my back, and I would murmur, the Northwest must be beautiful, right? Yes, I'll take you out to play, take you to meet a lot of friends, take you to eat all kinds of delicious food, and then you'll get better. Leaning in Shuyu's arms, she told me about things in the Northwest. There were many herdsmen's children studying in her school, and she would teach there. Grandpa Badu could play the horsehead fiddle. Her favorite song was The Black Boy. She said that I was like that black boy, with tenderness in my eyes. I thought that no matter how the past tore me apart, maybe that innocent boy was still there. She took me to see doctors everywhere. She contacted many friends and asked a lot of questions. When I went to see the doctor, she always held my hand, walked in front, got various test reports for me, and when facing the doctor, she stood by me and told the doctor about my condition. At that moment, I suddenly felt very small and was being cared for by her. I often look at her figure. She is tall, mature, and strong. She gives me support and warms me with her love. After a checkup at a hospital, the doctor told me I had anxiety disorder and prescribed me some medicine. Everything returned to normal after taking the medicine, but it took some time. After I recovered, I felt very happy, and she wanted to take me to the Northwest. A few days before going to the Northwest, she gave me a sweater and said it was knitted by her herself, and it was very fashionable. I said I didn't see you knitting? Shuyu said she knitted secretly with the door closed during the day in the company. She smiled shyly and said, someone saw it and asked Boss Shu, which man did you knit for? They all made fun of me. I quickly hugged her in my arms. I had never received such love from Zhou Jie before. She had never bought me a pair of socks. You can imagine how I felt when I was loved by Shuyu. I think some things are destined. It seems that we knew each other in our previous life. Our personalities are very suitable, and we can feel each other's inner feelings. Shuyu stood behind me and arranged it for me. Then she hugged me, looked at me in the mirror and said, you look so beautiful. She smiled like a flower. I had just taken a shower, and she had just blow-dried my hair. I sat there, holding her hand, put it to my mouth and kissed it gently. I think I should start a new life. I should find myself. Shuyu is different, and I can't keep having so many doubts because of Zhou Jie. But even though I think so, I instinctively can't let it go, and the scars in my heart seem difficult to heal for a while. Those were my best times. I felt like a light was coming in the darkness, waking me up and giving me warmth. Shuyu always tried every way to make me happy and feel better, which made me realize that what Zhou Jie and I had was not love at all, but I actually thought it was love. If you have never experienced true love, no one can know what true love feels like. Just when I was immersed in the happiness that Shuyu brought me, when she wanted to influence me and make me believe in life and not be so painful and desperate, that bastard Ding Xiaogu did an extremely despicable thing. He ruined me once, and he ruined me a second time. That's what I longed for so much. When I was in despair, it was Shuyu who pulled me out. How could I forget those little details? I don't want to wait any longer. I want to kill him right now. Chapter 34. Seeing those scenes. I happily returned to her place that day. When I got home, I saw that she seemed to have been crying. After opening the door, she walked back with her back to me. What's wrong? I walked over, and she slowly turned around, tears streaming down her face. I roughly knew what was going on, but I asked her again, what's wrong? Why is it like this? She trembled and cried so sadly, almost in despair. I stood there in a daze. I was sure what was going on. I knew everything I had done. I remembered it clearly. Looking at Shuyu calmly, I seemed to have two selves since I fell from the cliff. One with a heart as cold as ice, and the other with a glimmer of light from the past. The self with the glimmer is illuminated by Shuyu even brighter, and is about to cover up the self with a heart as cold as ice. But I also know that happiness will never seem to belong to me. She turned her face away, and tears streamed down her face. Her eyes were big and bright, and she seemed to shed more tears than the average woman. Seeing her cry, my heart ached, but I restrained myself from letting the pain spread. She walked over, picked up the phone, and showed it to me. The picture above shows Ding Xiaogu filming me hugging and kissing women when I was with him. In order to gain Ding Xiaogu's trust, I got along well with him. I didn't expect him to film it. Of course, there were other people around. Two girls sat in my arms, and I was laughing and kissing them. There were other things that were made into a collection. I have nothing to say. I deserve it. This is all I have to endure. I have never regretted my revenge. When I was unrecognizable and endured the most desperate moment in my life, I told myself that my heart was dead. No matter what I do in the future, as long as it is directed against them, I will do everything. You and I are not fellow travelers. Your appearance is an accident. Why do you appear in my life? If a man wants to accomplish great things, he shouldn't be sentimental. He was almost led astray by you. I still have important things to do. Even if you can give me wealth and glory, I will still do them. Otherwise, I will live an unhappy and depressed life. Of course, everything seems impossible now. If I were a woman, I would find it hard to accept these scenes. Thank you for the warmth you brought me. Even if I am a heartless person, that warmth has made me feel that I am born to be a human being. I felt the heat when I was helpless and in the cold winter. I looked at her and smiled and said, it's true. I have nothing to say about this. After hearing this, she closed her eyes, exhaled, then walked to the sofa, suddenly fell on it, and sobbed. Didn't she say that she was open-minded? If a man doesn't look for a woman, he's not a man? Of course, she only said this to Ding Xiaogu and the others. How could she be the same as Ding Xiaogu and Zhou Jie? Looking at the luxurious home, modern household appliances, warm living room, tidy kitchen, I can no longer enjoy them. Shuyu cooks delicious food for me every day. The buns with pumpkin filling she makes are so delicious that I can eat 4 at a time. We also often go out to many delicious restaurants to eat various meals. In her luxury car, all of these will not belong to me anymore. In the future, they will belong to other men. After a while, she sat up, looked at me with tears in her eyes, and said, how much money do you need? I'll give it to you. Thank you for spending these happy days with me. When I heard her say this, I wanted to tell her, you know what? Although I, Lu Feng, don't have money now, I once had it. I studied hard for more than 10 years and was admitted to university. I never thought it was for money. I worked day and night later. I just wanted to bring happiness to the woman I loved. I never approached anyone for this reason. Never. If you were Ding Xiaogu or Wu Ming's woman, I would accept it. It's compensation for mental damage. But you love me so much and treat me so well, I won't accept it. If you don't love me, you just want to keep me, I will accept it. But do you know? After I was framed by Zhou Jie, I despaired of life. For me, what I longed for most was true love. In those dark and depressing nights, I always called out in my heart, is there still true love? Is there still? This is like a living flame of hope for me. I came back with the sole intention of killing those who harmed me. Nothing more. Thank you, but no need. I said to her coldly, looking at her. Are you PUAing me? She said, and I said, what do you mean? My junior sister said that you approached me with a purpose, using emotions to trick me and make me unable to extricate myself from you. Men like you will do that. she said slowly with tears in her eyes. Once there is a scar in the heart, it is difficult to heal. Betrayal and deception will leave scars in a person's heart that are difficult to heal. I confess to you, I am this kind of person. Don't cry, it's not worth it. No matter what I say, you won't believe me, no so? After I said that, she looked at a place blankly and said, I knew you were this kind of person. I just don't understand why you targeted me. She suddenly fell back on the sofa, leaning there, her body heaving, her arms on her face, crying. Seeing her like this, I still walked over. After I walked over, I squatted down and looked at her and said, Don't cry and hurt yourself. Let me tell you it's not true. Can you believe me? Can you forgive me? At that moment, I thought it would be great if she could forgive me. But I couldn't tell her the truth because what I had to do was very complicated, and deep down I still had doubts about women. The Godfather said, Don't even let God know what you want to do. What's more, she was familiar with those people, and she didn't tell me her own affairs, but she was really good to me. Besides, under the circumstances at that time, it was impossible for me to tell her immediately. She stopped crying, looked at me coldly, and said, Go away, I don't want to see you again. I don't think I will forgive you. When she said this, I stood up, thinking about all the good things she had done for me, and I said calmly, We are not destined to be together, but we will have a long way to go in the future. After saying that, I turned around and walked out. When I closed the door, I heard her cry again. After coming out, I felt lost and I really missed her. When we went out to drink, I suddenly had an idea. I wanted to just kill Ding Xiaohua, Wu Ming, and Zhou Jie. It would definitely not be wrong. As I think about the past, this thought becomes stronger and stronger. I decided to go back and get the dagger. As soon as I turned around, I saw an aunt holding a little girl and holding a teacup and saying, Boss, good man, give me something to eat. It's free. The child is hungry. That great God is very much like my mother who suffered all her life. The little girl in thin clothes looked at me and said in the Central Plains dialect, bowing and saying, Uncle, give me something to eat, uncle. My tears immediately flowed, and I quickly took out my wallet, 1 bill, 2 bills, and took out all the 1,000 yuan. I stuffed them in her pocket and said, Annie, take it. Don't let the child get cold. After all, the child is pitiful. When I walked away and looked back, I saw them kneeling there, and my heart ached. Damn it, I fuck your mother's Ding Xiaohua, Wu Ming, Zhou Jie. Your lives are not as valuable as mine. I still have parents. That night, I missed her very much, but I held back. The next day when I arrived at the company, I met Ding Xiaohua. He seemed to be waiting for me and looked very anxious. Chapter 35, I miss her. Ding Xiaohua smiled and said when he saw me, You spent the whole night with Mr. Xu, right? I held back my anger and walked to the office. Ding Xiaohua said, How long will it take? I can hold it back. Wu Ming is not me. He is very angry. Are you kidding us? Doing scientific research is not like moving bricks. It takes time. That's better. Hurry up. By the way, I didn't post that. Someone else also likes Mr. Xu. There are so many people at the dinner, and they just happen to like taking photos and posting videos. Don't blame me, right? I didn't say anything. When Ding Xiaohua walked out, he said, Don't think about hooking up with a rich woman. Do you think it's that easy to hook up with a rich woman? Study the software well, and when you succeed, you'll have money and can choose any woman you want. By the way, Wu Ming has said that if there's still no result after a month, he won't be like me by then. I'm easy to talk to. But he can't, Ding Xiaohua said and walked out. Next, I miss Shu Yu very much, uncontrollably. I long for the warmth she gives me, and I miss her even more when the Chinese New Year is approaching. I don't know if she has gone to the Northwest. I want to contact her, but it seems like there is no way to do so. Before the Chinese New Year, I went back home, put on my old clothes, combed my old hairstyle, and spoke my old dialect again. My parents were very happy to see me and said that my classmates often came to their home to see them and brought them gifts. I was very touched. I can't celebrate the New Year at home because I'm afraid others will find out. After returning to Haicheng on New Year's Day, I walked on the lonely and deserted streets. The sound of firecrackers continued to ring out, and I felt waves of chills. That kind of longing drives me crazy. What I didn't expect was that she contacted me on her own initiative that day, which surprised me. When I got her call, she said, Where are you? I replied to her, walking on the street. What about you? Did you go to the Northwest? No, I was at my place. I later thought that you must be hiding something from me. I was at home, making dumplings. After she said that, I was happy and said, Can I come over and make dumplings with you? I didn't ask you to come. She said this. and I knew she wanted me to go. So I said, "Wait for me." I went to her place and brought a bottle of red wine. She opened the door and was dressed very elegantly. When he saw me taking the wine, he said, "I don't want you to drink your wine." I walked in and said with a smile, "It's quite nice. Someone gave it to me." She said nothing and walked in. I saw that she was indeed making dumplings and the party was about to begin. When I walked up to her, she turned her face away and said, "What are you doing here?" I hugged her, and she shrank into my arms and said, "Don't do this. I don't want this." I lowered my head and said nothing. After a while, she looked at me and said, "Are you hiding something from me?" I can only tell you that I did all that for Ding Xiaowu to see, just at the dinner table. I hope you believe me, okay? After I said that, she believed me, lowered her head and looked at me and said, "What's wrong with you? Are you suffering from anxiety again?" It's true, when the Chinese New Year came, I was in a very bad mood. I lay on her legs without saying a word, and she hurriedly pulled me and said, "Hurry up. I forgive you. Be obedient." After she said this, I looked up at her and said, "I feel really bad. I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer." She hurriedly dragged me up, then held me in her arms and said, "Why are you like this? Lu Feng, don't scare me, don't do this." Later, she went out to buy me medicine, which I hadn't taken for several days. After taking the medicine, she held me in her arms and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Leaning in Shu Yu's arms, I wanted to tell her what happened before. I was so lonely, and I found it difficult to hold on. Chapter 36, Intolerable. Yeah, much better. With you loving me, I feel full of energy. I turned over and hugged Shu Yu in my arms. She looked at me foolishly and said, "Later, I thought that you were in such a bad mental state. You must have suffered a blow. I also thought that Ding Xiao was sent those things to me. Maybe you have a grudge against him, and you were just acting to gain his trust." I thought about it for a long time and figured it out. Although Shu Yu is very powerful at work and outside, she is actually very simple when it comes to men and women. Later, we hugged each other and kissed while a skit was playing while we were doing that. The skit was so funny that Shu Yu hurriedly said, "No, I'm going to laugh." So she turned down the volume of the TV. I was panting and said, "This is more interesting, Shu Yu. You're so beautiful. Say you love me forever and ever, okay?" Shu Yu said happily and intoxicatedly, "You bastard, you must have practiced this on other women. You're so bad." She opened her eyes, looked at me deeply, and suddenly came up to bite me. I wanted to tell her that if it wasn't for Zhou Jie, I would have only had her and one woman in my life, and I wouldn't have known that this kind of thing felt so good. "It's really great." I said to Shu Yu, "You really look like a cow." Shu Yu said no, her figure is better than a cow. Indeed, she has a good figure, with a protruding chest and a curved back. I thought God really came to make up for me. After losing Zhou Jie, he gave me such a big treasure. When it was almost 12 o'clock, we went out together to set off fireworks. There were many people playing outside on the streets of Haicheng. Shu Yu was extremely happy with me. Ding Xiaowu wanted to separate me from her, but he failed. At that time, Ding Xiaowu didn't know Shu Yu's identity. He told me that Shu Yu was someone's lover. I don't care about this. I think she's a good woman even so. Every day when I go home, I am served so comfortably by her that I don't even want to seek revenge. The happiness of being loved by a woman like Shu Yu is indescribable. She is so gentle and charming. I think it is possible that she is someone else's lover. Of course, I won't ask her about her affairs, because my own affairs are all made up. I am afraid to ask, and I'm also afraid that she will ask me. Seeing that this method of dealing with me did not work, Ding Xiaowu did something even more extreme. What I didn't expect was that Zhou Jie brought a pocket camera with her when she went to the office that day. When Shu Yu saw this video, how could she bear it? When I got home that day, she was crying again, her hair uncombed. Such a beautiful woman, crying like that. I asked her what was wrong. She pouted her lips, crying very sadly, and said, "I am not as open as you think. I have never been in contact with people like you. You are one way in front of me, but another way here. I want to take a look. It was all over. I really couldn't explain it this time. The last time was posted at the drinking table, just hugging and cuddling. This time it was me facing Zhou Jie angrily. Although it wasn't real, but she seemed to have something wrong with her nerves. Her eyes were blinking and her gaze was dull. Suddenly, she wanted to go to the balcony. Seeing her like this, I ran over and hugged her and said, "Don't do this. Be obedient. Don't do this. Listen to me." She closed her eyes, gasped, and said, "I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. I don't want you anymore. I really don't want you anymore. She pushed me. Actually, I wanted to tell her, but I restrained myself. I thought she would probably feel better after being sad for a while. If she is involved, it will be terrible. I have decided to die with them. I don't want to drag Shuyu into this. What's more, if she sees this and I tell her that Zhou Jie and I were husband and wife before, she will think that I am taking advantage of her or something, and it will be impossible to explain it clearly. Standing there blankly, she suddenly stopped crying and said, "Please don't mess with me, okay? I'm actually very pitiful. I'm afraid of you. I'll give you money. Give you." She was about to take the money. I walked over and held her hand, and she was trembling. Looking at her, I narrowed my eyes and said, "It's not worth it for a man like this. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't cry." Turning around, I thought I should kill Ding Xiao first. When she opened the door, Shuyu hurriedly said, "Will you be good from now on?" Looking back at her, it was really heartbreaking. I nodded and said, "I'll be fine. Find a good man to be with. I know the damage done to Shuyu is irreparable. Of course, I don't want her to find someone else. It would be best if she and I could be together after I have settled things." When Ding Xiao saw me again, he acted as if nothing had happened. Of course, I didn't show it. I decided to take action against him. My desperate heart was just about to be healed by Shuyu. We had reconciled, and Shuyu loved me so much again. Damn it, he wanted to mess with me again. This bastard is extremely jealous. I started planning how to make it perfect. Now there are cameras everywhere, so it is really difficult not to detect it, but everything depends on human efforts. Ding Xiaohua has a hobby, going to a place with a very traditional style of dancing, turning on and off the lights, and doing something within 5 minutes when the lights are turned off. I went there with him, and he said it was interesting. Sometimes the food is too meaty, so it's good to have something light. I think it's a better place to start because there's no surveillance there, and this kind of industry is not open to the public. The dance hall has a back door, outside of which is an old factory building, and through it is the back door of a restaurant on an old street. More than 10 days later, I finally knew that Ding Xiaobo was going there, so I went there early wearing a sweatshirt and a hat and hugging a girl in the corner. After Ding Xiaobo came, he found a girl and was very anxious. When the lights went out, I rushed over from the side. 5 minutes, enough for me to beat him half to death. All the anger exploded at that moment. Chapter 37. So happy. After rushing up, I covered Ding Xiao's mouth first, and then punched Ding Xiao on the head with all my strength. The music was very loud, and Ding Xiao was pressed to the ground by me. He had no time to resist, and I pushed his chest with my legs and punched him again and again. Thinking of the past, the scene of Zhou Jie and him in bed, the inhuman pain I endured when I was pushed off the cliff. I couldn't stop at all. My fists seemed to be attracted by a huge force, and I punched Ding Xiao's head one after another. I've been holding this anger in for a long time. If I don't let it out first, I'll go crazy. I had such a wonderful woman who made me feel truly happy as a man and regain the joy of being alive. But you still want to destroy me. It felt so good that I felt the tightness in my chest was being relieved little by little. It was almost time, so I left quickly. I quickly left the scene and went out the back door. After going out, I walked through the dilapidated factory building. Under the dark night sky, the sky was filled with alternating white, blue, and neon lights. The winter wind blew on my face. Although I was wearing thin clothes, I didn't feel cold at all. I just felt warm all over. I went to a pub, ordered some food, took out my phone, drank some wine, and watched videos. It was so comfortable. In the pub, I heard the sound of an ambulance siren in the distance. I thought it would be a good thing if there was a traffic jam on the road. I squinted my eyes and looked outside, then gulped down a large glass of white wine. The boss came over and asked me how the food was. I smiled and said, "Give me another pound of beef." Ding Xiaowo was sent to the hospital and admitted to the intensive care unit. After I found out, I went to the hospital. Ding Xiaowo was unconscious, and his company and his subordinates surrounded him. I walked over and said, "Hey, brother, what's wrong with you?" I put the fruit down and saw that Ding Xiao's face was swollen like a pig's head, with wounds all over it and gauze wrapped around his head. The doctor said he might be paralyzed on one side of his body, which I thought was good. After leaving the hospital, I was worried about whether I would be discovered, but I think I did everything perfectly. Once I had this start, my mindset changed. I wanted to take action against Wu Ming next, but I needed to wait some time. I couldn't be impatient. I had to get the job done while ensuring safety. After that, I felt very good and my depression felt much better. But I also thought that even if I was caught, it didn't matter. When people are in that state, they don't care. But on weekdays, I am very careful not to let anyone notice any clues. After doing this, when I think of Shuyu, I have a different idea. Since I like her, I must possess her. Only what I get belongs to me. It is a pity, and I am unwilling to give her to others. I know she hates me, and it is difficult for her to forgive me, but it doesn't matter. I have let out a little bit of anger now, which makes me feel the blood of being a man. This is what I should do. I must not be captured by women. If they say they misunderstand me, they misunderstand me. If they ignore me and don't make me happy, they may be hooked up by other men soon. Thinking of this, I feel like a king. I need to conquer, to clear the clouds, and become a strong man. When I walked out of the company that evening, I happened to see Shuyu. She was chatting with a man. The man was wearing glasses, very gentle, and carrying a briefcase. In this place where office buildings are everywhere, there are often many white-collar workers, bank executives, various so-called successful people, or those pretending to be successful people, holding coffee and talking about things here. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people appear to be decent and gentlemanly people on the surface. In private, they're just full of desires. Especially when I saw Shuyu chatting with a man there. She was wearing tight jeans, leather boots, and a very fashionable down jacket. She looked very good in figure, especially her buttocks, which were so perky. It was obvious that the man was interested in her. Could it be that he had found someone new? I passed by them, and the buildings next to them were too tall, which made me feel very depressed. After the accident, I became even more afraid of heights. When I walked over, she looked at me slightly. Although her face didn't move, I could see from the corner of her eye that the look in her eyes was as if I was a bastard and a scumbag. When I saw the down jacket being propped up high and round, I suddenly thought of the scenery inside, snow-white and warm. I had bouts of madness. After walking over, I stood not far away and smoked. There was a bus stop there. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. Later, she came over alone with her bag on her shoulder and her head down. She's going to take the bus. When the bus came, I stood next to her. She got on, and I got on too. There were too many people during rush hour, and she held on to the handrail. I squeezed behind her. She turned her face to the side, and I got close behind her. People were jostling each other, and she bumped into me. I raised my head, put my hands on her chest, and hugged her. The smell on your body was so familiar, and your hair kept touching my chin. It felt so blissful. I suddenly felt at ease. It was such a wonderful feeling, especially after beating Ding Xiaohua half to death. She suddenly raised her hand, grabbed my hand, and pushed gently. Chapter 38, Once Pure. The car was shaking, and she kept bumping into my arms. Her grip on my hands was so weak that I felt like she was just pretending. It was cold outside, and the bus was drafty, but her arms were so warm. I kissed her hair and smelled her scent. Closing my eyes, I feel like a pervert, with so much pain in my heart. I was almost healed by your caress, but now it's gone, so I'm naturally crazy. Back to reality again. Are you going to give up on this person who is struggling in pain? This will lead me into endless darkness. He was getting more and more dishonest, and suddenly someone shouted at him, "Stop being a hooligan." I was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened my eyes. Shuyu shivered with fright. This old guy is really nosy. Shuyu said quickly, "No, sorry, he is me. I'm her man." I was stunned and said quickly. The old man looked like an old teacher. He said righteously, "That's not okay. How can you do that in a public place?" This voice, which seemed to come from ancient times, shocked me. She was so nervous that he frowned. I looked at him and said with a chuckle, "I'm sorry, we've been apart for a long time and haven't seen each other for a long time. You look like a hooligan girl. You are so good-looking, with delicate features, pretty face, and good temperament. How could you fall for this kind of man? He is such a scoundrel." He hugged and kissed me in the car. "It is really immoral. You can't come to our house." The old guy seemed to be irritated by something. He held his glasses with one hand and held his briefcase with the other, glaring at us. "Sorry, uncle, sorry." Shuyu apologized quickly, and I just smiled. Everyone around was looking at her, but Shuyu kept her head down. At the next stop, Shuyu got off the bus in a hurry, and I followed her. When I got off, I saw that her face was blushing. After she went downstairs, she walked quickly with her bag slung over her shoulder. I put my hands in my trouser pockets, maintained my posture, and walked forward quickly and freely. It took a long time to reach where she wanted to go. There was a night market there and a commercial district next to it. There was a Mabozi mutton soup restaurant. She walked over, and I followed her. She ordered a bowl of mutton soup and a sesame cake, and then sat outside to eat. I sat opposite her and ordered the same thing as she did, but with an extra bottle of wine. She also ate while sitting there. She didn't look up the whole time. I looked at her quietly. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said, "My boyfriend will see it." Boyfriend? Did you have one before? Or did you start dating later? The guy just now? That guy is not good. Look how thin he is. He is not strong at all. After I said that, she rolled her eyes at me, turned her face away, and said, "Don't follow me, okay? I'm quite curious about you. You belong to someone else?" I lit a cigarette and took a puff. She looked at me fiercely and said, "I don't want to talk to you." I smiled and said, "I know you hate me. There are many people who hate me, but so what? I still have to eat, sleep, and appear here. You can't blame me for this, you know? Let me tell you a story. There was a man who was already desperate about life and women. He thought, where can there be any good women? They're all liars. They're all outside. My heart was filled with coldness, but at this time, a woman appeared. She was so good to me and made me feel that life was still interesting. I felt the passion for life again, so... "You seduced me," she said with a look of grievance on her face. "Love at first sight." I looked at her quietly. "Can you please stop bothering me?" She looked so pitiful. It was so exaggerated. "Here it comes again." I hurriedly said, "Okay, stop it. Eat quickly. There's a lot of meat. It's not as authentic as the ones in the Northwest, right?" I gave her the meat in my bowl. She suddenly said, "I don't want to eat the root of your mouth. When we were good, we fed each other, and she even bit cherries and fed them into my mouth. I hadn't even touched the bowl of noodles yet, and she looked down on me and took all my meat back and gave it to me." He drank a large glass of white wine, smiled at her, and said nonchalantly, "I am very disappointed with this world. I used to be a good student with excellent character and academic performance. I was admitted to Haicheng University of Science and Technology with 679 points. I was the top scholar in our county. We were very poor in a poor mountain valley. We had no future. I ran on the mountain road in pants full of patches and cut grass for pigs. Apart from studying, I knew nothing about things between men and women. I could only watch others fall in love. Later, I went to college. Before I was 23 years old, I had never touched a woman's hand. The people I understand are very simple. We are very traditional. We want to get married for a lifetime and regard marriage as a big deal. No matter what the other party asks, I will do everything I can. Because I've been doing scientific research, I'm a little dazed, as if many years have passed and the world has changed dramatically. I thought I was the same as when I was a child. Society is changing. We who are engaged in scientific research always stare at the screen and type those codes. Damn it, but one day, you would never think that the times have become like this. I can't believe it and can't understand it. When I finished, she also finished eating, slowly raised her head, and looked at me, pleading, "What do I want you to let me go?" Seeing that she really seemed to have no interest in me, I felt cold in my heart and immediately said, "Stop joking. I'm not lucky enough to go to the beautiful and vast Northwest with you. I wish someone could go with you." I stood up, slightly tipsy, and looked at the prosperous yet extremely cold sea city to me. Looking back, a Mercedes-Benz RV stopped nearby. A very honest man, about 50 years old, got out of the car. He stood there, looking at Shuyu and smiling. After Shuyu saw him, she looked at me again. I pretended not to know her. Then she walked over with her bag. After she walked over, the man touched her hair. She smiled, and then we got into the RV together. When Shuyu got in the car, the man looked at me and then got in. My heart was in extreme pain. Damn it, I screamed in my heart. Why do people have feelings? Why? I just wanted to come back for revenge, but an accident happened along the way. My heart was already dead. Why should I use your so-called love to awaken it? Turning my head, sadness surged from my heart. I opened my eyes and looked at the prosperous sea city with a smile. Walked forward without looking back. When I was near the park, I noticed a few people following me. I reached into my arms and grasped the dagger tightly. Chapter 39, Did Lin Li tell others? After a few people came up, one of them stopped me and said, "Our boss wants to see you." After the other party said that, I retracted the dagger and said, "Who is your boss?" "Don't worry, don't be afraid. He's the father of your colleague Lin Li." The other party seemed quite polite. I hesitated and didn't say anything. He made a phone call and then turned on the video, and I saw it was Lin Li's father, Lin Jinhua. He looked at me in the video and said, "I have something to talk to you about." Since he asked me to go in this way, of course I had to go. The company was invested by the Lin family, and with his status, there was no need for him to harm me. They took him to see Lin Jinhua. I met him on the 19th floor of a five-star hotel with a literary and fashionable style. Walking inside, I wasn't too nervous, after all. I didn't know why he wanted to see me because it was the first time I was going to meet him. I knew almost nothing about him, and I had some concerns. I thought why he wanted to see me might be about Ding Xiaohua. Ding Xiaohua had an accident and was lying in the hospital, and he was like a big henchman of his. After the door opened, there was a huge office. Lin Zhenhua was sitting there with a very dignified look in his eyes, which was filled with an unfathomable cold light. It's not accurate to say it's fierce, as it has a cultural flavor, and it's not accurate to say it's literary, as it has a sharp flavor. Perhaps it is difficult to tell from the appearance of a truly powerful person. After all, he is a businessman, and he exudes too much of a businessman's aura. When I walked in, the people next to me stood on both sides. Lu Feng, right? He stared at me. I felt like I was asking a question I already knew the answer to, but I still nodded and said, "Yes, Boss Lin. Just call me Uncle." He said that, and I felt a little surprised. After all, we still have a cooperative relationship, although he never shows up to participate. If others are respectful and friendly to me, I will be doubly respectful to others. I was stunned and didn't speak immediately. He handed me a cigarette from the table, and I hurriedly said I would smoke mine. But he insisted that I take it, and I took it respectfully. When you're just meeting friends, between men, when someone offers you a cigarette, it immediately closes the distance between you. He first told me about Ding Xiaohua. I talked to him for a while, and he cursed and said, "You can't blame others. Let's not talk about other things. Just the fact that he seduced someone's wife. Who else should I blame? He behaves one way in front of me, but I know what he does behind my back. But then again, he is loyal to me. I can't say I'm not worried about this. I'm worried about every employee in the company who works for me." He talked for a long time, and I had no idea what he wanted to say. If he suspected that I did it, he wouldn't have done it in this way, with this attitude or tone. After talking about Ding Xiaohua, he sat there smoking, not saying anything for a long time, just looking at me quietly. I don't think he would suspect that I did it, right? I don't think so. Just when I was confused about the situation, he still said, with a helpless look on his face, "I have a headache recently." He frowned, and his expression changed immediately. "What's wrong?" I asked, and he looked at me with narrowed eyes and said, "Everyone in the city knows about the marriage between my Lily and Chi Rue, and now she wants to break off the engagement. Do you think this is a big deal for me?" He exhaled, and he really looked very painful, very troubled, and very helpless. After hearing what he said, I roughly understood what was going on. "This is something that will make me lose face and unable to hold my head up," he continued, panting. "I still don't know what to say." He slowly raised his head and glared at me and said, "Tell me honestly, what did you do to my daughter?" Looking at his expression, I thought I was in trouble. Did he know what I did to Linley? Chapter 40, Solving His Daughter's Problem. I stood there, not knowing what to say. If he knew I did that to Linley, he would definitely kill me. Indeed, I was quite afraid of him. He was so powerful. If I offended him, they would unite against me, and I would be vulnerable. When I beat Ding Xiaohua half to death, I didn't want to cause this trouble. "You can't marry my daughter. Of course, no matter what happens, you won't tell me. I'm looking for you to solve the problem. We only have this one precious daughter, and we love her very much. But marriage is not as simple as it is for ordinary people. If you don't handle it well, you will be ruined." He first prepared me for the seriousness of the matter. I nodded and said, "Yeah, I understand. You understand best. I need to solve this problem now. I must not let Lily regret the engagement. You may wonder why I asked you to come. Lily agreed to this marriage before, but he did not continue to talk about this. He paused and said, As for when did you meet? Whether you are friends or have other relationships, I don't care. It doesn't matter. I just want one purpose, to solve my problem. Lily heard about it in the company that you wanted to regret the engagement after you started dating. Now I want you to solve this problem for me. Lily's mother and I are powerless. You look like a good person and a good-looking person. I don't want to embarrass you. We have no other choice. We don't understand how young people think. You have to help me solve this problem. I asked you to come today because I am sure and certain of some things. In other words, I have to help him solve this problem. But I haven't seen Lin Lee for a long time. If she liked me, she wouldn't do this because of me to break off the engagement. She doesn't listen to you, so how can she listen to me? If Lin Lee doesn't like me, she won't listen to me. If Lin Lee likes me, she will not listen to me if I say this, and may even hate me to death. So she won't listen to me. This is mission impossible. Uncle Lin Lee and I were just working people before. Ever since Chi Rue misunderstood me and beat me up, Lin Lee hasn't come to the company since then, and we haven't met, so... Before I finished speaking, Lin Jinhua hurriedly said, It's nothing. There are some things I don't want to tell you, but don't force me to say it. I have seen a lot of ups and downs in my life, and I know as much as you young people about your affairs." His expression was a little frightening. What did he know? Did he know what I did to Lindley? Probably not. If he knew, he would definitely kill me. I didn't dare speak anymore. "Please handle this matter for me and help us to enlighten Lily." Although Lily seems mature at work, she is just pretending. She has a childish temper. There is a generation gap between us. You young people are easy to talk to. If you can make her regret her engagement, I think you can definitely make her marry Chi Rue smoothly. There is no other choice. I told you after I confirmed some things. Why shouldn't I embarrass others? When he said that, I knew that he knew something, but I had no idea how much he knew or how he knew it. Just when I felt helpless, he said, "After helping us solve the problem, I will not treat you unfairly. I already have everything a man should have. I know what you young people need, and that is easy for me. But if you can't do it, I will make sure you get nothing and have no hope in life. I mean what I say." I thought about it and said, "I can give it a try, but you have to cooperate with me and give me some time. I will try my best. Don't worry, it's okay. I'll give you a month. If you can do it, I'll make you successful immediately. If you can't do it, don't blame me. I, Lin Jinhua, always keep my word." I had no choice but to agree to him and try my best to be the lobbyist. After all, Lindley didn't say she liked me, and she hated me. In this case, it would be good to convince her. After all, I understand that this is not a joke for her parents. Of course, if she met a man who is worthy of her love and that man is very good, I can't do anything about it. If the other party is just greedy for her family property, beauty, and character, then it's better to be with Chi Rue. Anyway, it won't work. Since they're all scumbags, they're the same no matter which scumbag they are. I am not her. I have no way to control a woman's life. Lin Jinhua told me that Lin Li recently worked in his group and asked me to go talk to her. I decided to give it a try. Chapter 41. Such a request. I was afraid that Lin Li didn't want to see me, so I waited for her downstairs at the company. Sitting in the car smoking, I regretted being so impulsive that day. My memory seems to be very vague, and it feels like an illusion. However, when I close my eyes and think about Lin Li's expression and feelings that day, I can still feel her presence. Instead of asking me to persuade Lin Li, it would be better for me to ask Lin Li to persuade her father and make it clear to her father. It is none of my business. She came out wearing a black business suit. Shuyu likes to wear beige professional suits, and Lin Li likes to wear black. But I don't want to think about that woman anymore. Although she made me feel warm, she hurt me more later. It would be better if I had never met her. After seeing Lin Li, I suddenly felt a little afraid of her. I didn't dare to touch her because she wouldn't have a good impression of me. She first went to a Western restaurant to have dinner with Schwer, and then went with Schwer to what was probably Bebe's residence. She came out after a while and changed into very fashionable clothes. After coming out, she drove to a bar. After entering, I found a seat and sat down. She came here dressed so sexy, which was really different from her state at work. I walked in and she ordered a drink and was drinking it. After sitting down, she saw me and turned her face away. She was very surprised. "Long time no see," I said, and she looked at me with a resentful look on her face and said, "Are you following me?" "Oh, I don't want to do this either. It was your father who asked me to convince you to be with Chi Rue. I thought it might be difficult to convince you, so why don't you help me convince your father? Don't make it so difficult for me. You broke up with Chi Rue not because of me, but now your father misunderstands that it's because of me. I'm under too much pressure. I don't dare to offend your father." "Aren't you in love?" Lin Li said without looking at me, seeming to complain. "With whom?" I glanced at her. "You wanted to be a gigolo with a rich sister, so you seduced her. But she found out and saw your true colors, so she dumped you. You didn't succeed, so you came to me again. You thought." Lin Li panted and said, "Do you think I'm that stupid? I'm here today for neither of these things. It's because your father misunderstood me and is now making things difficult for me. Compared to him, I'm just a little bug, and your father is a big rooster. I'm very scared, as you know, between you and me. Don't you remember what you did?" Lin Li said immediately. I immediately didn't know what to say. "What else do you have to say?" Lin Li turned her face away. "I'm not as happy as you think. I've been taking psychiatric drugs for depression and anxiety. You always stabbed me back then, and I just couldn't stand it anymore. You may not understand a person who has suffered a mental blow." I wanted to gain her sympathy, but she immediately whispered, "Don't make up lies anymore. You must have slept with many women with your sweet words, and they were all deceived by you. I feel, I feel that I have been greatly defiled. She continued to remain silent, and it seemed that she would not be satisfied unless she was beaten up. I didn't call the police because I wanted you to repent, but not only did you not do that, you also seduced Sister Shuyu and slept with her. I tell you, I've been thinking about this lately. I feel sorry for my fiancé, so I can't marry him. She sounded a little puzzling when she said that. If you're such a good person, how could you fall for someone like Chi Rue? Just stood there in a daze. So, I beg you not to do this. I'm not as disgusting as you say. You don't know my past. If one day you understand it, and you know everything I have suffered, you will understand me. On that day, I feel that I love you very much. Don't say that, Linley said hurriedly. Okay, I won't tell you. Then what do you think I should do? I looked up at her helplessly. I have to say, Linley looked great in this sexy outfit. She didn't say anything. I looked around and said, it's dangerous for a rich lady like you to come here. This place is not suitable for you. Don't you know? I have suffered humiliation. I feel that I have no confidence in pursuing the happiness I want. I want to degenerate. As she said this, she was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Don't do this. It's not worth it. I didn't expect things to be so serious. So how about you beat me up, find a place where no one is around, I'll get a room, and you can beat me up until you have no strength left. Then vent your anger and tell your dad to let me go. Open a room? Linley blinked her eyes, suddenly turned her face to one side and said, okay, I want to sleep with you. I want to play with you. I want to take back the humiliation I suffered. Then I will feel fair. Otherwise, I will always think about that day. Linley bit her lips and said, I have never suffered such a thing since I was a child. This? I looked at her chest, lowered my head and said, is this okay? Okay. Linley hesitated and said, you can treat me the way I want to treat you. It would be best if I could change my identity and treat you the same way. After looking around, I slowly approached her, looked at her and said, okay. Linley turned her face away and didn't look at me. This surprised me greatly, and I thought maybe after this, she would let it go and let me go. I want to completely cut off ties with them as soon as possible and return to the path of revenge. They don't love me, or rather, she loved me before, but not now. If love is not eternal, it is not love. Of course, I will remember her kindness to me, and I will repay her if I have the chance. Linley said softly, go get a room and wait for me upstairs. Without thinking too much, I walked away and booked a room nearby. I'm very curious about how a woman like Linley will take revenge on me. Chapter 42. This life is out of control. Linley came up and seemed to have put on some makeup, which looked a bit heavy. She seemed to be deliberately making herself look very skilled, like a veteran. Wearing fashionable fur, with fair skin, dark and bright eyes, and a slim figure, she is very attractive. He looked at me with feigned contempt again, then lowered his head. Let's get started. I looked down at her. Don't you know what to do? Linley muttered. I don't know. I've never had this experience. I know. Linley raised her head, squinted her eyes, bit her lips, hugged me, grabbed and kissed me hard. And when she saw that I didn't move, she snorted and said, why don't you move? How am I going to move? Beg for mercy, she said, looking at me like a child. Am I still a man if I'd beg for mercy when encountering such a good thing? You bastard. Linley hit me and said, no, it's hard to let go of this. Okay, I beg for mercy. Oh, Linley, let me go, please. Don't do this. Linley suddenly laughed, twisted around in my arms and said, you're really disgusting. You're just a hooligan. I smiled and said indifferently, as long as you are happy, I just ask you to ask your father to let me go. After I said that, she narrowed her eyes and said, why don't you lie down obediently? I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes and said, come on. Linley came up slowly, muttering to herself, I'm going to punish you, you bastard. And then she became more excited and started holding my hands and getting busy there. Seeing that I didn't react, he said hurriedly, you can't not react. I'm a man, not a woman. You think of a solution. I looked at her helplessly and said. Linley sighed and said helplessly, Then you should do the same as last time. As she said that, she lay down and suddenly grabbed the pillow to cover her face. Are you so embarrassed? If you want to, just say it. Linley said this, but I didn't dare to say it. I was really scared by her father. What are you doing? Linley asked me. I dare not, I said helplessly. I approve of this. Don't be afraid. Can you tell your dad not to embarrass me? That depends on your performance. Linley took the opportunity to threaten me. So I have no choice but to do this. I don't know if it's because I have a woman in my heart or because of fear, but I can't do it. Seeing me like this, Lindley said anxiously. Have you slept too much as a woman? Are you not able to do it anymore? Cover your head. I can't see your face. It's creepy. After I said that, Lindley took away the pillow helplessly. I saw that her face was red. She looked at me, then quickly closed her eyes, biting her lips with her teeth. It's hard to imagine that she would be so shy. Later, when she saw that I really couldn't do it, she became anxious, sat up, gently hit me with her hand, then let me lie down and kissed me gently. With my eyes closed, I thought that this life was no longer under my control, so I just let it go. At that time, Lindley looked down at me excitedly and said, "You bastard, look at me, look at how I deal with you. You are? I am not as good as you think. I'm also a bad person at heart. I was just disciplined by my mother. I am serious on the surface. I went to your room on purpose that day. I just wanted to do this. This way I wasn't so worried anymore." I felt like she went to my room on purpose that time, but I also knew that she was holding back on a lot of things, and she could only let go in this way. Lindley is really beautiful, but it's a pity that she wants to marry Chi-Rue. She graduated from a prestigious university with a major in business administration, while Chi-Rue is a playboy. When I thought of Chi-Rue beating me up, I felt something special. This made Lindley very happy. Finally, Lindley hugged me tightly and cried, "I don't want to marry him. I didn't dare say a word. Later, she stopped crying, looked at me with messy hair, and said, "Okay, we are even. I've treated you like this. Don't be afraid. I will tell Dad." "You bastard. You are still great. I still feel very satisfied." She left me and went to take a shower, where I leaned back and smoked. After Lindley came out, her face flushed. She started to put on her clothes. "I want to take a shower." When I came out, I was drying my hair. Lindley hadn't left yet. When she saw me, she looked at me pitifully and said, "Why are you taking so many medicines?" As she spoke, her face showed that she felt sorry for me. I saw that on the table were the medicines I had taken when I came in. At that time, I was a little emotionally unstable. He lit up a cigarette, exhaled, looked at her and smiled. "Aren't you afraid that you will be dissatisfied? I am not in a good mental state and need to take a sedative." I walked over and tried to open the curtains, but Lindley suddenly came over, hugged me tightly from behind, and said, "I'm sorry. I thought you were lying to me on purpose. If I had known, I wouldn't have bullied you. Be well, Lindley. I hope you can have your happiness." Lu Feng, you really make me feel sorry for you. I am not destined to be with anyone. I can only marry a man of poor family background and a man I don't love. Lindley said sadly, and I could do nothing about it. How can I change something that she can't change? Lindley loosened her hand and walked away. When she was at the door, she said pitifully, "I'm afraid I still have to get married. If I want to do this, I might as well become a monk. Becoming a monk is better than getting married." Lu Feng, you are actually a good man. I will always remember the happiness you brought me. You really can make women obsessed. When I heard Lindley say this, I felt sad for her, but I couldn't help her in any way. She was actually a very nice person. When we first met, she saw that I was drunk, so she sent me to the hospital and asked her secretary to take care of me. I also understand why she always found fault with me at that time. She didn't want to get married, but she had no choice. After all, she was a woman, and it was not easy for her to take the initiative. I don't know whether she liked me or wanted to take advantage of me. After Lindley left, I fell into confusion, but life is full of helplessness. I can no longer fall in love. I don't want any good woman to fall in love with me. No. It was a few days later in the morning when I was taken away by the police. I was handcuffed, but I remained calm, tried not to look so embarrassed, and walked out quietly in a suit. It's about Ding Xiaohua. I know that what is coming will come. I have thought of everything. If he has the ability to get me killed and I can't vent my anger completely, then I can only accept it. At that time, many people in the company were watching from the sidelines. In the entire office building, many people gathered at the elevator entrance, and police cars were sirens blaring outside. Some people pointed and talked, but I looked up and ignored those pairs of eyes. I thought, what's there to see? You will never know what this man has been through. When they arrived at the lobby of the office building, they found that it was a twin building and Shu Yu and her colleagues were working in the other one. What I didn't expect was that she was also standing in the crowd, looking at me quietly. When I saw her, I sneered at her, but she had a blank expression on her face, looking indifferent. I lowered my head and got into the police car. After sitting in the car, my mind was blank. I don't know if they have solid evidence yet. That is definitely not what I want. With my current abilities, they are likely to turn the tables. Chapter 43, is it Lin Jinhua's old lover? The police found a surveillance video in one place where they could see most of the body below. After comparing it, they thought it looked very similar to mine, so they asked me to keep walking in that way. I went to the scene, as the police said. At that time, I knew that they could not be sure just by looking at this. Even if it looked similar, they had to find other clues or get the information from me. I have experienced such a thing, so you can imagine my psychological quality. When Ding Xiao's younger brother Ding Xiaoqing found out, he refused to give in and insisted that I was the one who attacked his brother. However, he could not imagine that I had any grudge against his brother, so I was in prison like that. A week later, I was released. The police said they could not suspect me because there were many people who walked similarly, and I only looked a little bit like him. Ding Xiao had not woken up yet, and I thought it would not be bad if I lay in bed and never woke up for the rest of my life. In order to reduce suspicion, I quickly pushed forward the first phase of the project. As a result, Lin Jinhua was very happy. Ding Xiaoqing was also very happy. Wu Ming and Zhou Jie were also happy, and we could make a lot of money. Lin Jinhua's attitude towards me suddenly changed. One day, they invited me specially. Lin Jinhua met me first, smoked and drank tea with me, and put his arm around my shoulder and said with a smile, "I knew you had a way. Lily will stop making trouble." After that, he suddenly looked at me and said with a smile, "Lu Feng, you are good looking. To be honest, I have no choice. I have to save face. If you are willing, Lily can come back to her parents' home often, and you can come to my house to play. After all, it's great for young people to talk and laugh together as friends. I don't think you want me to be Lin Li's mistress. I think you picked the wrong person. It's not that I have a problem with Lin Li, but your idea is too strange. For your own face, you want Lin Li to be with someone you don't love. Is your face more important than your daughter's happiness? Lin Li has no way to pursue her own happiness. It's not that she hasn't met someone she likes. As long as the family background doesn't meet the standard, they can't be together." We smiled without saying anything, and then everyone started to eat happily. When I saw Zhou Jie, I instinctively felt annoyed. Some people tried desperately to marry into a wealthy family, while others tried desperately to escape. Some things cannot be said. When you say something, someone will say that it is because Lin Li's family is rich. She has never lacked for anything since she was a child. And Zhou Jie, on the other hand, comes from an average family, so it is understandable that she is vain. So don't make any judgment. As for Zhou Jie, I have long let go of her betrayal of me. But what I cannot let go of is that she joined forces with others to kill me. Wu Ming hugged Zhou Jie and looked at me and said with a smile, "Lu Feng, I knew you were talented. Well done. Come, your brother and your sister-in-law will toast you." As they said that, they toasted me together. I smiled and took a sip of the wine. When they were halfway through drinking, Wu Ming said to Lin Jinhua, "Uncle, your old lover is not coming today? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Jinhua said, "Don't joke around. When you come back, call me Mr. Shu." After hearing Lin Jinhua say this, I stood there in a daze, my heart aching. Wu Ming pouted and said, "You still don't admit it? Uncle, it's true. Everyone knows it. On the surface, it's just care, but it's not that kind of relationship. But uncle, you have good vision. Do you want me to give you something imported from India? It was recently developed, and it's the best in the world. Zhou Jie has even begged for mercy recently. You guy, you're joking around like that, and you have no respect for your parents. Just wait and see how I talk to your dad and teach you a lesson." Lin Jinhua pointed at Wu Ming and shook his finger. "Him? Ha, I just gave it to him, and my dad was so happy. You know his business, and people say he and I are like brothers, haha." Wu Ming kissed Zhou Jie, and Zhou Jie said in a coquettish voice, "Hateful. What do you mean? I like it. How can my father not like it? Huh?" Wu Ming looked at Ding Xiaoqing and said, "Brother Qing, have there been any new girls in your place recently? Send a few to uncle. He is embarrassed and can't have fun with us. They are a bunch of old guys who are better at having fun than us. They are all godfathers and goddaughters, huh?" Ding Xiaoqing said hurriedly, "Uncle, how about we go out to play tonight? There are many international friends here." They were all laughing, and suddenly Ding Xiaoqing looked at me and said, "People with intellectual talents don't like this?" I smiled and said, "I'm afraid of getting sick." Ding Xiaoqing laughed and said, "Then why be a man? Being a man is afraid of getting sick." Wu Ming and Zhou Jie laughed together. Suddenly Lin Jinhua said, "Boss Shu is coming. Stop joking and stop talking nonsense." Everyone else nodded. How much pain must life endure before we find the meaning of existence? When I saw her, she froze for a moment and then walked in. "You are dressed so sexily and beautifully. Just to meet your old lover?" I lowered my head, held the lighter in my hand, and pressed hard. I really want to stab all these people to death. They're almost all gathered together. I want to see what she looks like in front of Lin Jinhua. Is she really Lin Jinhua's lover? Chapter 44. Driving People Crazy. After Shuyu sat down, Lin Jinhua seemed to be fawning on her, as if she was even more powerful than Lin Jinhua. Of course, I also knew that since they said Shuyu was Lin Jinhua's old lover, it was normal for Lin Jinhua to behave like this. Taking off the coat, revealing a proud figure, not to mention Lin Jinhua. Any man who sees such a body would want to possess it. It's not just the natural appearance, but the charm, elegance, and sexiness. Boss Shu, a few of these juniors are here today. They are all young and promising. Wu Ming and Zhou Jie can now take charge of Zhenghua Group. Ding Xiaoqing is Ding Xiao's younger brother and works in the entertainment industry. This is Lu Feng, a very talented guy. Zhenghua Group's Zhongmai era has not been launched yet. He led the team to develop the first phase of software. This software development is very complicated and involves too many processes. In addition, there are many what-s that need to be modified by Big. What Big? Shu Yu asked, and Zhou Jie quickly said, it's Bug. Zhou Jie still loves to show off, but the timing is not right. Lin Jinhua stopped talking immediately, and Wu Ming said quickly, come on, I'll toast to Mr. Shu. Shu Yu stood up, and they clinked glasses. Looking at everything in front of me, it seems as if I have fallen into an extremely boring illusion. Shu Yu, you just came back. I must be responsible for protecting you. There is no problem in Haiqing that I can't solve. If these guys need anything in the future, just tell them directly. Your father and I have a good relationship. Don't be too nice. I'm a good big brother. No matter what, Uncle loves you very much. Shu Yu said, well, thank you, Uncle. Lin Jinhua suddenly said, Lu Feng hasn't toasted yet, right? After he said that, I was stunned. Suddenly I thought of something, stood up, raised my glass, looked at her and said, hello, President Shu. Toast to you. Looking at her quietly, she quickly picked up the glass and said, thank you. We both had blank expressions on our faces, and I finished the glass. Ding Xiaoqing said hurriedly, after all, I met a beautiful sister. I drank it all. Huh. Naturally, the others didn't say anything and just cheered. After sitting down, they chatted, and I remained silent. Boss Shu, I salute you. You are so beautiful. I didn't expect that you and Chairman Lin have such a relationship, Zhou Jie said, and then hurriedly said, no wonder Chairman Lin cherishes you so much. Shu Yu smiled and said, I was born well, thanks to my father for giving me everything. You have achieved what you have today through your own efforts. It is not easy, Zhou Jie. Take care of yourself. You can either become rich or fall into poverty. It doesn't matter. Come on. Mr. Shu, are you interested in investing in me? I'm planning to make a movie, and you must be interested. Ding Xiaoqing said, if there is a chance, yes. I am indeed interested in investing in the cultural industry. You asked director Zhang to film it. Shu Yu and I both invested in it. If you want to do something stupid, forget it. But if you want to get some third-rate celebrities, that won't do. Don't worry, Uncle. Don't worry, I will definitely make a big production. Recently, I have come into contact with many big directors. Ding Xiaoqing toasted Shu Yu again. Later, they became happier and happier as they drank. I wanted to leave, but I knew I couldn't. If I offended them now, it would ruin my plan. Shu Yu, I have a gift for you. Come here. Lin Jinhua took out a box, and everyone else said they were looking forward to it. After opening it, Lin Jinhua took out a diamond necklace. Shu Yu hurriedly said, it's too expensive, Uncle. I can't accept this. You are not giving me face. Aren't you giving your uncle face in front of so many children? Come on, put it on. It looks good. Since childhood, I have thought you were the most beautiful, even prettier than my Lily. Lin Jinhua stood up and put it on Shu Yu. When I saw the chain around her neck, I felt I couldn't sit still any longer, so I took the opportunity to go to the bathroom. They kept smoking in the bathroom, and when they came back, they were still chatting animatedly. That day was an extremely uncomfortable day for me. Later, they said they wanted to go out and sing and have fun, but I said I wasn't feeling well and had been working overtime recently, so I wanted to go back to sleep, and so I left. After walking out, I got in the car, leaned back, turned on the music in the car, and felt restless. Driving on the streets of Haicheng, I don't know where to go, and I don't know where my heart should go. Later, we went to a craft beer pub to drink. I went there often at that time. It was right next to my company. There was a man drinking alone. The boss and I were quite familiar with each other. Later, a few men were talking about women there, and the boss and a few people talked about Shu Yu. God, you guys wanted to pick up that chick. Did you get it done? Which one? One guy said. She's from Zhenghua Company next door. She's tall, has a great figure, and has a very charming temperament. Oh, that female boss. Guess what? She told us that none of us could match her, and then she said she had something to do and left. I was thinking about it recently, and she will call us next time she passes by. This woman looks enough. She knows this place. When I was with her, we came here to drink, and she waited for me outside. When I heard them say this, I felt crazy. How could this be the kind of woman she was? She acted like a decent woman. So this is how she is. The more I thought about it, the more upset I became. I felt like they were all playing with me, including Lin Lee, who just wanted to do the same thing to me. My cell phone rang, and I saw it was a message from Shuyu. What a timely moment. Chapter 45, See How I Deal with You. It says, no matter what happened in the past, it's best not to get too close to them, and don't continue to do dangerous things. I replied, thank you. The necklace your old lover gave you is very beautiful. She came back and said, I don't like it. They're going to sing. I don't want to go. I'm drunk and I'm home alone. I replied, want to play with me? She replied, okay, without any emotion. You actually want to talk to me like this. I drank quite a bit of wine and felt very unhappy. So I replied, I am not a good man and I don't have any feelings. If you want to play, I need to see if your skills have improved recently. She replied, I am already very good. Aren't you very good? Do you need a woman to be very good? I replied, indeed, you're very capable. You have practiced. You are very good at dealing with men. You use all kinds of methods. No wonder you are so. She replied, yes, a lot of men have approached me recently near the bar. With that said, I think there's no need to get emotional. If she were a good woman, I would really find it hard to forget her. But in that case, it doesn't matter. I replied, take a shower and wait for me. She came back and said, I've washed it. I drove to her place. I hadn't been there for a long time. When she got there, she opened the door and saw that she was wearing sexy silk pajamas with her chest slightly exposed, which could really drive a man crazy. The room was warm and the heating was on. She had indeed drunk a little too much and her face was slightly red. She walked over and sat on the sofa and continued watching TV with a cold face. I walked in, looked at the familiar place, walked up to her and said, have you brought a man to your home recently? She tilted her face back, closed her eyes and said, yes, I brought several. My heart still hurts. I'm so angry that I'm gasping for breath. She glanced at me and said, you haven't been idle, have you? Are you okay? You won't call 120 when things get like that, right? I feel like I can't convince her. I walked up to her, and she turned her face to the side. I pulled her face over and held it up. She looked at me with her eyes open and said, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Treat me the same way you treat those men. After I said that, she lowered her head and suddenly bit my hand. I said, oh, and then pulled my hand back. Seeing that she really bit me, I said, are you born in the year of the dog? She looked at me charmingly, nodded and said, yes, I was born in the year of the dog. Dogs catch mice. No wonder I like to be sneaky. It turns out that it's because I'm a very annoying mouse. Mice are really annoying. In the past, in the Northwest, many mice stole food. She is not born in the year of the dog. She said so on purpose. Don't you feel hypocritical when you say that? You are obviously that kind of woman, but you still have to pretend. Is it necessary? Look at your face, with a charming look on your face, especially after drinking. Look at yourself. Come, look at yourself in the mirror. I touched her face. She was drunk and looked at the mirror on the table next to her. She blinked her eyes seductively and said, Earth flower, then smiled extremely charmingly. I looked at her, snorted and said, I wonder how many men have touched her. What do you care? She snorted seductively and said, you don't know how many times I've touched you. I found that I couldn't beat her in front of her. Besides, why should I bother with a woman like this? Sometimes she pretends to be so ladylike, but in fact she is just like that. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she swayed slightly, looked at me with drooping eyebrows and said, why don't you say anything? Talking to you takes a lot of brain power. Your brain is not very good to begin with. I sat on the sofa and smoked. My addiction to smoking was getting worse and worse. Before the accident, I didn't smoke much, just one cigarette occasionally. She slowly came over, snatched my cigarette away and said, are cigarettes better than women? Although cigarettes are harmful to health, they have no emotional color. They didn't intend to hurt me. Even if they are harmful to health, it's entirely my fault. I said and looked at her. She took a light puff and then said to me, go ahead and smoke. I know you still want to sleep with me, but forget it. As she said that, she lay down on the sofa with her legs stretched out. When When she saw me stopping her from stretching her legs, she rubbed against me. Chapter 46. Come to my office. I came here originally to let off steam, but ended up getting drunk. I get a headache as soon as I drink, but I still can't help drinking. I suffer after drinking. A man who didn't smoke or drink much at first, and only had one woman, is now like this. There are some things you can't control. Everything is changing, moving, and developing. When I was in school, my teacher said it repeatedly, and I still remember it vividly. I'm getting more and more sleepy and can't concentrate on watching TV. She was quite energetic. She touched me and said, "Are you here to sleep?" I said dazedly, "Go to sleep first. I'll deal with you after I'm done sleeping." "I don't want to. You've drunk too much. It won't work at all. I know that," she said in a very experienced manner. I looked at her and smiled and said, "Your old lover is not as good as me even if he doesn't drink, so you come to me." Of course, everyone is like that. I am indeed not a good man. Sometimes I hate myself. If I were a woman, I wouldn't even be with myself. But there are women who like bad men. I just can't understand it. If you were a woman, wouldn't you have men everywhere? Even Pangelian is not as good as you, she retorted. You are. That's not what you said, but at least you won't murder your husband. After she said this, I felt like I was suffocating. She wouldn't know why. Seeing that I was panting heavily, she sat up and asked, "What's wrong with you?" I looked back at her and said, "I hate women." She blinked her eyes and said, "Then I'll help you find a handsome guy." I glared at her and said, "Go find it yourself." After I said that, just as I was about to stand up and leave, she suddenly hugged me and said, "Don't leave." We agreed to come and play with me. "Don't leave. Please me," I said with a frown. She walked up to me, looked at me, and said, "Please, if you go out like this, I'm afraid something might happen." Afterwards, I went to sleep in my room. I had a terrible headache and was tossing and turning. She patted my shoulder and said, "What's wrong with you? Give me some ibuprofen." She brought water and medicine and helped me up. When I was taking the medicine, she said, "I'm just worried that something might happen to you." "I know. Thank you." After taking the medicine, I continued to lie down. In the middle of the night, I sobered up and my headache went away. I saw her sleeping next to me, curled up in my arms. Looking at her enchanting and sexy long legs resting on my legs, trapping me tightly. Looking at her chest, two huge breasts stacked together. This woman has been looking very good lately and seems to be in a good mood. His hair exudes a faint fragrance. His body must have been raised on horse milk from the Northwest. He really looks like a horse. However, it is possible that there are many horsemen. That is all possible. Thinking of this, I took her hand away from me, but she instinctively put it back, so I took it away again and walked out. After going out, I opened the doors of several other rooms and took a look. They were very tidy and spotless. She likes doing housework and cleaning the room, and she works like a ranch girl. There is no nanny at home. She said that she is the only one at home, and it is easy for her to handle the work. But I think maybe it's inconvenient to bring a man back. Thinking about the scene at dinner that night, thinking of Ding Jinhua's obscene face, and that she was sitting next to Lin Jinhua, and that he even put the necklace on her finger, she felt resentful. After I sobered up, I didn't want to do that anymore. Walking on the streets in the late night, I don't know where to go, and I don't know where my heart wants to go. Walking aimlessly on the street, men and women who were having a great time in bars and nightclubs came out hugging each other. They looked very happy, but it was difficult for me to be happy. I didn't contact her for the next few days. I was no longer as sad as before. Everything was very calm. I devoted myself to my work and got 1 million from the company, which was very important to me. For men, being without money is absolutely unacceptable. At this time, I placed a wiretap and obtained a recording for the first time. It was Ding Xiaoqing and Qi Rui talking about the incident that harmed me in Ding Xiao's office. They talked a few words about this matter. Qi Rui said, "I have arranged people to investigate harder." Ding Xiaoqing said, "Do you think it could be that guy's friend or someone who came to take revenge on my eldest brother?" Qi Rui said, "That matter was not decided by one person at the beginning. I have taken care of everything on my side, so there will be no problem." Ding Xiaoqing said, "With you here, we are not afraid of anything." They were talking about Ding Xiaogua and came up with these words. But from these few sentences, I knew that they were in collusion, but these recordings were far from enough, and what they said was rather vague. Outsiders can't hear anything. Only the parties involved can know. It turns out that Qi Rui was also involved. When Linley continued to come to work in the company, I saw her that day and felt very angry, especially when I thought that she was Qi Rui's fiancée. She must have missed me because she dressed up beautifully, walked into my office, looked at me excitedly, and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was watching the news, looking at her delicate and beautiful face. She is emitting a pleasant perfume. She looks very healthy, and she has a very fashionable makeup, but you can still see her natural beauty. Thinking about the past, I felt more and more depressed and shuddered. I said coldly, "Nothing. What are you looking at?" She said and walked over to me and looked with me. "Wow, are you looking at a pretty girl? That's a pop-up window on the computer. I don't want to pay attention to it." But she leaned down, almost touching me. I looked at her carefully and found that the base layer inside was very elastic. After coming in, she unbuttoned her coat. The air conditioner was on in the room, and it was very warm. Looking at her, thinking that she was Chi Rue's fiancée and that Shuyu might be her father's old lover, I felt very annoyed. Someone outside tried to open the door, but couldn't, so he suddenly kicked it. Lindley was frightened and hurried to the sofa. I walked over and opened the door and saw it was Chi Rue, who had followed Lindley. "I think we're in trouble again." Chapter 47, You Miss Me. He rushed over to grab me, but Lindley quickly stood in front of me and said, "Don't hit him. I came here. It has nothing to do with him. I will marry you. It's all settled. My father has also agreed. I can come to work in the company." "Damn it. You actually protected him, you." Chi Rue raised his hand. Lindley was a woman who would not curse, so she shrank back and frowned. I hurriedly walked in front of Lindley, and he punched me, and I punched him back right after. Chi Rue trembled and said, "Fuck you. You dare to hit me. Who the hell are you? I'll let you die in Haicheng." The people he brought were stopped by security. I had said before that the security would stop anyone who came. Chi Rue felt unbelievable that someone of his status dared to hit him. Seeing that he seemed unable to beat me, he pointed at me and said, "Today I will let you see how you die." And then he started to make a phone call. Lindley looked at him in horror and said, "Don't do this. I'll go with you. I'll go with you now." In fact, Lin Jinhua is very capable. Lindley seems to be unaware of many things about her father. She is a very simple woman. She hurried to grab Chi Rue's mobile phone, but Chi Rue pushed her away. I looked at him and said, "Just come on." Lindley cried and said, "Don't be like this. He is innocent. I came to him to discuss work. I promised to marry you. Don't be impulsive." Lindley knew the connections in Chi Rue's family. Chi Rue pulled Lindley away, and Lindley followed him, begging him to let me go as they walked. When I left, Chi Rue kept looking back at me and said, "Just wait. I'm going to fuck you." "Fuck you." I yelled as well. Soon I was taken away from the company again. Once I got there, I didn't think too much about it. Chi Rue has a connection with me, but I think he will make me suffer. However, it is not so easy to kill me directly. Because the interests involved are huge, if something happens to me, they will lose a lot. I was detained for a few days and was released a few days later. After coming out, I felt refreshed. The sunlight was shining brightly, and I stood outside to smoke. It had just snowed in Haicheng, and there was still snow on the road. I was walking alone on the street. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Of course, I know Chi Rue won't let me go easily. I decided not to think about anything and just go out for a good meal. It started snowing outside again. It hadn't snowed so heavily in Haicheng for a long time. Shuyu called me, and I answered the phone quickly, but immediately said coldly, "What's the matter? I have something to talk to you about. Can we talk?" After she said that, I breathed a sigh of relief and watched the snow falling outside again through the glass window. I thought that this winter would definitely be very restless. "Okay, I won't go to your place. I don't want to do that again." "Well, I'll take you somewhere. Do you want to go?" "It's too dangerous, so I won't go. I can't guarantee who will harm me now." She snorted and said, "To harm you. To harm you. Do you have a billionaire? Didn't you just make $1 million? Do I want your million? Where are you? Where are you? I'll pick you up." Shuyu must have been missing me recently. Although she told herself not to get close to me rationally, she couldn't control herself emotionally. Maybe that's the case. I don't know what she wants to tell me. Maybe just an excuse. When she drove up, I was standing on the side of the road smoking. She opened the car door and called me, "This way." I walked over and opened the car door. She had on very delicate makeup, a milky white wool sweater, and red lips. When she saw me, she rolled her eyes and said, "You should advertise cigarettes." Standing there on the telephone pole, "You're the image that represents the largest group of smokers in the city, as if you just finished work on a construction site." Sitting in the car, I looked at myself in the rearview mirror. I was unkempt and had an untidy beard. "What's up?" I asked her. She started the car and said, "I'm not going to tell you yet. You need to get your hair cut." She took me to get a haircut. The barber shop was near where she lived, and she went there often. There were many handsome guys there. When I entered, I said, "No wonder you come here so often, just to see the handsome guy, right?" "Yeah, I just haven't seen a man like that. Cut your hair quickly." When I was cutting my hair, she stood by and gave me advice, saying this way would look better, that way would look better. After coming out, she even tidied my clothes for me. I don't know why she suddenly became so nice to me. I looked at her slightly, and she glanced at me and said, "What?" "Just now that guy kept calling you sister, and you looked so happy with that light in your eyes. Were you really happy at that moment?" All I could think of was a mess. She came close to me, looked up at me, and said, "How do you know?" "I have never seen a man before. When I see a handsome guy, I can't walk, right?" She looked at me with a dazed look, and I hugged her tightly. She instantly leaned into my arms and said charmingly, "Let's get in the car." After I got in the car with her, I didn't know where she was taking me. She continued to drive, and her face became redder and redder. It was already hot in the car. After the meeting, she said in a coquettish voice, "I can't drive anymore. Can you drive it?" I went to drive, and she sat next to me and kept her hand on my arm. I looked back at her and said, "You want breastfeeding?" "I don't have any." She pouted at me and said, "People come to see you, and you are so mean." I immediately thought that she must be thinking badly. She had lost all her dignity. Such a prestigious woman was like this now. I reached out my hand, and she said, "Oh." Just as I was about to leave, she suddenly grabbed my hand tightly and held it in her arms. I felt a warm current coming over me. Chapter 48. Things got out of hand. While driving, I didn't say a word and didn't want to talk. She held my hand in her arms, which was very soft and flexible. "Listen to me. You are in danger now. Their people may attack you at any time. I want to help you. If you are willing, I will arrange for them to have dinner together in the evening. I will tell them that you are my boyfriend and invite them all. How do you feel about that?" She said with concern. "I think that's a good idea, but then I also wonder if Lin Jinhua knows that I'm her boyfriend. Won't she kill me?" "Lin Jinhua likes you. Aren't you Lin Jinhua's old lover?" After I said that, Shuyu hit me and said, "Asshole, I'm helping you, and you still say that. I am very touched. Thank you. How can I repay you?" I looked back at her with a smile. You sleep with me?" Shuyu sometimes speaks very directly because she has lived in the Northwest. After saying this, I nodded and said, "Okay." After I got back, I changed my clothes first. She bought me new clothes. I felt that she was so good to me and forgave me. After taking a shower, Shuyu looked at me and said, "Let's accompany you for once and see how it goes." I walked over, and she turned her face away. Seeing how great she was, I held her in my arms and said, "God must have opened his eyes and treated me so well now. It's great that I have Mr. Shu to accompany me." She rolled her eyes at me and said, "Behave yourself." I wanted to do that to her that day, but I left later. Now that she has come to me and is so nice to me, I think that's great, so why not just keep it pure? But I found that it didn't work. I don't know what happened. I can't go back to the way it was before. I can't do it without emotion. I wonder if I have lost this ability? Seeing me like this, she hugged me tenderly and said, "Don't worry, kiss me." I kissed her, and then it was all right. I was just hysterical. Shuyu kept looking at me with her teeth clenched. She missed me a lot, and I missed her too. Although I was angry and thought that she might be someone's lover, she wanted to take me to say that I was her boyfriend, so it shouldn't be the case. Of course, we can't rule out that she is, but that person can allow her to have a boyfriend. The more I think about it, the more confused I become, so I just stopped thinking about it. It's so happy and intoxicating to be with Shuyu. I have to say, she is too good at dealing with men. I can't help it when I see her like that. I screamed and crawled in her arms, and she kept touching my hair. Afterwards, we took a shower and got dressed, and she still looked stingy. "What's wrong with you?" I looked at her, not knowing what was going on. "Just leave after that and don't care about me," she pouted. "Okay, caress, caress." I hugged her and said to her lovingly. That way, she was happy. I think I should love her. She is so good to me. I'm telling you, we're just fake boyfriend and girlfriend. We're just trying to trick them. Maybe things will be fine after Chi Rue and Lin Li get married. He and his father are terrible. You're in danger. Shu Yu said this. I knew it, nodded and said, "Well, thank you. Let me ask you, do you have a lot of women?" Shu Yu looked up and murmured, "No, you are my only lover." As soon as I said that, she was happy, looked at me charmingly and said, "No other women allowed." "Yeah, okay." She happily took me to the banquet. That day, she invited a lot of people, almost everyone, to give her face, including Wu Ming, Wu Dingguang, Wu Ming's father. This old guy is really bald, and Qi Ruei, and Qi Guiqiang. Everyone gave her face. At this time, I couldn't help but think about Shu Yu's identity and why these people would give her face. After sitting down, Shu Yu said, "Uncles, brothers, and sisters, I'm so happy that you can come. I invited you today to say thank you for your help. Also, I brought my boyfriend Lu Feng to treat you to a drink." Qi Guiqiang sat in the main seat and said hurriedly, "Okay, very good. Yeah, it's great. Your father is very pleased. Finally, this day has come. Uncle is very optimistic, Lu Feng, right?" I was stunned for a moment, but still said, "Hello, Uncle Qi." Qi Ruei glanced at me, and Lin Li, who was sitting next to him, looked at me blankly. Lin Jinhua also looked at Shu Yu blankly. Wu Dingguang looked at me and said, "Isn't this guy a software developer?" Thinking of Wu Ming, I was stunned for a moment, but still said, "Yes, Uncle Wu, hello." After all, Shu Yu was doing this for my own good. Wu Ming said sarcastically, "It took so long to get the first issue out. We don't know when we'll get the rest. Hurry up. This is Yiya's boyfriend. What do you mean by yours?" Wu Dingguang said hurriedly, and then said with a hypocritical smile, "Yeah, it's great to see that you have a boyfriend. I remember that your father, Brother Jinhua, and I, the three of us, conquered the world together. Oh, and there was also Lao Chi." Qi Guiqiang nodded and said, "Back then, I was your father's subordinate. That's great, girl. It's rare for you to find us. Today, I wanted to treat you to a drink. I originally wanted to accompany some merchants from other places, but I turned it down. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, three uncles. Let's get started. The food here is delicious. You all should drink more. My father told me that you guys drank more than 10 bottles of liquor back then. That's rice wine. Besides, we are all this age now, but only Jinhua looks young and takes good care of himself." After Wu Dingguang said this, Lin Jinhua was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I can't compare to young people. Young people are better. They're in good health." Linley kept looking at me with her eyes fixed. I saw her and Qi Ruei, and Qi Ruei smiled strangely. Then they started toasting. Shu Yu was really good. There was nothing to say about it in this aspect. When it was Qi Ruei and Lin Li's turn, she looked at Qi Ruei and said, "Qi Ruei, you can't always doubt Lu Feng. I don't doubt my boyfriend at all. I don't doubt his working relationship with Lin Li. Lin Li is such a good girl." After saying this, Qi Ruei stood up, looked at Shu Yu and said, "Sister Shu Yu, it seems that there is a real misunderstanding, but..." Qi Guiqiang said hurriedly, "But what?" "Let me toast to your sister Shu Yu and your future brother-in-law." Qi Ruei smiled reluctantly, and then we drank. This made me feel like things had gotten out of hand. I originally wanted to come here to collect evidence, but because of Shu Yu, now it's like this. Do I have to marry Shu Yu? However, if she is not the kind of woman I want, we can get married, but there are many things I haven't figured out. If Shu Yu is also related to my murder, then it will be difficult to deal with. Linley didn't say anything and just looked at me pitifully. I was afraid to see her eyes, and I was afraid Shu Yu would know. If Shu Yu knew, she would definitely not forgive me. I didn't mean to do this, but things are becoming more and more complicated. In the end, I really don't know how it will end. Qi Guiqiang talked about Shu Yu's father, which made me feel better immediately. I also wanted to know more about Shu Yu. Chapter 49. The Story of an Illegitimate Daughter. "Yeah, have you visited your father recently?" Qi Guiqiang said after taking a bite of food. "I want to see him during the Chinese New Year, and he was in good health in all aspects." Supervisor Zhang said that Dad was in a good mood recently. After Shu Yu said this, I realized that her father was in prison. I thought her father had passed away. Even though I'm in prison, it's better than that. I don't know why I was imprisoned, how long I was sentenced to, or how long I've been in there. Well, I've already told you. It's hard for you to say this. Compared to them, you are much better. Come, Uncle will toast you. Your father is not here. If he were, I would have a good drink with him. Of course, you are so successful now and have a boyfriend. Don't be too busy at work. Getting married and living a happy life is where our happiness lies." Qi Guiqiang has a very profound demeanor. Shu Yu hurriedly picked up the wine glass and said, "Thank you, Uncle Qi. When Qi Ruei and Lin Li get married, we will drink well again." Qi Guiqiang looked at Lin Jinhua and said with a smile, "We are finally going to become relatives." "Jinhua, why are you so worried?" Lin Jinhua quickly turned his eyes away from Shu Yu and said, "No, come, let's drink together, drink together." Just as I was looking at Lin Jinhua also looked at me. This old guy is thinking about Shu Yu's good things. I had a blank expression on my face, and just looked at them and smiled. Wu Dingguang said with a smile, "That's good now. We have the technology and the connections. Ye and Lu Feng are together. From now on, we are solid. Let's make a fortune together. In Haicheng, no one can get rid of us. Let's all raise our glasses. If it weren't for Shu Yu, I really wouldn't want to come." Looking at them, I felt so uncomfortable. In order to make money, they want to silence me. Thinking of this, my heart was filled with anger. I was afraid that Shu Yu would drink too much, so I kept trying to stop her from drinking. She was also afraid that I would drink too much, so she said to me, "Drink less." "I can drink. If you drink so much, and you really can't take it anymore, then I won't be happy." Shu Yu drank a little too much. Her face was flushed, and she even spoke in a slurred way. I touched her back and said, "There are so many men. You are so rich. Are you still short of strong men?" She whispered in my ear, "It's not about how powerful it is. It's about the feeling. A little sparrow can also roar to shake the sky." As she said that, she couldn't help but smile. She said that on purpose. I'm not a little sparrow. I think she is really mean. But when she said this, I felt very down to earth, as if I could see the vast grasslands of the Northwest, the pristine scenery, and the children of the earth. After dinner, we chatted for a long time before going back. When I got in the car, I saw they drove a lot of luxury cars. On the way back, I drove without saying a word. Shu Yu was drunk. She gently hit me and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't want to have a boyfriend." It's not true. After I said that, she stopped talking. When I looked back at her, she was standing there with her head down, seemingly unhappy. "Really, it's true. Whatever you say, I don't feel worthy of you." To think that she was so kind to me was something I had never experienced before. I am very touched that a woman can do this for a man, although I always doubt love in women. She said happily, "That's right. I just feel sorry for you. After all, no matter what I said before, it's better. By the way, are you in a good mood today?" It's hard to describe the feeling. I saw that they were in a bad mood, but when I saw Shu Yu doing this for me, I felt much better. "I'm fine, thank you." After I said that, she said, "Thank me. Thank me, I don't know your details yet. I feel like you're hiding a lot of things from me. I've helped you, so when you're with me, don't answer calls from women. If I find out you're answering calls from women, I'll stop caring about you. Then I'll have a headache again." I held her hand and said as we drove, "Yeah, I know." She squeezed my hand hard. Shu Yu is a kind-hearted woman. She has the magic power to make a man suffer all these and still be melted by her. When we got home, I saw that she had drunk too much, so I poured her some tea. Shu Yu is very touched when you treat her well. She gave it to me to drink. I took a sip, blew on it for her, and she also took a sip. Leaning in my arms, watching TV. "I really don't want to forgive you." Later, I thought about how you were always beaten by others and how you looked so pitiful sometimes. You also gave me a bath and helped me to sleep. I was not really drunk that day, but I knew everything. When I thought about all this, I felt like I was possessed. "I hate you." She hit me gently. I looked back at her and said, "Isn't this the most basic friendliness between people?" After hearing this, she opened her mouth, frowned, and said in disbelief, Are you so friendly with all women?" I smiled and said, "I'm just kidding. I think you're quite humorous." "Are all northern women humorous?" "I don't know either. Logically, my ancestors weren't from there, but they do love to joke around. Women can joke around too, without blushing. Aunt Qinglin is the best at joking. Men who want to take advantage of her verbally can't win over her." By the way, the first time I knew about things between men and women was one day, when I was 15 years old. She told me this, and I liked it very much. She blinked her eyes and said, "I wandered around and came to Aunt Qinglin's house, and I began to hear a woman crying. I thought Aunt Qinglin was beaten by her husband, so I ran over and stood by the window to take a look. Guess what happened?" Of course I knew about this, so I said, "Two big white snakes entangled together, right?" "No, that man was quite dark." I shouted at you not to hit Aunt Qinglin. They were scared and jumped up. Later, my mother found out and scolded me. Shu Yu laughed from ear to ear. I also laughed, and Shu Yu said, "You laughed? You look so good when you laugh. You should laugh more, okay?" Yes, I haven't really laughed in a long time, and I was made to laugh by Shu Yu. I really want to know about her background. What's going on in the Northwest? Maybe Shu Yu had drunk some wine that day. She looked at a place and said, "I." Then she calmed down and said, "I am an illegitimate daughter." When I heard her say that, I was stunned. Of course, it wasn't because I cared, but because I was afraid that she would be sad. "Sorry." I hugged her tightly. "Why are you embarrassed? It's not your fault." She looked at me, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then she looked ahead quietly and said, when I was a child, I was ridiculed by other kids for many years because of my identity, but it's all over now. Hearing Shuyu say this, I became even more curious. There's so many things I want to know. How did her biological father know her mother? And how did he get in touch with these people? There are too many unknowns. Do we have a future? We don't know. The mystery of the matter has not been solved yet. I am very afraid that the incident that harmed me is related to her father, her family, or her. I hope not. By the way, tell me about your childhood and your past. When Shuyu said this, I was stunned. Chapter 50, calling Zhou Jie's name. I said in a heavy tone and with a hint of sadness. Oh, my childhood experience was quite tragic. Those are very painful memories for me. Shuyu suddenly covered my mouth, then hugged me tightly and said softly in my ear, stop talking. Her eyes were full of heartache, and she rubbed against me. He felt sorry for me, but also looked hungry. Thinking about it again? I said with a chuckle. She nodded slightly and said, well, I can't leave you. Why is this so good? It said as if it's never happened before, but it may not be this good. Seeing her like this, and thinking of the drinking scene that night, I said, it's hard to imagine that I have to face this situation. Thinking about how close she was to those people, I got excited and felt like a king. The scene of the meal kept appearing in my mind. I got endless satisfaction. Shuyu was so cute and charming when she was drunk. She kept talking nonsense and holding my hand. I told her not to move. She was disobedient and stretched out her arms and legs like an octopus, just like the daughter of a farmer on the northwestern prairie. Shuyu fell asleep later, and I fell asleep as well. At midnight, I heard crying and quickly sat up. The lights are on. Shuyu sat next to me, her hair spread out on one side, wearing silk pajamas, crying in grievance. What's wrong again? I looked at her blankly. Because of the warmth she gave me, I'm a little afraid of losing it. She didn't answer me, she just cried. I thought about it, then quickly hugged her and said, honey, are you thinking about the past? I haven't felt this tender in a long time. She lowered her head and kept pushing me. I left her, stood there in a daze, and suddenly hurriedly whispered, what's wrong? You called Zhou Jie's name. You kept calling Zhou Jie's name. She felt very aggrieved. A woman of such age was crying like a child with her lips pouted. I suddenly understood and felt very guilty. It would be better to call anyone's name instead of Zhou Jie's. I stood there in a daze, thinking that it must be true. After Zhou Jie framed me, I kept having nightmares. In my dreams, I vaguely remembered calling Zhou Jie, questioning her and scolding her. Staring at her blankly, she calmed down and said, do you love her very much? Is she that good? She has been with many men. Is she that good? Are you also bewitched by her? Is she very good? Does she have any seductive skills? She doesn't know that I hate Zhou Jie to the core. An idea suddenly occurred to me, and I said, listen to me, what happened? Don't get excited. Didn't you break up with me before? It was because Zhou Jie secretly filmed that video. At the beginning, she and Wu Ming wanted to join us, but I didn't let them, so she came to me, pounced on me, created that illusion, and caught me in the act. Then, because of this, after I broke up with you, I was in so much pain that I felt like I couldn't live anymore. Because of you, I hated her so much. I felt like she ruined everything for me. So I hated her so much for making you misunderstand me. I was afraid of losing you. After hearing this, Shuyu blinked her eyes and asked, is it true? Although they had no feelings for each other, after reconciling, having physical contact, sleeping together, feeling each other's warmth, and being able to sleep soundly as if they really had a home, she was instinctively moved. Of course it's true. Do you think I would like her? Am I stupid? I'm still very normal. You're such a great woman, and you treat me so well. Don't you have any confidence at all? You don't know how charming you are. You have seduced me, so I really hate it. Whenever I think of this, I brood my emotions to the extreme. She hugged me, stroked my hair, and said, don't drink like that. If you drink, I'll be finished. I was really touched when she said that. Well, I'll listen to you. It's just a dream. I may have such a dream again in the future. You can listen carefully to what happened. Don't dream about her. Even if you dream about Lin Li, don't dream about her. By the way, Lin Li looks at you strangely at night. I always feel something is not right. She was confused. Nothing. Let's go to bed quickly, I said, kissing her forehead. She was happy after hearing what I said. Once a woman is aroused, she is easy to coax. Hugging her, I said happily, holding my big horse to sleep, look at this horse named Ye. how beautiful and wonderful. I am still a very good horse herder." She couldn't help laughing, snuggled in my arms, and said, "Only." She was so direct. "Yeah, I know. I only love you." Next, Shuyu and I stayed at home and took a few days off. She had some problems with her computer, so I fixed it for her. At that time, she snuggled up to me and looked at me with admiration. I knew she saw how good I was at computer technology, so I made a program for her. There were a lot of fireworks with her name written on them, as well as Lu Feng loves Shuyu. She was nice to me and diverted my attention a lot, so I had to give her my love. In the spotlessly clean and warm home, we took a shower, put on clean clothes, and snuggled together, feeling a sense of belonging that we had never felt before. When she saw it, she was so happy that she hugged me and said, "You can only do it for me." I said, "Not for me, but with me." She immediately felt something after hearing that, and said happily and obediently, "That's right, Lu Feng. You see, your head and body are not in good condition. If you leave me, I won't be able to take care of you, and you won't be so good." I nodded and said obediently, "Yes, I know. You love me the most. You are the best. Come, I will help you organize the documents." Suddenly, I said again, "There will be no privacy, right?" She shook her head and said, "It's all work-related. You can look at it at will." It appears to be a lot of internal information of Zhenhua Group, but I didn't open it. Shuyu put her arm around my waist and said, "I know you're not here for this. You see, it's okay." "Indeed, I have no interest in these. I have no interest in these." After I tidied up her computer, she snuggled in my arms, held my hand, and brought it to her, always wanting me to put it on her chest. Looking down, I whispered, "Did the little baby eat it?" She didn't hear it clearly at first, and was stunned for a moment and said, "What?" Soon, she understood, then shook her head and said, "No." I hugged her tightly and changed the subject. "It doesn't rain much in the Northwest, does it?" "Well, it's very dry there. Sometimes it doesn't rain much in a year. People long for rain like a bachelor longs for a wife. Is it just like a lonely woman missing a man?" I looked at her with a smile. "Well, if you have never seen a downpour, who would know what it feels like to have a downpour after a long drought?" she murmured in my arms. I learned about Shu Yu's life experience bit by bit. I'm very curious about her past, and I think she might tell me about it one day. Maybe she doesn't think those things can't be said, it's just that they are very normal to her, but very curious to me. I'm wondering whether I should tell her about my situation. There are some things I'm not sure about. I think if everything is sincere and forever, I will tell her when I can grasp the opportunity. Shuyu asked me to be her boyfriend because she wanted to help me and save me, but there are always pros and cons to everything. There are some things that she cannot control. When Lin Jinhua asked me to leave Shuyu, I naturally didn't want to leave, but he was so crazy that he did something I didn't expect. Chapter 51, Let Me Leave Shuyu. I met him in the presidential suite of the Lin Jinhua Hotel. I was stopped by them halfway. He was wearing pajamas, with his hair combed fashionably, and smoking a cigar. He sat there looking at me arrogantly and said, "Break up with Shuyu, don't say no." His henchman stood next to him with fierce eyes. I looked at him coldly and said, "What if I don't?" He laughed grimly, then narrowed his eyes, and then smiled again. "Do you think he will get Shuyu? Will he let Shuyu be his woman? He keeps saying he is Shuyu's father's brother, but is he such a brother? His brother is in jail, so he wants to take possession of his brother's daughter? You have no choice. Although I am old, I tell you, in terms of physique, I may not be inferior to you. As for the rest, you are like an ant in my eyes. I have 10,000 ways to kill you, but you only have one result," he said, glaring at me. My blood immediately started to flow rapidly, and I smiled and said, "Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you are rich and powerful? Do you think I'm afraid of death? You can do whatever you want, but I tell you, don't threaten me. As long as I am standing here today and still have a breath left, I will not be threatened by you." "Really? Well, then let me see. After I beat you half to death today, who can do anything to me?" He sat up straight and took a puff of his cigar. "Come on, I'm going to die here today. It's my fate." After I said that, several thugs came over quickly. I looked at them and said, "You'd better be ruthless and quick, otherwise I will remember your appearance. If you can get out alive today, I will make sure that none of you survive." "Fuck you." 5 or 6 people surrounded me and held me down. Lin Jinhua is so fucking cruel. Shuyu thought that if I made my relationship with her public, no one would do anything to me. But how could a woman like Shuyu know their despicable faces? I was beaten for a while at first. Then Lin Jinhua came over, grabbed my collar, and said, "You slept with my daughter. Don't think I don't know. She wrote it in her diary, and her mother saw it. You bastard. Lin Jinhua slapped me in the face. I gasped and said, she did it willingly. She likes me very much, and she is willing to sleep with me. When I suffered such humiliation, I couldn't bear it and was out of control. Now that he knows everything, he won't let me go. Lin Jinhua grabbed my collar and slapped me again. My face was bleeding, and I smiled and said, you old dog. Do you think Shuyu will follow you? She likes me, and she won't sleep with anyone else except me. She loves me very much, do you know that? You are so old. You are dreaming. Lin Jinhua trembled, screamed, and kicked me in the face. If someone outside hadn't called the police that day, I would have been beaten to death. Later, I kept looking for that person who heard the noise inside and called the police. After all, it was in Lin Jinhua's own hotel, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After the police arrived, many guests came out. Lin Jinhua had someone drag me out and throw me into the corridor. I climbed up from the corridor and staggered down, my face covered in blood. I was stunned at the time, gasping for breath and lighting a cigarette with trembling hands. Later, I did not call the police. I returned to my residence, where I washed and wiped my face. I decided to fight Lin Jinhua. I am not as capable as him, but I will find a way to kill him. Of course, I won't do it right away. It's impossible for me to get close to him in a short time. Next, I told Shuyu that I was going on a business trip. Shuyu said on the phone, well, when you go out, you should pay more attention to safety, don't smoke so much, and don't drink. Do you hear me? Hearing Shuyu's extremely concerned voice, I couldn't help but burst into tears, but I forced myself to say, well, I'll listen to you, I won't. Well, I miss you. When you come back, I will make you something delicious. The goodies sent from the Northwest will arrive soon. You can eat them when you come back. Be good. It's not what I've gone through that makes my eyes wet. It's Shuyu. Why are you so nice to me? There are so many rich and good-looking men. Can't you find them? It's hard for me to have a future. I've already thought about it. Even if I die with them in the end, I have no regrets. After hanging up the phone, I thought about some things and decided to break up with Shuyu. My business is my business, and I don't want to involve her. I want to completely cut off all ties with her and have no relationship with her at all. Her father is still in prison, and offending them now will be disadvantageous to her. Moreover, she wanted to take me to meet them, buy them a drink, and ask them to let me go. I was reluctant, but I still held out hope at that time. Now I know their true colors, and Shuyu probably doesn't know a lot of things. Since Lin Jinhua wants to occupy her, what is his relationship with her father? Maybe he wants her father to stay in prison for the rest of his life. I barely slept that night. The next day, I called Shuyu. Shuyu said she missed me, and I said I missed her too. Then I smiled and said, Shuyu, I want to ask you something. Can you tell me the truth? Well, you say, if we are not destined to be together in the future, will you be with Lin Jinhua? I hope you can tell me. Okay. After I said that, Shuyu was stunned and said, impossible, never possible. It is impossible if I don't know you. No matter what happens in the future, it is impossible. He is so old. How can I be with him? Even if I am poor, I don't want to be with him. If I have no money, I will go back to the Northwest to farm and herd sheep, and I can have something to eat. Hearing her say that, I felt relieved and said, that's right, he is so old. If I choose a woman, I would choose a young and strong one. Otherwise, it would be so disgusting. I smiled coldly, and my whole body was in pain. I'm not asking you to take responsibility. You seem to be afraid that I will pester you. Let me tell you, how good a woman do you think you can meet? I tell you, there is no other woman like me in the world. If you stay with me and sleep with others, I will never pay attention to you again. Just cry. When you have a headache, don't beg me again. You're so pitiful. Shuyu snorted and said, yes, I know. Just as she was about to hang up, Shuyu said, did something happen? Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, I kept thinking about how to break up with Shuyu. Later, I found Duo and asked her to help me. I know this is cruel, but I don't want Shuyu to be swept into this torrent by me. When Duo saw me, she kept crying. I told her not to cry and to do as I said. I told Duo roughly what happened. Duo kept saying, sister is such a good person, such a good person. I called Shuyu with trembling hands, but before I could even open my mouth, my heart ached. Duo pouted and cried. This is cruel. My sister is so good to you. It's rare, but I had to do this. Lin Jinhua beat me like that. I couldn't stand the humiliation. He beat me so hard that I went crazy. I wouldn't let it go. I had to make him pay the price. Chapter 52, Eloping with Lin Li. Separation makes us miss each other more. both physically and mentally. Shuyu answered the phone and said excitedly, "Miss me?" When I heard her voice, I felt so heartbroken that my hands were shaking. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Shuyu seemed to sense something and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" She was so worried about me. Just as I was about to speak, Shuyu hurriedly said, "Lu Feng, what's wrong? Tell me quickly." "Nothing. Shuyu, let's break up." I said this while closing my eyes, suppressing my grief. Shuyu didn't reply to me immediately. After a few seconds, she said softly, "Did someone threaten you?" "No, I've been hiding it from you. I have a girlfriend, and I don't want to hide it from you anymore. You don't have to be so nice to me. It's not worth it. My conscience is condemned. I think I love her more." When I said this, my heart was broken. Originally, I didn't say it was true. "Did you come back from abroad?" Shuyu's voice became low, and she lost her confidence in an instant, like a poor child. I couldn't help but cry. "Well, yes, so you don't need to be sad. I am not worthy of your love," I panted and said in a low voice. "It's nothing. I just want to help you. I'm glad you have someone to take care of you." "It's nothing. Is it true?" She seemed to be unable to breathe due to the pressure in her chest, and finally asked that question. Duo was beside him, trying her best to control her emotions, and said, "Honey, can we go now?" When Shu Yu heard Duoduo's voice, she was stunned for a moment, and the phone went silent. My tears burst out at that moment. Standing there, the tears made the wound on my face burn with pain. I clenched my teeth, and the grief in my heart made my body tremble uncontrollably. She was so good to me. She brought me love and warmth when I was most desperate, but I hurt her so cruelly. Duo was standing next to me, wiping my tears with a tissue. I looked back at Duo blankly and said, Duo, isn't this cruel? Can a woman really fall in love with a man? Yes, there are so many women in the world, and they're different. Why can't there be love? My mother loves my father very much, and has been working hard for the family all her life. Duo looked at me with tears in her eyes. They're all good women. I think Zhou Jie is just Zhou Jie. After breaking up with Shu Yu, I felt a little relieved. At least I wouldn't implicate her. As long as she lives a good life, that's enough. If she can find a good man who truly loves her and whom she also loves, I think that would be great too. When Duo left that day, she looked at me pitifully and said, Boss, can you please stop fighting with him? Sister Shuyue is so good to you. Why don't you talk it out with her? Go live in the Northwest, forget the past, and start over, okay? Seeing Duo so worried about me, I hugged Duo, touched her hair, and said, Duo, I owe you this life. Find a good family and be obedient. Duo nodded and said, Well, I will. You don't have to worry about me. I just want to repay you for all the kindness you've shown me. Don't feel pressured because of me. I will live a good life. I'm just worried about you. You're a good person, and you shouldn't have to go through this. It doesn't matter whether they are good or bad. I just want to be myself and make them pay the price. When that day comes, I will live a quiet life. But now, I can't swallow this. Then you have to be careful. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me, okay? Duo looked at me charmingly, and I nodded. After Duo left, I returned to being alone and kept thinking about the scene of Lin Jinhua beating me up. He kicked me in the face. Fuck you. I was completely unprepared when they framed me. I was completely unconscious. My heart was broken by Zhou Jie. My head was dizzy, but even when I was sober, you still treated me like this. When everything calmed down, I started looking for ways to make Lin Jinhua pay the price. Unexpectedly, Lin Li called me at this time. On the phone, she said anxiously, Lu Feng, where are you? My father has imprisoned me and asked someone to watch me and not let me out. He said he was afraid that you would retaliate against me. Did he bully you? After receiving Lin Li's call, I thought the opportunity had come. So I said, Lin Li, are you out now? Well, I ran away, but I was still very miserable afterwards. I don't want to get married. Lu Feng, can you take me away from here? I took out all my documents. Lin Li said anxiously. Okay, I'll take you there, and we'll meet somewhere, I said without much hesitation. Well, okay, Lu Feng, Lin Li said excitedly. After hanging up the phone, I started packing up my things and encrypted many confidential documents again and saved them. The company couldn't do anything without my key. I also encrypted and saved a lot of evidence I collected about their illegal business. Although the evidence is not much at the moment, they would feel bad if I posted it online to hype it up and make a big deal out of it. Now I am free and alone. If they want to deal with me, They have to find me, and I won't let them find me easily. I booked a flight to Seoul, South Korea online. I had been in South Korea for a long time and was quite familiar with the place. I met Lin Lee at the airport. When Lin Lee saw me, she threw herself into my arms. I can't describe my feelings towards Lin Lee, but I always think that she is her and her father is her father. She is definitely not her father's biological daughter. It must be that some man cheated on Lin Jinhua and gave birth to Lin Lee. Otherwise, why is Lin Lee so good? When I saw Lin Lee and thought of what Lin Jinhua did to me, I suddenly hugged Lin Lee and kissed her. It seemed like a kind of revenge. I think Lin Jinhua, you treated me like that. You played hard on me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm also a man of 7 feet tall. Lin Lee's wedding is coming up in a month. The invitations have been sent out. I'm going to make you pay for what you did to me. I want you to know that you live in this world. You can't do whatever you want, be lawless, and bully the weak like dogs. Lin Lee was extremely happy and was completely immersed in the excitement of eloping with me. She wanted to escape from the sea of suffering, and of course this was her wish. She said that as long as she could avoid getting married, she would be happy even if she became a nun, so that was fine, and we would achieve our goal together. Wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses, I thought Lin Jinhua might accuse me of kidnapping Lin Lee, so I took off my sunglasses, hugged Lin Lee, and faced the surveillance camera. Lin Lee felt very happy, and we kissed again. We acted very sweetly, so that if we faced the law in the future, Lin Jinhua would not be able to prove that I kidnapped Lin Lee. After passing security check, we boarded the plane. When we were on the plane, Lin Lee leaned in my arms and said, "Lu Feng, I miss you so much. I'm willing to go anywhere with you. I don't want to be a rich girl anymore." Looking at Lin Lee slightly at that moment, I suddenly thought of Shu Yu, but I immediately diverted my attention. Shu Yu is like a goddess. She is a ray of light sent by God to illuminate my life. No matter what happens in the future, I will bless her. My cell phone was always working, and I told the company that I was on vacation, so everything seemed normal. Lin Lee's cell phone was turned off. She had no way to face it and could only avoid it completely. After arriving in South Korea, Lin Jinhua became anxious and finally called me. I've been waiting for his call. Chapter 53. This feels so good. Lin Lee was very happy after arriving in Seoul. She has always liked watching Korean dramas and has been here many times before. For me, I don't have a sense of belonging anywhere, just like a person who has lost his identity and been abandoned by God. I rented a house through my connections in Gangnam District, a very developed area. Every day I go shopping with Lin Lee, eat delicious food, and buy all kinds of brand-name clothes. All the money spent will be reimbursed by Lin Jinhua in the future. I don't think about anything, and I told Lin Lee not to think too much about it. People should pursue their own happiness and should not be slaves to marriage. Lin Lee said that she had thought it through and made up her mind. She thought that no matter what, her parents would be fine and she should live for herself. She doesn't know what her father did to me. I didn't tell her because I didn't want to involve Lin Lee. Whatever happened between Lin Jinhua and me, it has nothing to do with Lin Lee. Lin Lee bought me some very fashionable clothes. She is quite good at dressing. This reminds me of Shu Yu. She would also take me shopping for clothes. She liked to dress me up to look mature and elegant, and to look manly. When I think of Shu Yu, my conscience is condemned, and my heart aches. Lin Lee hopes that I can be more fashionable. She knows a lot about trendy brands. Of course, she is not the kind of girl who likes to play. She has a gentle personality and is a little conservative. She got these from her cousins, and they brought them with them when she went out to play. I was particularly relaxed during those days, eating Korean barbecue and taking a sauna. Seeing Lin Lee in front of me, I thought to myself, Lin Jinhua, you old man, do you know that your daughter is so happy with me? You must be so angry that you are going crazy. Lu Feng, are we friends or what? Lin Lee asked me. I looked at her and said, what do you think? I don't know either, but I'm very happy with you. After we met last time, I missed you every day when I went back. I felt like I was going crazy. When I saw you with Sister Shu Yu, I felt so sad. Are you and Sister Shu Yu really a fake boyfriend and girlfriend? Lin Lee didn't quite believe it, so I said, yes, it's fake. She's a nice person and just wanted to help me. Sister Shu Yu is really nice. Lu Feng, thank you for helping me and bringing me out. If I can ruin this marriage and have my own happiness in the future, I will definitely thank you very much. I kept thinking about her father beating me, so I said, Lin Lee, are you happy? I'm so happy. Lin Lee actually said, I feel like you look a lot like my father when he was young. When I heard her say this, I hurriedly said, how is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. Your father is not doing this for your own good. He only cares about his own face. From now on, you, Lindley said obediently. I will listen to you from now on. Having said that, I feel at ease. While I was steaming, Lin Jinhua called me. On the phone, he gasped. Did you take my daughter away? Tell me. I leaned there, smoking and enjoying the steam, and I said, Who are you yelling at? You tell me? He said tremblingly. I frowned and said, Why should I tell you? You bastard, you. You bastard. Who are you scolding? You almost beat me to death that day and kicked me in the face. I tell you, you will pay the price. You are still here, so arrogant and domineering. Who do you think you are? I said, gritting my teeth. This will not end well for you. Tell me quickly whether my daughter is with you or not, right? Lin Jinhua was going crazy. I took a puff of my cigarette and said, Yes, you are right. She is by my side. We are very affectionate. We are here on vacation. She is unmarried, and I am unmarried too. In today's society, we can have free love. Isn't that possible? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Jinhua was still threatening me. I exhaled and said, What should I be afraid of? I'm already like this. I only have this one life. If you take it, it's yours. If you can't take it, don't even think about having an easy life. When you hit me and kicked me in the face, why didn't you think about it? How despicable and vicious you can be. Evil people like you should go to hell. It's useless for you to be anxious. Lin Li will not go back to get married. By then, the whole Haiqing people will laugh at you. I'm so happy. You despicable thing, you. Am I despicable? Lin Jinhua, you know how many despicable things you have done. Don't pretend. You are a well-known entrepreneur, a philanthropist, and so on. You are so hypocritical. Your father gave you a good name and asked you to revitalize China, but you did all kinds of evil. I didn't provoke you. As for Lin Li, she didn't want to marry someone she didn't love and didn't want to be a bargaining chip for you to use her in exchange for your success. Who is despicable? I'm just getting what I deserve. Am I despicable? You bully people, beat me up, and I'm still an innocent victim, right? Is this the logic of you people? Lin Jinhua was panting there. Lin Li's mother said beside him, Talk to him. Let me talk to him. The phone came to Lin Li's mother's hands, and she said gently, Young man, don't be like this. Just tell us how much money you want, and we'll give it to you, and you can bring Lily back. Okay. Lin Li's mother is naturally very good at handling things. I have no grudges against anyone else. Lin Li wanted to escape her marriage and asked me to go on vacation. She is already over 18 years old, and she can be responsible for herself. Hey, young man, don't be like this. Look, we have already sent out the invitations. You said you took our Lily away. What are we going to do? We are all well-known people. Of course, your uncle treated you like that. No, you tell us how much money we want to compensate you. After all, isn't it all about money? I was very upset when she said that. I said, I'm not doing this for money. Of course, I will pay for the medical expenses and mental damages, not a penny less. It's only natural to beat someone up like that. Let's forget about this first. Don't worry, I won't ask for more. I'll find someone to assess how much I should get. I'll make a living with my brain. That kick on the head gave me a concussion. Okay, then you tell me. After Lin Li's mother said that, Lin Jinhua hurriedly said, I won't give him a penny. He slept with Lily first. He deserves it. Can you please stop talking? Lin Li's mother walked aside and continued to say with a soft smile, Young man, please? Okay, then wait for me to do the math, and then I'll contact you and resolve the issue formally. Sign a compensation agreement, admitting that you hit me, and sign it. Okay, I'll do as you say. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li walked in and asked, What's wrong? Looking at Lin Li, I smiled, then walked over and hugged her in my arms. At this time, Lin Li must not change her mind and go back. Otherwise, I would be in a difficult situation. Chapter 54, Can I Beat You? I knew I was doing something very dangerous. If Lin Jinhua caught me, he would definitely kill me and would not give me any more chances. But life is already like this. I have no way out and can only move forward. I have walked into the torrent surrounded by huge waves. It was doomed the moment I was harmed by Zhou Jie and those people. After we went back home at night, Lin Li wanted to be with me. I was stunned and Lin Li said, Lu Feng, do you like me? I feel so lonely, like I'm floating in the air, so panicked. I feel so lonely. Seeing Lin Li like this, I was immediately extremely worried. I quickly hugged her and said lovingly, How could this happen? I love you. I love you. I like you. I want to be with you, husband. He actually called me hubby. I was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Don't call me hubby. I don't really like these two words, Lindley said obediently. Then I will call you dear. Lindley was happy again. She was happy sometimes and unhappy sometimes. She hugged me tightly. I thought that Lindley and I had no future. It had come to this, but Lindley was innocent. But no matter what, I would let her father pay the price first. I had it all worked out the proper way. Lin Jinhua was unwilling to agree and trembled on the phone, saying, "You are blackmailing me, and you still want me to sign? Don't go too far." Everything was done according to the rules. Do you think I care about your money? This money might have been earned through crimes, but you have to pay the price for what you did. You can refuse to agree. I didn't ask you to agree. You can continue to be arrogant, but don't call me again. When I was about to hang up, Lin Lee's mother took the phone again and said, "Lu Feng, don't get excited. Look at your child. We can promise you. How is my Lily now? Can you let her answer the phone?" "I can't do that. This is a matter between you two. I'm only discussing my matter with you. Solve my matter first. Hitting someone is against the law. If you injure someone, you have to pay for medical expenses and mental damages." "Okay, we promise you. And after we promise you, you let Lily answer the phone. Don't worry, compensation is only one aspect. It doesn't mean you could beat anyone you want. Is it enough to just kill someone and then pay compensation? You still have to bear legal responsibility. Well, I won't pursue this now, but I have an additional condition. You have to reduce your holdings in Digital Pioneer. It's not that I don't want it, but you were selling it to a company you wanted to invest in before. I am doing the main work. I got too little before, which is very unfair. I want to be the real person in charge of the company. This company is just a small thing for your Lin family. This must be done, otherwise I dare not go back. After I go back, I can't control the company and don't have enough financial resources. I am afraid that you will retaliate against me." Lin Jinhua hurriedly shouted. You are going too far, aren't you? You have to pay for what you did. When you raised your foot to kick me in the face and wanted to beat me to death, who was bullying me? You can kill anyone you want. Is this the logic of you people? I am definitely not someone you can do whatever you want of me. Thinking of what had happened before, I also started to roar. "Oh, don't yell, Lily is in his hands now. What if he hurts Lily?" Then Lin Lee's mother smiled and said to me, "Okay, I promise you, young man, we keep our word. Okay, I'll wait for you to take care of these things." They had to agree, as Lin Lee's wedding day was getting closer and closer, and they were getting anxious. After I got the compensation I deserved, Lin Lee's mother said anxiously, "We have taken care of your matter. Let Lily come back. Send Lily back." I knew they would have a recording, so I was very careful. I said, "The word send is not accurate." Lindley made her own decision about her affairs. We fell in love with each other. Besides, the compensation has been settled, and my affairs are over. Lindley's matter with me and her father is two different things. Lindley doesn't want to marry Chi Rue, and I can't force her. Lin Jinhua is unkind, and I am unjust. You don't force us, okay? You are. Lindley's mother also became anxious. I said, "I'm just talking to you about our affairs. I can't make the decision on other matters." Lin Jinhua quickly took the phone and shouted angrily, "You little bastard, what do you want? I won't argue with you. After all, Lindley and I have a good life. I don't want anything. By the way, Lindley loves me very much, and I have to be responsible for her. I'm really sorry. I can't help you with anything sorry. You don't want to live anymore. I'm telling you, I will definitely kill you. If you don't send Lily back to me, I will let Shu Yu." He threatened me with Shu Yu, and I immediately got anxious and said, "If you do that, you will only get a bigger price, and you will definitely get it. I have nothing to do with Shu Yu. I'm crazy. If you implicate innocent people, I will be on the run, and I won't let you go. Don't think I don't know that you have feelings for Shu Yu. Let me tell you, her father is in prison now, and she is holding shares on behalf of her father. Her father is in prison now. This is not just one case, but many cases are intertwined, and they haven't been investigated clearly yet. She may also be implicated? I know that she is very good to you. Are you going to watch her go to jail? She is so beautiful. Is this the result she will get if she follows you? If you say that, I can't go back. You want to hurt innocent people. If I don't go back, I can still guarantee the safety of others. If I go back, I can't guarantee it. I think you were playing this game with me. Can I beat you? Are you as smart as me? I can make such complex software, but I just didn't use it in these areas before. But you think you are very wise, and you study the art of being thick-skinned and cunning, and you think you are superior to others." Lin Jinhua said helplessly, "I won't tell you this. If I don't see my daughter come back in 3 days, I will never let you go. In this life, I will only do one thing, and that is to kill you. After hanging up the phone, I think you can do whatever you want. I suddenly felt extremely relaxed. They had no way to deal with me, but they had a way to deal with Lin Lee. After all, she was their daughter, and they had watched her grow up, so they knew her too well. Lin Lee couldn't help but contact her cousins to ask about the situation at home. As a result, she heard that her mother was in the hospital with a blocked brain vessel. This was, of course, her mother's plan, but at that time, Lin Lee had no way of being sure whether it was true or not. After all, she was her mother. At first, they couldn't contact Lin Lee, so they had no way to use this trick. But when Lin Lee contacted them, they could use it. Lin Lee looked at me pitifully, and tears came out. Seeing her like this, I was helpless. After all, I couldn't say that your mother was just pretending. What if something really happened? Although I hate Lin Jinhua to the core, I don't hate other people. This trick is very effective and is very powerful for me. Although I have suffered so much, I still believe that I have a conscience. Lin Lee hugged me and cried. I think it's possible that he was lying to me, but I'm so tragic, Lu Feng. I'm destined to be like this. Why was I born into such a family? Sometimes I really want to jump off the building. Seeing Lin Lee say this, I hugged her tightly and said, Lin Lee, be obedient. I have experienced far more tragic things than you. But you know what? You can't give up your faith in life. Go back first and see if your mother really has a problem. If not, you insist on not getting married. You should live for yourself. After hearing this, Lin Lee blinked her eyes and said, Lu Feng, if I marry Qi Rue and live an unhappy life, and you become more capable than them in the future, can you help me get rid of this marriage? I really don't like Qi Rue. Every minute and every second I am with him is painful. Lin Lee sobbed in my arms, and at that moment, I felt really sorry for her. When will I be more capable than them? If that day comes, I will definitely let Lin Lee escape from this prison-like pain. Lin Lee is like this. She wants to go back. She is good to me, and I cannot hurt her. Besides, my problems are almost resolved. If I go back, Lin Jinhua will definitely not let me go easily. Of course, I will not be afraid of him anymore. Fate has brought me to this point, and I can only go on with gritted teeth. Chapter 55, Returning with Glory. Wiping Lin Lee's tears, he coaxed her. Well, if that day comes, I will definitely do it. Be good, don't cry. I'll take you back tomorrow. Lin Lee stopped crying and kissed me gently, more and more rapidly, and suddenly she became crazy. She no longer had the gentleness of the past, and the suppressed things in her heart burst out. It seemed that the good days were about to end, and she was about to fall into the dire straits of pain. I really want to kill Lin Jinhua, so that Lin Lee won't marry Qi Rue. If I have that ability, I can avenge all my grudges. The day before I left, I hired a bodyguard to pick me up at the airport. I want to appear in front of Lin Jinhua in a dignified manner. As long as I have breath left, I will desperately try to grasp my destiny. That is the only thing I can do. Otherwise, I will only go towards destruction. When we got off the plane, Lin Lee hugged me tightly and said, Lu Feng, I can't give you a future. I know you love me very much, but if I fail in the end, I will get married. You should find a good girl to marry Sister Shuyu. She is a very good person. If it weren't for Zhou Jie, how could I have met so many women like them? It is their kindness that allows me to let go of some things that I cannot untie little by little. Although the pain is always there, if I stop thinking about it and feel their goodness, I can feel some hope and joy of living. Lin Lee, I will work hard. If I can stand at the top of my life in the future, I will be invincible and I will definitely save you from suffering. Fate arranged for Lin Lee to help me at a very critical moment, which was crucial to my life. When I walked out of the airport, the bodyguard who was there to pick me up came over to greet me. Lin Jinhua also showed up. He came over with his men. Lin Lee hurriedly said to her father, Dad, it's none of her business. I wanted to go out and play with him. It has nothing to do with him. Shut up and go home, Lin Jinhua said, and then he turned around and glared at me. I will never let you go. No one has ever dared to do this to me in my life. I stood up straight, looked at him, and smiled faintly. I'm so young, I don't have such a big temper. You're already old. Why are you so angry? You can't scare me. As I said, this life is yours if you have the ability, but don't threaten me. I won't be afraid of you at all. By the way, there is one thing I want to tell you. Lin Lee is your daughter. Throwing her into the sea of fire is not what a man does. Fuck you, it's all because of you. Lily had agreed before you showed up, but then you showed up and she started to regret it. If this marriage doesn't happen, I'll lose face in Haiching. I'll use all my abilities to destroy you. I mean what I say. It's up to you, but my business has nothing to do with anyone else. Just come after me. After saying that, I walked away. Lin Jinhua was panting and looking at me with extremely cold eyes. If a young person who had never experienced anything would definitely be scared when seeing him like this. After returning to the company, I felt refreshed. Everything was legal. I received the compensation I deserved and became the company's largest shareholder. There was also good news. A few days later, I learned that Lin Li's wedding date was postponed. But I couldn't contact her, and she didn't contact me either. I thought she should be fine, so that's good. After all this trouble, I gained control of the company. Now, if the peak of life is 10 floors to climb, I feel like I have climbed from the first floor to the third floor. I can see a wider world, breathe fresher air, and everything goes smoothly. It also proves that I am not someone they can manipulate at will. After I had money again, I optimized my fake identity information and made it more perfect. Even if those people never mention the past again in the future, if I can reach the top of Haiching with my strength and become stronger than them, I can still make them suffer and pay the price. After returning to Calm, Zhou Jie came to find me. Spring is here, and Zhou Jie is like a cat, looking for fish every day. After she came, she twisted her body and sat on the desk. She was dressed very sexy. She used to dress like a lady, but now she dresses like a sexy upper-class socialite. Zhou Jie does have a good foundation and is tall, but her temperament is becoming more and more vulgar. She is very sexy, though. Of course, with such looks, it is no problem for her to win over some bosses. You were so powerful. You eloped with Lin Li, and you were still safe and sound. You also made Lin Jinhua sell his shares in the company, making you the largest shareholder. You also got Mr. Shu and made Ding Xiaohua half dead. You are really admirable. After she said that, I said, "Isn't Ding Xiaohua your godfather? Why don't you call him Godfather?" After hearing this, Zhou Jie leaned over and looked at me and said, "I don't like him. I like you. Can this trick still be used against me?" At first, I behaved like Ding Xiaohua, living a life of debauchery and having fun, so Zhou Jie thought it would be best to deal with me directly. But now I feel powerless and want to act like a lady again. Then he continued, "I am not what you see. There are some things that you can't tell from your appearance. I love reading. Mr. Shu may not have read as many books as I do. I also like writing. I am proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In addition, I am very good at yoga and jujitsu." I lit up a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "I'm not a judge. Why are you telling me this?" After I said that, Zhou Jie smiled and said, "You are so humorous. You are too manly. Do you know that? You will drive women crazy. When women see you, they will definitely want to be with you." Zhou Jie was about to get closer, and I hurriedly said, "Keep your distance. Don't get close to me. Do you have a video device on you? How is that possible? I'll let you see it. Let you see it," Zhou Jie said as she was about to let me search her body. Zhou Jie was not like this in her daily life later on, except when she was with the man she wanted to win over in front of those well-known men. She was like this, and she had different ways of dealing with different men. Watching quietly, I thought of something, sat up straight, looked at her and said, "Old fellow Lin Jinhua is quite fond of this. Didn't Ding Xiaohua introduce you to him?" I smiled, looked up at her, and exhaled a puff of smoke. I don't know why. I know it still hurts to hear this, but I can't help but want to know. Chapter 56, Zhou Jie's Transaction. Zhou Jie sat in my arms again. I no longer cared what she filmed. She thought about it and probably thought that I really liked listening to this, just like Wu Ming, who liked to find fun in it. "Do you really want to know?" Zhou Jie smiled frivolously and said, "I know you want to investigate Lin Jinhua through me. I can't tell you the rest, but I did have sex with him a few times. Once was in his stretched Lincoln car, and once was on his private yacht. Later he was afraid that Wu Ming would find out, so we didn't have any contact anymore." Zhou Jie thought that these seemed to be capital that she could show off in front of a man like me in order to attract me. After all, I gave her the impression that I was very playful, and ordinary levels of attraction could not attract me. This could drive me crazy, and I also wanted to experience it for myself. After hearing Zhou Jie say this, I was still very angry. Lin Jinhua had also slept with her. How many other men had slept with her? Zhou Jie is no longer worthy of my grief, but I still instinctively feel suffocated, and it seems that I cannot relieve it psychologically. Thinking of the honest and dull self I used to be, I feel that so many changes have taken place in the world, as if it were just a previous life. "Do you want to know about him and Mr. Shu?" Zhou Jie said, shaking her body slightly. "From your expression, I can tell that Mr. Shu is very much to your liking. Let me tell you, Mr. Shu, She kept me in suspense, and I wouldn't believe what she said. I don't want to know. I'm just asking casually. I frowned. Let me tell you, Wu Ming is different from you guys. He likes me like this, so I'm not afraid of you recording me, Zhou Jie said proudly. After a while of silence, I asked, what do you want to see me about? You now have control of the company, Wu Ming, and I want to cooperate with you on a deal. We can make a lot of money. The money you have now is really not much. You can't even buy a Bugatti. There are many new luxury cars coming out recently. I know their managers and can let you drive them out for a spin. I'll take you to see them someday. When you get in front of those men, you'll know that your money is really nothing. What business? For the second phase of the project, don't complete it in advance, and don't let Ding Xiaohua and Lin Jinhua know. We will work together separately. After the project is completed, I will give you this amount. She meant 10 million. I shook my head and said, I dare not offend them. You can consider it. By the way, your brother Wu said that you like people like Mr. Shu. Can I help you find some opera singers? Very young ones, about 18 or 19 years old. I'm not in the mood for the moment. I have something to do, but you can find a time to let me see you. After I said that, Zhou Jie came up and kissed me and said, oh baby, when you want to do it? Thinking about the past, I was out of breath and said, wait for me to tell you. Okay, it's a deal, Zhou Jie said and went out happily. I think this is not the Zhou Jie I had imagined before. I feel very unfamiliar, but that's okay. I will just pretend that I have never known her or understood her. She is her. I am me, and I want to vent my anger. But when I calmed down, I thought that was impossible. How could I sleep with her again? But if there is a suitable opportunity, I will take a picture of her in private. After Zhou Jie came, I began to miss Shu Yu crazily, thinking about her every day. It wasn't that I wanted to think about her, but God always let her appear in my mind. But I know it's impossible. I won't disturb her again, nor can I implicate her. Even though I miss her, I can only bear it. I hope she can live happily, but if Lin Jinhua wants to bully him, I will never let it go. When I was dating Zhou Jie before, I didn't understand what love was at all. The passion wasn't very strong, and there wasn't much for Zhou Jie and I to talk about. But I didn't think it was a big deal. After all, I was busy reading books, writing code, and studying programming every day. When I met Shu Yu, I realized that the feeling of being with a woman can be so strong, not only in terms of sex, but also in the heart. After all, we have slept together for so many nights and hugged each other. It seems that the cells also have memories and they are all eagerly longing for it. Even if I try to restrain myself and tell myself not to trust women, there seems to be no way. Whenever I stop working, Shiyu always pops into my mind. I was driving around, Haiching out of boredom. The sun was shining brightly at noon, and I felt at ease with my bodyguard following me. Spring is here, and everything is reviving. Well, I have good luck. I passed by a welfare home in Haiching, which was privately run. When I passed by there before, I saw a child who looked very much like me when I was a child. His face was covered with dust, and his clothes were dirty. He stopped my car and asked me if I could donate money. I asked him where he got the money, and he said he was from that orphanage and that his godfather and godmother had no money and the orphanage could hardly continue. I went to check and donated the money. When Zhou Jie found out, she scolded me and asked me who I thought I was. At that time, I was afraid that Zhou Jie would be angry, so I never quarreled with her and always went along with her. I stopped there, thinking that I was openly going against Lin Jinhua, and if I didn't agree to Zhou Jie and Wu Ming's request, they would also deal with me secretly, and I would be in danger all the time in the future. Of course, in order to survive and to fight them, I will do whatever it takes. I will do the same thing as them, maybe even to the extreme. After coming back from my endless thoughts, I got off the car to get 100,000 yuan and walked to the orphanage to donate it. They were very happy and excited. The children surrounded me and thanked me, holding my hand and saying, "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle." I squatted down, hugged a child, and said with a smile, "Be good and have a happy and beautiful future." I feel much more comfortable. Children are wonderful. I still don't have a child, but sometimes I instinctively want one. Men also become like this when they reach a certain age. I think if I had children, I would be different. I would be able to give up a lot for the sake of my children. Of course, life cannot be assumed, just as fate cannot be assumed. It just happened to me, so where can I go to seek justice? A few days later, Lin Jinhua began his counterattack. Chapter 57, Shu Yu's Testimony. Qi Rui found out that I took Lin Li to Seoul. Although Lin Jinhua had been hiding it, Qi Rui still found out. Chi Rue was furious when he found out, and the wedding date was postponed. In this way, Lin Jinhua would have to give an explanation to Chi Rue. He had to prove that Lin Li was kidnapped by me and taken to Seoul, and he also had to let Chi Rue know that I had no relationship with Lin Li. It would be difficult for him to harm me secretly now, so he called the police and said that I kidnapped Lin Li so as to blackmail him. Of course, I am different now. I have regained some social status and reputation. He can no longer arrest me without any reason. The investigators came to the company to investigate me, and I presented the legal information of Lin Jinhua's compensation to me. Lin Jinhua reported me for 2 crimes. One was that I kidnapped Lin Li, and the second was that I committed extortion. During those days, I went to the investigation department to cooperate, but I didn't expect that Shuyu was also called there. Because I don't have many connections in Haicheng, and Shuyu is related to this case. After all, Lin Jinhua also reported that I contacted Shuyu in order to defraud Shuyu of her money through emotional connections. This old guy wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make Shuyu wake up. When Shuyu walked in, I saw that she looked calm and a little dazed. After seeing her, I immediately became excited and wanted to hug her. But seeing her expression, I don't think she would turn love into hate, right? It directly proves that I approached her for a purpose, to steal information and kill me directly, right? Of course, I am confident that she shouldn't do that. I looked at her quietly, and she glanced at me, and I shuddered. She now knows that I might have eloped with Lin Li. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Looking at her calm, yet cold eyes, my hands begin to tremble, and I try hard to control them. In order not to arouse their suspicion, I sat upright and did not lose my composure. At that time, they had already asked me about my relationship with Shuyu, how we met, and the extent of our relationship. Then Shuyu was brought in, and I knew they were there to confront me. Miss Shu, how did you get to know him? Can you tell me in detail? After the other party said this, what Shuyu said at this time was very crucial, because I didn't have time to coordinate her testimony. If what she said didn't match, then I was lying. What I didn't expect was that Shuyu said almost the same thing as I did. I said at the time that she and I were just friends, pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and I didn't want to implicate her. Ms. Shu, is this the only relationship you don't have? When the other party asked, Shuyu smiled and said, I can only tell you that he and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. As for the rest, that is privacy. We have never confirmed our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. When we invited him to drink, we said we were boyfriend-girlfriend. It was just because we wanted to help him out of friendship and protect him from being hurt by some people. Maybe because of business interests, someone wanted to harm him. It was smart of Shuyu to say this. After all, if she said there was absolutely no connection at all, it would be troublesome if it was discovered later. Then he didn't get money from you by knowing you? Did you spend a huge amount of money on him, such as giving him a car or something expensive? No, we just have a simple relationship. Nothing else. After saying this, Shuyu looked at me, as if she was also telling me that we just have a simple relationship, and she seemed to be unhappy. This testimony moved me deeply. She is indeed great. I know that even though she hated me, she still loved me and had mercy on me. That way, there will be almost no problems. Shuyu had many possible answers at the time. She wanted to determine which answer would be most beneficial to me and think about how I would answer. From an outsider's perspective, the situation is not that complicated, but as a person involved in that situation, she was able to say this confidently, which shows that she must have thought about it for a long time. After coming out, she walked quietly in front of me, and I really wanted to say something to her. As I thought about it, my heart started beating fast. I saw her about to go outside, so I hurried over to her and said, "Thank you." She stopped and stood there in a daze. I gasped, not knowing what to say. She was very quiet. Although she still looked calm, she seemed to have lost some of her confidence. Perhaps that was love. Looking at her still beautiful face, her chest wrapped in a woolen sweater, her gentle arms, every part of her body, I feel close to her. She said calmly, "You're welcome. Are you okay?" I couldn't help but ask her, her chest heaving and her face turned slightly to the side. I really want to hug her. I feel like I owe her so much and I miss her so much. After leaving her, I became a wild horse without reins, feeling uncomfortable, anxious, uneasy, and dizzy. I really want to lean on her arms in this warm afternoon, just like in the past. Just thinking about it can make you feel the sweet happiness. Only with her can I become gentle. Only with her can I tame me. Chapter 58, 3 Women. After a moment of silence, she smiled faintly and said, "Very good. I was about to say something, but she quickly said, "Oh, sorry, I have something else to do. I have to leave first." After she said that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and walked away with her head down. Looking at her back as she left, I felt that I cherished every step she took. Although our offices were close to each other, it was difficult for me to see her, and we were hardly any friends. Almost everyone I know is my enemy. After Shiyu proved my innocence, Linley also proved my innocence and told the investigation agency the truth. As a result, the investigation could no longer continue. I was extremely happy the day I learned that the case was dropped. I think Lin Jinhua must have been extremely distressed, but he could do nothing to me. I could finally let out the anger that had been pinned up in my chest after being beaten by him, and I immediately felt that my anxiety disorder had improved a little. After that, Zhou Jie kept harassing me. She was so anxious that she kept sending me messages to ask me out and teasing me with all kinds of words, but I ignored her. I was only thinking about Shuyu. Every time I think of her and suffer this torture, I will always remind myself, but her magic is too great. I keep telling myself that I don't love her. I just want to sleep with her. Her skills are too good. She is very good. She is the one who really knows how to use seduction. Don't look down to earth. Once she is in the dark, the whole person changes, especially when she looks back at me with a dazed look. I can't think about these things. When I think about them, I feel like I'm falling. It's Satan extending an olive branch to me, waving it through Shu Yu's hand. Why do I feel so strong when I am with her? What is the reason? She's not one to be fussy, but her sudden look can make my heart tremble. She understands people very well. Where does this wisdom come from? I cannot be curious about a woman. I must prevent myself from sinking into this kind of pain. Driving on the familiar streets, I had no friends to meet up and chat with. It is difficult to have real friends in business, and I have completely cut off from the past. I have no way to find my former classmates, and I was afraid of bringing trouble to Duo if I wanted to meet her. The loneliness didn't feel too strong at the beginning, but as time went on, it was beyond my control. One day, I finally met Shuyu at the anniversary celebration of Zhenghua Group. It was held in a 7-star resort hotel. We were going to stay there for one night, and many celebrities from all walks of life attended. Zhenghua Group invited me, but I would not have gone if I hadn't wanted to find out more information about them. At noon that day, there was an open-air barbecue outside, and I saw her. She was wearing a skirt and walked lightly to the barbecue. She smiled beautifully to the barbecue chef, then took a skewer and started eating. She turned around and saw me looking at her, so she quickly turned away. Suddenly, a man came over. That man was the one I saw standing together and chatting before. He was wearing glasses and was well-mannered. He walked up to her and smiled. She gave him the other skewer in her hand, and they ate together, talking and laughing. She even looked back at me. When I saw this scene, my heart turned cold to the extreme. He quickly turned around and walked away. God, why do you torture me like this? That's Wu Ming's brother. He just came back from abroad. When I heard a few people chatting and talking about that man, I was stunned. Then someone else said, he and Mr. Shu are a perfect match. I heard they are in love. Wu Ming's brother. Wu Ming slept with Zhou Jie, and his brother wanted to sleep with Shu Yu. It's not that she can't find a man, but why must it be Wu Ming's brother? Damn, this life is so fucked up. I raised my head and closed my eyes, feeling so much hatred in my heart. I looked back again and saw Shu Yu walking with a man, talking and laughing. She looked up at me again. My heart ached, and I felt at a loss. Hey, isn't this young Master Lu? Wu Ming walked over holding Zhou Jie's arm. Turn around and look at them quietly. Are you heartbroken? Sister Shu Yu is dating my eldest brother. Are you jealous after seeing this? You're a romantic? Huh. Wu Ming smiled proudly. Zhou Jie, holding Wu Ming's arm, also looked at me proudly. Honey, don't joke with him. He can't take a joke. Lu Feng, don't mind it. Your brother Wu is just joking with you. Zhou Jie's face was full of smiles. Just kidding, Lu Feng. Think carefully about cooperating with us. After Wu Ming said this, Qi Rui suddenly came over with Lin Li. Lin Li had a blank expression on her face and a stiff smile. Her expression remained the same. It seemed as if everything around me was spinning nonstop, and I felt like I needed to escape from here immediately. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, Qi Rui suddenly called me. I stood there in a daze. I was not afraid that he would leave, but these 3 women were like 3 swords piercing my chest. Qi Rui walked up to me, and then many people around looked over. They wanted to watch the fun. Lin Li, come here. Qi Rui asked Lin Li to come over. I stood up and looked at him. He was hugging Lindley. Lindley didn't dare to look me in the face and said hurriedly, "What are you doing?" I said it has nothing to do with him. Lu Feng, did you sleep with my fiancé? Chi Rue looked at me with despicable eyes. Just as Lindley was about to leave, Chi Rue hugged her tightly. Standing there without saying anything, Chi Rue glared at me and said, "Don't think I don't know. You slept with her, so I just slept with your woman." Huh? Lin Li's face flushed red, and I turned around and walked away slowly. Lu Feng, listen to me. If I don't let you fail in Haiching, I won't be named Chi. I think you can love whatever you want, and you guys can love whatever you want. What is there for someone like me to care about? At lunchtime, I was eating steak in a restaurant, cutting it vigorously. Unexpectedly, several of them came in together and sat down together. I saw that woman again. After she sat down, she glanced at me again, but quickly turned away. I finished my meal quickly and went out. After I went out, I smoked a cigarette and breathed the fresh air outside. Do you want me to suffer? I have experienced all kinds of pain and humiliation, so why would I care about this? Just a woman, just a woman. I loosened my collar, pulled my tie off, and walked out. There was nothing interesting about this place. Just when I was about to leave the resort, Zhou Jie sent me a message saying, "I have something important to show you. You must be interested. Do you want to see it?" I was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Okay, but you have to go to the place I said." She came back and said, "No problem. In the afternoon, they want to play with money. We can have some fun." I replied, "Sure." I told Zhou Jie the meeting place, which was another nearby resort, and I checked in a room and waited for Zhou Jie. She pushed me back into the past, and I was going to do my business. In this matter, Zhou Jie is the important role. Those beautiful things are just illusions. This is the reality. This mud, this dive vat, this messy place is the reality. Chapter 59, Zhou Jie's Explosive News. In the suite of the luxurious resort hotel, I drank red wine, leaned on the sofa, and quietly looked at the sea outside. The afternoon sun shines in, and the spring breeze blows. This is a season that makes people feel warm and peaceful, but to me it feels like a cold winter. After experiencing those scenes before, I kept thinking about the past, as if I was suddenly thrown back to the past, back to my past life, and that life was filled with the shadow of the past Zhou Jie. We got married very early. At that time, Zhou Jie suddenly became pregnant and said that the child was mine and she wanted to marry me. But after we got engaged, she said that the child had been miscarried accidentally. I was sad for a long time. It was also at that time that I had just resold one of my patents for more than 300,000 yuan. At that time, more than 300,000 yuan was a lot of money for us who had just graduated. Zhou Jie said that her family had something wrong before and owed debts. So she asked me to use the money to help her parents pay off the debt. Seeing Zhou Jie in tears, I felt very distressed and did not think about anything else at all. I gave most of the money to her parents to pay off the debt. In the following years, whatever she wanted, I would buy her as long as I had money. Before the incident, most of my understanding of women came from Zhou Jie. I didn't notice Zhou Jie trying to be clever in front of me, and I didn't care if she was strong. I had never been with other women, so I had no idea what other women were like. I thought it was normal for Zhou Jie to be like this. Sometimes she had a bad temper, but sometimes she was very docile. But now I know that was only when I got my salary or my business was doing well, and when she needed to buy brand-name bags and luxury goods. If she hadn't harmed me, I would probably still be immersed in the chaos of the past. After she was harmed, the moment she fell down woke me up, as if I could suddenly see through the world. Maybe God doesn't want me to be kept in the dark anymore. Someone rang the doorbell, and I walked over and opened the door in my shorts and a vest. Zhou Jie was very impatient. After all, she had never had this experience with me before, so she was very excited. This kind of thing was just something new for her. After the door opened, Zhou Jie, carrying her bag, hugged me and said in a coquettish voice, "You are so handsome. Do you like handsome guys?" I asked her. Zhou Jie rubbed against me and said, "Yes, I do. I like tall and handsome men like you and some foreigners. When I see a handsome guy, I am so happy." Zhou Jie did not hide anything in front of me. I walked over and poured myself a glass of wine. Of course, it was impossible for me to have any feelings for her anymore. I went back to sit on the sofa. Zhou Jie came over and said impatiently, "Foreign men, and those like you who come back from overseas, are the most attractive." As she said that, Zhou Jie wanted to come up and kiss me, but I pushed her away and said, "I'm not good at that." Zhou Jie felt disappointed after hearing this, but quickly said, "It's okay. I'll let you feel it." I shook my head and said, "Really no, show me something." When Zhou Jie heard that I couldn't do it, she said disappointedly, "Why can't you do it? By the way, do you want to take a look? It will be very exciting. I'll call a friend of mine, and he can come over." "Foreigner, do you want to take a look?" I felt so choked up after hearing that, I tried to hold back and said, "No need. If you have anything to show me, show it to me. If we can trade, I'll make this deal with you." Zhou Jie sat next to me, took out her phone and said, "Let me show you one first. I'm sure you'll be very interested. Then you can consider whether you want to cooperate with me." As she spoke, she played a video of Lin Jinhua. In it, one could see Lin Jinhua had a wretched look on his face, looking fierce and panting. The woman looked very similar to Shu Yu in figure, with a long back, fair skin, and somewhat similar hair. I felt like I was going to collapse. If you care about a woman and see this picture, although you can't see her face, you will be full of associations. I held back, and Zhou Jie quickly put it away and said, "Lin Jinhua is very afraid of his wife. With this, do you think it is valuable? Don't think that Lin Jinhua can't deal with you now. He just can't do anything to you for a while. Sooner or later, he will deal with you. He said that he would definitely kill you, but with this, he dare not. Of course, I have others which belong to Qi Rui's father." Seeing that I didn't say anything, Zhou Jie paused and continued, "With these two things, do you say you are afraid? Especially with Qi Guiqiang's. They are relatives, married, and have a community of interests. Do you think this deal is not worth it? Now you are the controlling shareholder of the company. Although you have signed an agreement with them, as long as you give us the developed technology, no one can prove that it was you who gave it to us. We can also develop it ourselves. Also, if you don't cooperate, you, Angkor Wu, are not to be trifled with." Who is that woman? I felt filled with sadness. If I say it's Shu Yu, will she admit it? Will she admit to you if she does something like this? Can you see it? I'll show you again. After Zhou Jie said that, I turned around and looked at her and smiled and said, "No, I'm just curious. I thought it was you. Do you want to see mine? I know that you have feelings for Ms. Shu. Don't think I don't know. What's so good about her? You are still in the dark and still think she is so elegant and pure. What do you know? Women are like this. Do you know about private things? For example, my ex-husband. Could he know what I did behind his back? Let me tell you, I often brought men home to spend the night, and sometimes we would look at our wedding photos. But he didn't know it all and still loved me very much." Zhou Jie said with narrowed eyes. Her words were so powerful that I couldn't believe anything. My mind went blank for a long time. Was everything an illusion? Could it be that a woman could be nice to a man? It was like that, but could it also be like this? Are we living in a packaged world? The other side is another one. Have we always understood it wrongly? Maybe you can only understand the general idea of life and don't go into the details. If you knew everything, wouldn't you be crazy? How can we be free? Only by seeing the whole picture of human nature clearly. If we can still find true love and truth in the world, then maybe we can have confidence. If all this is fake, if Shu Yu is like this, then the only confidence we have will be lost. I'll think about it and call you when I'm done," I said quickly. Before Zhou Jie could say anything else, I said, "I'm going to rest." "Well, I'll wait for your call. As a woman, I tell you, as a man, don't get emotional. It's good to have money. You can have as many women as you want." Zhou Jie walked away. When she left, she turned around and smiled and said, "I'm going to find Louis. You should get in touch with the upper class more." After Zhou Jie left, I kept drinking one glass of red wine after another. Later, I stood there drunk, grinning foolishly. After that, the mood remained bad, but also colder than ever. One day, I followed Shu Yu. She drove to the theater. The theater had closed down, and she had bought it. I heard that she was going to renovate it. She got out of the car and walked into the car. She sat in the car. The scene that Zhou Jie showed me kept appearing in her mind. She smoked with trembling hands. After she finished the cigarette, I got out of the car. The afternoon sun was very warm. I don't know what I'm looking for. I always seem to be looking for something that once belonged to me, but was taken away by someone else. There are all the pure and beautiful things there. When I walked into the theater, it was empty. Later, I went backstage to a dressing room. Shu Yu had her back to me, changing her costumes. She was just doing this for fun. She had money. The theater had gone out of business before, and she invested money to keep it going. I slowly walked behind her. This place was an old house, and the inner and outer doors were often not locked. Just as she was about to turn around, I hugged her madly from behind, and I thought I was going crazy. I must see her. The past can be past, but I must know why all this happened. Chapter 60, Who Are You? After I hugged her, she tried to turn around, and I leaned over and pressed against her back. She was so strong that my chest hurt so much from her arms that I almost cried out. I hurriedly held her hand. If he hadn't been drunk, how could he have been so shameless as to follow her? She kept twisting in my arms, her chest heaving. She couldn't see my face and seemed not to know who I was, but I also felt that she seemed to know who I was. I had hugged her from behind like this more than once. I liked to put my face against hers and look at each other in the mirror together. I said, "Look at this figure. What a great one." And she said, "It's because of her good looks." She liked to hold my hand and shake it slightly in front of her. If you have experienced such happiness and then see that video, what will happen to you? After hugging her again, I pressed against her back, feeling indescribable. I felt both excited and in pain, thinking about the love she had for me. At the same time, thinking about Lin Jinhwa's ferocious and obscene appearance and those voices. I feel like I'm going to collapse, go crazy, and lose control. She was very calm, and she said in a coaxing tone, "You don't be impulsive. This is illegal. No matter what you do to me, it will be illegal. If you need money, I will give it to you. Don't worry, I won't call the police." I don't know whether she thought I was the one who wanted to kill for money or whether she knew it was me. Who wants your money? Am I approaching you for money? Leaning on her back, I just hoped that all that was not true, that she and Lin Jinhua were not real, and that she and Wu Zheng were not real, and that she could find someone who had nothing to do with them. But you know what? It's too painful for me to be with them. Of course, although she could be with anyone, people are very greedy. Unless there is no more interaction and no one knows each other's news, it will be painful. "You, what are you doing?" she asked as if reminding the criminal. I think she should know it was me, but maybe she was pretending not to know. Maybe she just liked it that way. How many hardships must a man go through before he can truly grow up? God, isn't all this enough? She suddenly grabbed my hand and said, "I'm not a little girl. I'll give you money, and you go find a little girl." I don't like this. I didn't want to pay attention to her and continued to be busy. She said, "Oh," and suddenly supported the table with her arms and held her face with her hands. It was as if I was the only one there. My hair fell down, blocking my sight. I closed my eyes and kept saying, "Are you with him? Tell me, are you?" She didn't say anything. Seeing her silence, I thought it couldn't be true. So I became more anxious and my heart was more torn. I couldn't control it. Suddenly, the door opened, and we turned around together and saw an Andy say, "Oh," and then said in disbelief, "Oh, this." And then she waved her hands hurriedly, not daring to look at it, and quickly closed the door. We were all stunned there. Shu Yu's hair was disheveled and her eyes were blurry. After her master's wife left, I hurriedly hugged her in my arms again, holding her tightly, closing my eyes and shivering. "I really should have let you in that day. You're just nurturing a tiger to cause trouble," Shu Yu said softly, as if the voice came out of her throat. "Yes, then I can be with him." "You." She suddenly turned her head, and when her eyes met mine, she suddenly closed her eyes. I kept saying, "You can be with anyone, but not with them." She suddenly grabbed her hair from the front and held it tightly. She was so beautiful. No wonder Lin Jinhua coveted her. At that moment, I felt like I was completely crazy. After I slowly calmed down, I left her, feeling a little guilty. Why did this happen? I became unlike myself and was torn into what I am today. I looked up and saw her leaning on the table with her hands on it. Her face turned to the side, and she looked at me and said, "Is this all you have learned?" I felt very ashamed, looked at one place and said, "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you think I'm an illegitimate daughter and easy to bully?" As she said this, she suddenly burst into tears. Seeing her like this, I hurriedly said, "I didn't think about that thing, I..." When she heard me say that, she pouted, tears streaming down her face, and she wiped her face with her hands. There was still makeup on her face. Suddenly, she put her hands on both sides and trembled and said, "I thought you were so pitiful, but I didn't expect." She sighed, her face moving slightly as she said, "It turns out." Her mistress said outside, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" So her master's wife had been eavesdropping outside? She hurriedly said, "Oh no, master's wife, you eat first." "Well, let the young man come and eat together." After the master's wife said this, I turned around and she turned her face away, stood up, shrugged her shoulders and said, I really don't want to see you." After looking at her there for a while, she turned her face to the other side, closed her eyes, and gently bit her lips with her white jade teeth. I thought maybe she really didn't want to see me anymore. Since it had come to this, there was no way to change it. I straightened my clothes, looked at her, and said, "Okay, I got it." Then I walked out. After she went out, Her master's wife came to her hurriedly, and I was startled. Have you eaten? Come and have dinner with us. Is this Yia's boyfriend? Her master's wife was very nice. She probably thought that she had a boyfriend and was very happy for her. Shiyu also came out. She was about to say something, but the master's wife insisted. Come and eat. Yia is just like my daughter. I smiled respectfully and said, Annie, thank you. I have eaten, but I have something else to do. I will treat you to a meal when I have the chance. After saying that, I turned around and walked away while smiling. When I walked to the door, I suddenly heard her voice behind me. There's something I've always wanted to ask you. You can't just leave like that. Who do you think I am? He turned around, looked at her, and said, You say it. Who are you? When she asked me this, I was stunned. Chapter 61 Acquisition of Zhoma Times. I said calmly, What do you mean? I want to know your true identity. She slowly walked down from the height. There were steps outside the theater door. She raised her face slightly with an indifferent expression. Of course, I couldn't admit it, so I remained silent. She walked up to me and looked at me quietly, full of doubts, and seemed to be full of confidence. She said, One night, I turned on the recording. It was not because I wanted to monitor you, but because you kept having the same nightmare at that time. I recorded your sleep talking. Later, I listened to the recording many times. Some of the things you said were very strange. You said, Zhou Jie, I want to kill you, and you shouted for help. At that time, I thought it was just sleep talking, but later I thought it shouldn't be that simple. I was very calm. I took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, looked at her and said, Thank you for caring about me so much, but you are already in a relationship with Wu Zheng, so there is no need. Also, I have told you that you should not take what you say in a dream seriously. It will be infinitely magnified, extended, and interpreted. In addition, Zhou Jie and I have a grudge. She has been dealing with me since we just set up the company. There has always been a dispute over the company's equity. I don't think you need to be too curious. Sometimes men and women will become enemies because of interests. After hearing what I said, she muttered, Why are you so curious about me? You're not my husband. When I heard her say this, I trembled and slowly walked up to her. She hurriedly asked, what do you want to do? I looked down at her and said, Yes, maybe you were just that kind of woman. No wonder you were so good at it. Lin Zhenhua can be one of them, right? I'm telling you don't have to bully me. What nonsense are you talking about? She looked up at me. What a delicate face. I said, Haven't you ever been with Lin Zhenhua? Say it again. Who told you that? She was very disgusted with this, and I said, It's nothing. Why are you so excited? I'm telling you, I have nothing to do with them, but I'm also telling you, I won't be with you. You already have a girlfriend. Why are you still doing this? She was right. I shouldn't have done that, but I couldn't control it. However, when I heard her say that, I felt very happy, and I just stood there without saying anything. My silence was tantamount to consent. I just didn't want her to be involved. Go away. I don't want to see you again. She turned her face away. I thought it would be fine without her being with them, so I nodded and said, Yeah, okay. When I turned around and started walking again, she cursed me from behind. You rascal. Just as I was about to turn around, my master's wife suddenly asked worriedly from behind me, Why are you arguing? I didn't turn around and walked out. Next, Zhou Jie kept coming to me. Considering it would be beneficial for the future, I took another approach with her. Because of copyright issues, she would definitely apply for a patent after getting the technology, and we wouldn't be able to use it at that time. So it was better to make a separate version for her in exchange. She agreed and gave me a video of Qi Guoqiang, and I felt very happy. After I was able to take control of the company, it developed steadily and its performance continued to rise. After the transformation, I am now able to run the company better. I was too weak and lacked the spirit of a wolf before. After having more money, I feel more secure. I never felt that money was so good before, but now I feel that money is really good. I knew that I would continue to be entangled with them, so it would be difficult for Shu Yu and I to get close. Even if I wanted to go back to the past, it seemed unlikely. But it's her birthday, I remember. I bought her a dress. I had looked at her size and thought about how much she had done for me and how much I had hurt her. Of course, I didn't write any name on it and sent it to her. Not long after that, I decided to acquire Zhoma Times. Zhoma Times had been making losses under the Zhenhua Group. The Zhenhua Group talked to me and wanted me to acquire it. I feel that life is unpredictable. In the past, they were willing to kill me in order to acquire Zhoma Times. Now, they have lost a lot of money, and they want me to acquire them. The Chinese code era couldn't be managed in their hands. especially when Fatty Dong and Ms. Yang took charge later, which was simply not a good idea. But I have always felt very strange. Shu Yu could obviously replace those two scumbags, but Zhenghua Group kept them. Maybe it was because of some interest involved, or Shu Yu was helpless about some things. Of course, there is a condition after the acquisition, that is, I reorganize the large company and Zhenghua Group increases its shareholding. This agreement was signed by Shu Yu and me. That day, I walked into the headquarters of Zhenghua Group in a suit and tie, full of high spirits. A year later, Zhomai era came back into my hands, and I got much more than before without spending a penny. The scenes of the past tear at me day and night. This was my plan, and now it's back. When I saw Shu Yu, I stopped in my tracks and was touched. She was wearing the dress I bought for her. The dress looked very decent, elegant, and formal. Did she know that I bought it for her? I didn't leave any information. I always felt that she knew more about me than I did. There were quite a few people around, so I hurried over and stretched out my hand confidently. She also stretched out her hand, and when I held her hand, I squeezed it a little harder. Then we started signing. After exchanging signatures, I looked at her very seriously and said with a smile, "Mr. Shu, I hope we can have more opportunities for cooperation in the future." She smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "Congratulations." But she took her feet out of her shoes and suddenly kicked me from the bottom. I was stunned for a moment, then stood up and shook hands with her. She also stood up hurriedly, but almost lost her balance, and her hair touched my face, and I immediately felt it. After signing the agreement, she took her people away. After acquiring Zhoma Times, the first thing I did was to get rid of Fatty Dong and Lady Yang. I used to be so good to them, but after I got into trouble, they turned against me. This is the fate that such villains deserve. Although Fatty Dong is Zhou Jie's distant cousin, he had too much money during the Chinese coding era. It is said that a lot of money was taken away by him and Yang. After I acquired Zhoma Times, one thing made me feel very strange. Zhenghua Group transferred Duo to the headquarters a few days before the signing of the acquisition agreement. Later I found out that it was she who asked for it. She transferred Duo to her administrative department. Originally, I wanted Duo to stay in Zhoma Times. It just happened to be the acquisition. If she came to me, she could help me a lot, and I would have the opportunity to keep in touch with her. But she was taken away by Shu Yue. I wonder if she already knows my identity? For the next period of time, I was very busy restructuring a large company. As the days passed, I felt that my spirit was gradually getting better compared to my most painful days. After Zhenghua Group increased its shareholding, Shu Yu was still in charge. This way, I thought I would have more opportunities to contact her in the future, but she never came. Finally, one day, she suddenly appeared in my office. I was stunned for a moment. After she came in, she walked towards me calmly. She told Xiao Ma that she wanted to talk to me about work. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I thought it would be difficult for me to talk to her about work. When I saw her, I wanted her,